Marshall Peak, Chapter 5434, A Destroyed Great Pass. After a year of focusing all his efforts on recuperating, Yang Kai had almost made a full recovery. Emerging from the universe fragment, Yang Kai observed his surroundings for a while before his figure dashed in the direction of the black ink nest. Though the high-rank black ink nest exploded after his attack, there were still some remnants left behind. After searching through the debris, Yang Kai found quite a lot of resources. These resources were mined by the Black Ink clan from surrounding areas. The Black Ink clan had a high demand for resources when spawning more of their members, and the Royal Lord also needed resources to heal his injuries. All these unused resources now belonged to Yang Kai. However, he did not intend to use these resources on himself, nor did he intend to further his cultivation at this moment. He scavenged for these resources because he wanted to arrange a universe array. The Great Sea celestial phenomenon was a natural treasure trove, and Yang Kai wasn't sure if he would be able to find it again after leaving. So he decided to leave a universe array here, which might be of use someday. In fact, he still had quite a lot of resources on hand, but he was lacking some critical components. It just happened that the resources he found from the Black Ink nest were enough to make up for the shortage. Soon, a universe array took shape in what was left of the universe world where the high-rank Black Ink nest was originally situated. Yang Kai then made some arrangements to cover up and conceal the universe array. After taking a good look at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai turned around and left. All that was left now in this vast stretch of void were densely scattered corpses that seemed to be a sign that there was once a tragic battle here. Previously, outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, where he was targeted by the Royal Lord and chased all the way here, Yang Kai planned to follow the path the humans took during their crusade back to the No Return Pass to seek help from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to defeat the Royal Lord. Unfortunately, he got lost on the way, and the longer he ran, the more unsure he was of where he was heading. Now, he didn't even know where he was or which way he should travel now. But he wasn't too worried about it because he knew he would eventually find his way back. He just needed to take some time. Another thing that made him feel helpless was that he didn't know how much time had passed. He could accurately calculate the time he spent in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, but he had no idea about how much time had passed in the outside world. The speed of time in each temporal river was different, so there was no way to make an accurate estimate. I wonder what happened after the war between the two races. When Yang Kai escaped from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, Song fused his body with the restriction to summon the energy Mu needed to leave Mo in deep sleep. Just before making that sacrifice, Song left his backup plan to Yang Kai, which was extremely important. It was because the Black Ink clan saw this take place right before their eyes that Yang Kai was targeted by a royal lord. Now that things had gotten to this point, Yang Kai did not resent Song because he was the only person Song could trust during that last moment. After all, he was also one of the means chosen by the vast universe. To be able to be chosen meant that Yang Kai was special in some way. Therefore, if it were Yang Kai, he would make the same choice as Song. But no matter how that battle ended, the human army couldn't stay at the primordial heaven source grand restriction. If the humans won, they would definitely withdraw their forces. If they were defeated, they would still retreat back to the No Return Pass to join forces with the Dragon and Phoenix clans because that was the only way they could resist the Black Ink clan army's attack. That was why Yang Kai only had one destination in mind, the No Return Pass. In his current situation, it would be difficult for Yang Kai to be certain which direction would lead to the No Return Pass, but as long as he could find the late ancient era battlefield, he would be able to estimate his whereabouts. Flying through the void, Yang Kai's figure soared along at amazing speed. He would stop every half a month or so to activate the universe transference law to try and connect to any of the universe arrays he had set inside those purifying Black Ink battleships. However, the only universe array he could sense was the one he set up next to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Such a situation meant that his distance from those universe arrays was too great for the universe transference law to even detect them. Although he couldn't sense the position of any purifying Black Ink battleship, this tactic wasn't useless because, at the very least, he could use the universe array he left at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon to deduce his current position. As time passed, his connection with the universe array at the Great Sea celestial phenomenon became vague, which told Yang Kai that he was getting further away from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. It was not until half a year later that he could no longer sense that universe array. With the speed he could travel, coupled with instantaneous movement, Yang Kai still used about half a year before he lost all contact with the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, which showed how vast an area a universe array could cover. There were celestial phenomena of all shapes and sizes in the void, and Yang Kai had seen many of them while he was escaping from the sheep-headed royal lord. He even dove deep into a dense fog celestial phenomenon and the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. But since he was running for his life to avoid being killed, he didn't have the time to enjoy the beauty of these celestial phenomena along the way. Now that he was feeling more relaxed, he had time to study these celestial phenomena more carefully and even found them quite miraculous. These celestial phenomena might be the manifestation of the universe's original form and might. Many radiated extremely dangerous auras, while some of them were deep and unfathomable. Just like the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, though they looked tranquil and calm on the outside, one would only know of the dangers lurking inside after entering them. The 3,000 worlds didn't have any celestial phenomena, possibly because of all the activities of human cultivators causing them to fade away. Wait, the 3,000 worlds does have some. Yang Kai suddenly recalled rumors about some strange forbidden zones in several great territories. Those forbidden zones were filled with dangers, and they were very difficult for ordinary cultivators to even approach. Those so-called forbidden zones might be remnants of ancient celestial phenomena. They weren't complete anymore and only retained a portion of their mysteries and might. As time passed, coupled with repeated explorations by cultivators, those forbidden zones would also gradually disappear into the annals of history. Suppose one could explore the mysteries of these celestial phenomena. Maybe one could use the opportunity to gain insight into the true meaning of the power of the heavens and earth. That thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he flew past different celestial phenomena, year after year. His dull voyage continued in solitude. The void was incredibly vast, and it contained all sorts of wonders, but he wasn't anxious because he knew it was no use being anxious. Along the way, Yang Kai left hidden marks inside some dead universe worlds, making it easier for him to find his way back to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. Suddenly, on a particular day when he used the universe transference law, Yang Kai finally sensed a universe array in a particular direction. The distance was still quite far away, and the connection he felt was exceptionally weak, but if he exerted all his efforts to get there, he could probably arrive within half a year. Yang Kai was elated. All his efforts had paid off as he finally discovered something and hurriedly moved in that direction. A few days later, he used the universe transference law to determine his position. Another few days later, it was still the same. 1 month later, after Yang Kai used the universe transference law again, he frowned. Over this 1 month's time, he had used the universe transference law 5 times, and although he could establish a connection with the faraway target, there was something wrong with the situation. He was now rushing there with all his might and had activated the space principles, so his speed was exceptionally fast. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that he could have easily shortened the distance between them in this 1 month's time, and the nearer the distance with the universe array, the stronger the connection he had with it when using the universe transference law. But the reality was that the connection was still very weak. There were only 2 possibilities that could cause such a situation. One was that the universe array he was connecting with was also continuously moving forward and was keeping a constant distance from Yang Kai. However, a purifying black ink battleship speed was incomparable to Yang Kai's, so even if it was somehow moving in exactly the same direction as him, the distance would still have been greatly shortened, which meant it could only be the second possibility. The universe array he had set up in this purifying battleship was damaged. Yang Kai had arranged the universe arrays in the very heart of the purifying ink battleships, along with the storage room for purifying light, and after all the great passes had obtained their purifying black ink battleships, they specifically reinforced the defenses around the universe array to the point that it could be said that it would not be damaged unless the purifying black ink battleship was completely crippled. But now, the universe array on this unidentified purifying black ink battleship was actually damaged, so what about the purifying black ink battleship itself? Did they encounter some kind of battle? Were there still survivors there? Yang Kai was so anxious that he pushed his speed even harder. 2 months later, Yang Kai estimated it was about the distance that he could transmit with his now 8th order open heaven realm cultivation and strong physique. Also, it wouldn't be too risky to teleport at this point, so he used the universe transference law, wanting to use the universe array and directly transport himself onto that purifying black ink battleship. However, when the patterns of a grand array lit up under his feet, there was no sign of transmittance. With a deep frown on his face, Yang Kai discarded this plan and continued to move forward under his own power. It seemed that the universe array he had sensed was indeed damaged to the point that it was no longer functional. Along his way, Yang Kai kept his vigilance up, guarding against the possibility that there might be enemies lurking nearby. Another 2 months passed when Yang Kai suddenly looked up and could vaguely make out a lofty shadow standing tall inside the void. It was a great pass. Even though it was still quite far away, and the visibility inside the void wasn't too good, he could still make out an outline of a huge great pass. Yang Kai's mind suddenly shook as his figure dashed forward. However, as the distance shortened, Yang Kai's heart also gradually sank. It was indeed a great pass, but it was a destroyed one. The originally majestic-looking great pass was now in ruins with large holes broken in its thick walls. Outside the great pass were scattered corpses of soldiers from both races and fragments of broken human warships. Yang Kai's figure gradually slowed down as he passed through the mountain of corpses and blood, feeling suffocated. He didn't know what kind of battle this great pass had encountered, but judging from the gruesome scene before him, it was one filled with brutal bloodshed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5435, Destroyed Azure Void Pass. Outside the destroyed Great Pass, Yang Kai forced down his anxiety and released his divine sense like a flood, wanting to find any trace of vitality that might still be around. However, it was clear that this battle ended many years ago, so if there were any survivors, how could they still be here? Moreover, he couldn't sense any signs of vitality. Crossing the battlefield that looked like a hellscape, Yang Kai arrived above the Great Pass and looked down. What he saw was the ruined interior of the Great Pass with corpses scattered everywhere. Yang Kai's face fell. Although he didn't know what kind of battle the humans of this Great Pass had gone through, he could guess just by looking at the scene before him. The Black Ink Clan army broke through this Great Pass defenses and swarmed inside, engaging in a battle to the death with the human soldiers. Soon, he saw a purifying black ink battleship that was broken in two and sensed the weak connection coming from the universe array inside of it. It was this particular universe array that had led him over here. Which Great Pass is this? Yang Kai couldn't figure this out from just a cursory examination, so he continued his search and soon came to the inner sanctum. The inner sanctum of every Great Pass, specifically the central square, could be said to be a human army's drill ground. Now that he looked at this place, he could see obvious traces that were left behind from the battle, as there were numerous Black Ink Clan corpses littered around the area. Those dead Black Ink Clan soldiers were piled up layer by layer and almost covered the entire central square. And in the center of all those dead Black Ink Clan soldiers was an empty space where a figure was quietly sitting cross-legged with both eyes wide open and a peaceful expression. At that moment, Yang Kai felt like his heart was being squeezed by an invisible hand. He slowly walked forward, cleaning out a path among the piles of corpses before arriving before the figure. The two pairs of eyes met each other, and Yang Kai felt a deep sense of sorrow fill his heart. He now knew which Great Pass this was. Azure Void Pass. Although each Great Pass had similar layouts, Yang Kai had visited Azure Void Pass many times and was quite familiar with this place. It was because Azure Void Pass was a complete mess after the Great Battle that Yang Kai couldn't immediately recognize it. However, he did recognize the peaceful-looking fallen cultivator sitting cross-legged in the middle of the courtyard. It was the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestor of Azure Void Pass. He was the one who gave Yang Kai a piece of beef all those centuries ago. That beef was cooked into soup and allowed Su Ling Gong to gain a burst of enlightenment and break through to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass had died in battle here. Even in the last moments of his life, he still didn't give up on the Great Pass he protected. Thinking of that, Yang Kai felt his vision becoming a little blurry. Beside the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the ox monster which was missing one of its horns that the old ancestor had kept for numerous years. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao had her eyes on this ox monster for a long while but never succeeded in getting it. At this moment, the ox monster was in the same situation as Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor. Its body was covered in wounds while its other horn was broken as well. Even its tail was nowhere to be seen. The ox monster quietly lay beside Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor with its head lowered. Yang Kai blinked a few times to dispel the blurriness in his vision. Then, he faced the old ancestor of Azure Void Pass and bowed with a solemn expression. "I vow to live and die together with the Great Pass." That was the oath that every soldier in every Great Passes swore. Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor had fulfilled that oath. Every soldier in Azure Void Pass had done so. For numerous years, countless human soldiers died on the Black Ink battlefield to protect the 3,000 worlds, and the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Old Ancestors weren't an exception. No matter their cultivation or status, these humans who died fighting the Black Ink clan were all honorable warriors. Their corpses shouldn't be left out in the void to rot. Since Yang Kai wasn't able to join this battle and had coincidentally arrived here, it wouldn't be a problem for him to help gather these corpses. When he rose to his feet, he suddenly saw the ox monster beside Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor raising its head and saying, "Take the old ancestor's corpse. If you encounter another Supreme Master, it can help you defend yourself against the enemy." Yang Kai was elated. "Senior Ox, are you still alive?" However, the ox monster didn't answer his question but continued, "There's no need to hesitate. This is also the old ancestor's last wish before he died. If his corpse could be used to kill a few more enemies, he would surely feel happy in the afterlife." After that, the ox monster again closed his eyes and silently laid its head down. Yang Kai's expression darkened. It seemed like the ox monster had already died as well. The reason it was able to speak might be due to the effect of some secret technique. If the being that came here was human, the ox monster would speak and tell that person to store away the old ancestor's corpse. But if it were a Black Ink clansman, things might not be that simple. Since the old ancestor's corpse could also be used as a weapon still, it must be because the old ancestor had left some kind of last will behind before his death. This final will probably held extraordinary power, and it was after hearing this that Yang Kai suddenly realized why the corpse of Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor was able to remain undisturbed here. The only enemy who could face an old ancestor was a royal lord, and Yang Kai could see that the injuries on the old ancestor's body were not left by just one royal lord. Just by looking at those injuries, Yang Kai could distinguish the auras left by 3 royal lords. In other words, before Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor died, he had fought at least 3 royal lords but was unable to defeat them and died. As for why the 3 royal lords didn't choose to destroy the old ancestor's body and simply left it here, they must have seen that Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor left behind that last will and were afraid to do anything, lest they encounter an accident. If it hadn't been for that, Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor's body would have already been destroyed. Considering all this, Yang Kai felt his heart clench. If the royal lords noticed this, how could they not leave some people behind to monitor the situation to avoid any surviving human soldiers from approaching this place? Just as he was thinking so, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked up. What he saw were 3 figures suddenly appearing from inside Azure Void Pass, each with a majestic aura. They were territory lords. The Black Ink clan had indeed left guards behind. A royal lord couldn't wait here for such a reason, but a few territory lords could be spared for such a duty. If 3 territory lords worked together, they could deal with most situations. Among those 3 territory lords, one of them had a seductive figure and a flirtatious expression, which reminded Yang Kai of the charmed demon clan. There was also a tall and strong territory lord that looked more than 3 times taller than the seductive territory lord. 2 fangs were poking out from both sides of his lips and curved upwards, making him look hideous like he was a crazy wild boar. The third one looked more normal and had many human traits, with the only difference being that his limbs resembled talons that were shining with cold light. This territory lord also had a pair of wings. It was unknown where they were hiding because Yang Kai didn't even sense the slightest trace of their auras before now. The 3 territory lords weren't in a hurry to appear, seeming to be not worried that Yang Kai would escape. The seductive territory lord spoke up first. "When the sirs asked us to stay here in case any humans decide to come back, I first thought they were being too careful, but now it seems that there are indeed some humans that are seeking death. The Fang-toothed territory lord snorted lightly. We've waited here for 200 years. I think my body is about to become moldy. Human, you're unlucky today. On the other hand, the Talon territory lord frowned while warning, don't be careless. This human is an 8th order master, so he might not be easy to deal with. After letting out a snort, the Fang-toothed territory lord retorted, so what if he's an 8th order human? It's not like we haven't killed any of them. Let me kill him while you two stand guard. Saying so, the Fang-toothed territory lord charged at Yang Kai. Because he had a burly and bulky body, his actions seemed clumsy, but in fact, he was moving very fast, and his huge frame fell like a meteor quickly approaching Yang Kai. The terrifying aura of a territory lord burst forth, causing the broken walls in the Great Pass to begin to creak. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord fixed his eyes on Yang Kai, and even his eyes reflected the latter's figure. He was the fastest among these 3 territory lords, so he needed to be vigilant in case Yang Kai decided to activate whatever final seal was left on the 9th Order Master's corpse. Although they didn't know what this seal was or what it was for, the royal lords had specifically told them it was definitely something the 3 of them couldn't resist. Even they, as royal lords, might not be able to resist the power which was hidden inside that seal. Even after death, a 9th Order Master still couldn't be underestimated because the secret techniques those humans practiced often had unimaginable power. If Yang Kai really did exhibit any intentions of touching that corpse, the Talon territory lord had to stop him immediately. While watching Yang Kai's every action carefully, the Talon territory lord tried to think in Yang Kai's shoes and predict his next move. Just like he had said, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wasn't so easy to deal with. The territory lords had indeed killed many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand restriction, but the territory lords had suffered huge losses as well. The number of fallen territory lords in that battle was 2 to 3 times higher than that of the enemy. Even he himself had been severely injured by a near-dead 8th Order Open Master. Though several hundred years had passed since that battle, he could still feel slight pain coming from his injuries whenever he thought about that scene. In this situation, this 8th Order human only had 2 possibilities for survival. One was activating the seal on the 9th Order Old Ancestor's corpse, while the other was to flee immediately. No matter how strong an 8th Order Master was, when faced with 3 territory lords, the only possible ending was death. What shocked the Talon territory lord was that the somewhat excessively young-looking 8th Order Master didn't reveal the slightest bit of panic since they appeared. Instead, this human kept a saddened expression, which was naturally because of the death of his people and the destroyed Great Pass. Under that veil of sadness, however, was endless murderous intent. This human clearly had no intention of activating the seal on the corpse. The Talon territory lord felt his heart sink and hurriedly warned the others, "Be careful!" Right after he said that, he saw the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master lunging at his fellow territory lord with a vicious expression. The human was so fast that he left a blurred afterimage behind him, making it look like there were countless clones of him charging forward to kill. The Talon territory lord felt his pupils shirk. This speed. It's too fast for me to interfere. When the big and small figures clashed, the sound of bones breaking rang out, but the expected scenario of the small human being sent flying away did not appear. Instead, the figure being sent flying was the tall and strong Fang-toothed territory lord. His chest had caved in, and his expression looked shocked, as if he couldn't believe that he was not a match for his enemy in a head-on confrontation. However, as the territory lord was sent flying, he still viciously punched his opponent. Yang Kai wasn't able to dodge that attack, or more precisely, he didn't intend to dodge, simply lifting his arm to guard himself. At the same moment, his other hand made a grabbing motion towards the void, and the Azure Dragon Spear appeared. With a flourish of the spear, numerous Tao strengths manifested, creating a kind of unstoppable torrent. Following that, the long spear pierced out. A soft, muffled sound came out, causing the Talon territory lord's pupils to shrink to the size of needles as he felt the entire world suddenly freeze. Martial Peak, Chapter 5436, Continuous Killings. Hong. At that moment, the fang-toothed territory lord that was sent flying out finally fell onto a ramshackle house, smashing the already toppling building to the ground. Drip, drip. Fresh blood dripped down and splashed onto the ground, creating a beautiful blood flower. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Above Azure Void Pass's central square, Yang Kai held his spear with one arm, and on the spear was a curvaceous body. The spear had penetrated that figure, and black fresh blood was dripping from it. While the different Tao strengths intertwined, they created a strange balance above the figure pierced with the spear. However, the owner of the figure could feel that the balance was very weak and could be broken with just a slight change. Once the balance was broken, those Tao strengths would suddenly explode, and what awaited her would be her death. You, on the Azure Dragon Spear, the seductive territory lord looked at Yang Kai with a conflicted expression. Her eyes were wet, making her look pitiful, but she felt more disbelief than anything. It was as if she didn't expect that she, a territory lord, couldn't even stand a single spear thrust from her opponent. Her figure was smaller than the fang-toothed territory lord, so when the fang-toothed territory lord was charging forward, she used a secret technique to follow behind him and silently approach her enemy. These three territory lords never thought to look down on an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, a lesson they learnt from fighting the humans on the battlefield outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction and in various places throughout the vast void. So, at that moment, though it looked like only the fang-toothed territory lord was attacking, it was actually a joint attack from all three territory lords. The seductive territory lord concealed herself behind her companion, while the Talon territory lord intimidated the enemy with his sharp aura, distracting his attention with his focused divine sense. This wasn't the first time these three territory lords worked together. Back when they attacked Azure Void Pass, they used such techniques to kill several 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That was why the Royal Lord had specifically left them here, because they were strong enough to deal with any dangers that might arise. By coordinating with each other, these three hadn't made any mistakes and could be said to be unbeatable. However, they had encountered an anomaly this time. The fang-toothed territory lord was sent flying after a head-on clash, followed by the seductive territory lord being run through by a spear. Meanwhile, the Talon territory lord's pupils just shrank as he didn't dare to make a move. He could detect that the opponent still had an explosive force that had yet to be unleashed condensed inside that spear, so if he moved rashly, the seductive territory lord would immediately die. Although they were shocked at how powerful this 8th Order human was, they had actually won. The seductive territory lord indeed looked quite pitiful at this moment as Yang Kai's spear was piercing her. But her efforts and sacrifices weren't in vain as her jade hand had pierced into Yang Kai's chest and grabbed his heart. She could feel the strong beating of his heart inside his chest in the palm of her hand. Just by tightening her grip, she would be able to crush this human's heart and kill him. However, she didn't do that. Instead, she silently looked into Yang Kai's eyes and suddenly smiled. "You're very strong. Such a strong 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. I don't feel like killing him anymore." Black ink strength filled the air and flowed into Yang Kai's body. In an instant, the outside of Yang Kai's body was surrounded by black ink strength. She was going to corrupt this strong opponent with black ink strength and make him her black ink disciple. Though she was by no means weak, if she had such a strong black ink disciple protecting her, her strength would more than double. On the other hand, Yang Kai stayed put as if he were afraid of something. The black ink strength soon enveloped him, and even his eyes turned black. Success! The Taloned territory lord, who was feeling nervous all this while, relaxed his breath as he was also reluctant to see his companion dying here. Now that the black ink strength had corrupted their enemy, their side would gain a strong helper, which was undoubtedly the best outcome of this situation. "Put me down," the seductive territory lord ordered gently as if she were sweet-talking her lover. "Yes," Yang Kai responded. At that moment, the seductive territory lord suddenly felt something wasn't right and immediately roared before trying to tighten her grip on Yang Kai's heart. But before she could crush her opponent's heart, she felt a mysterious strength suddenly erupt from inside her body. Right then, numerous Tao strengths ran rampant, rapidly expanding the seductive territory lord's curvaceous body into a ball before exploding it. Black blood fell like rain, and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. The seductive territory lord's body exploded into a pretty-looking blood flower. That sudden turn of events shocked the Talon territory lord so much that he turned pale. It was then that he realized that his enemy wasn't afraid of being corrupted by black ink strength. At that point, Yang Kai had stealthily appeared by his side, and with a sweep of his spear, it transformed into a huge shadow that slashed down at his head. With a roar, the Talon territory lord channeled his black ink strength into his claws and wings, instantly turning them into weapons as he battled with Yang Kai. Fresh blood flew everywhere from both Yang Kai and the Talon territory lord. The battle looked even from the outside, but the Talon territory lord felt his blood run cold. After their initial clash, he knew he wasn't a match for his opponent, and the only reason this 8th Order human was being wounded was because he completely gave up defending himself to kill him faster. In just 3 breaths of time, the two figures separated. While panting heavily, the Taloned territory lord had a shocked expression on his face while sporting hundreds of injuries of all sizes all over his body, leaving almost no place unscarred. It wouldn't have mattered if that was all though, but these injuries all contained some strange power that affected his ability to use his black ink strength, which made him continuously grow weaker. At that moment, an angry roar sounded, and a huge figure charged over from the side and instantly appeared behind Yang Kai before spreading his arms wide and closing them while approaching Yang Kai. It was the Fang-Toothed territory lord who had finally regained consciousness and came to help. He was still a little confused as to why one of his companions wound up severely injured while the other died during the short moment he was knocked away. All he knew was that he and his companions had greatly underestimated this human 8th Order master. Just as he was about to slap his hands and crush his enemy, the Fang-Toothed territory lord suddenly felt a strange power surging in the air and surprisingly found that no matter how he tried to bring his palms together, he couldn't shorten the distance between them. At this instant, the space between his palms seemed to be infinitely stretching. This scene shocked him even more. While he was distracted, the 8th Order master had already disappeared, and a grunt and roar came from the other side. Raising his head to look over, the Fang-Toothed territory lord felt his heart jump as he watched his Taloned companion being madly beaten up by the 8th Order master like a sandbag. The space over there seemed warped, distorted beyond recognition, causing the two figures on the other side to appear occasionally elongated or shortened like they were reflections in a broken mirror. Black blood spewed everywhere, and the Talon territory lord seemed to be unable to resist the relentless thrusts of Yang Kai's spear. Many principles and Tao strengths were being activated by Yang Kai and turned into killing power. Noticing the situation, the Fang-Toothed territory lord howled madly before dashing over to help his companion. They came here as a trio, but now one of them was dead. If another one of them fell, they might be completely wiped out. Having never encountered such a terrifying foe before, the Fang-Toothed territory lord thought that all the other 8th Order masters they had previously killed were simply incomparable to the one before him. Despite the fact that his aura wasn't stronger than any of the other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm masters, this human had control over some various kinds of strengths that were exceptionally difficult to deal with. They had seen such strengths used by other human masters, but those humans would only be proficient in 1 to 2 of them, so they weren't so difficult to counter. There had never been a human who could wield so many different kinds of Tao strengths. These strengths weren't much on their own, but when they all intertwined in one place, they seemed to produce unpredictable effects. After madly running halfway to help his companion, the Fang-Toothed territory lord suddenly stopped and immediately turned around before charging out of Azure Void Pass's broken walls and into the void's depths. This couldn't be helped as he saw the Talon territory lord's head blown to pieces by Yang Kai before he could even arrive to offer assistance. In just 30 breaths of time, even with 3 territory lords working together, 2 of them had been killed, leaving only one alive. Would he be able to keep his life if he stayed there? Before the Fang-Toothed territory lord could escape Azure Void Pass though, he suddenly stopped and looked up with a heavy expression. Standing tall above the crumbling walls was a figure with a long spear that was pointing down at him as black blood dripped from his hand. That figure was glaring at the Fang-Toothed territory lord with cold eyes. That figure was the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who was supposed to be behind him. The fang-toothed territory lord felt a truly bitter taste in his mouth. However, he soon composed himself because after killing both his companions, this human must have also suffered severe injuries. The most obvious sign of that was the human's aura, which felt wavered between strong and weak, clearly indicating the other party was not in top form anymore. I might be able to defeat him. I can't let him intimidate me with his aura alone after he killed 2 territory lords. If I don't fight, I might really die here. I can kill him. I must kill him. The fang-toothed territory lord roared as black ink strength poured out of him like a tsunami, making his figure become even bulkier. With determined eyes, his aura flared to the point that it felt like he could kill the enemy with one punch, even if the one standing before him was a Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Then he charged at Yang Kai. Following that, the 2 figures entangled together, their fight drifting from azure void pass out into the void. Attacks were exchanged back and forth as the 2 were locked in an intense battle. At that moment, the fang-toothed territory lord was indeed very happy. He discovered that, just like what he had expected, this Eighth Order human strength really had fallen after killing his 2 companions. Even though the enemy was still very strong, this human couldn't kill him with his current strength. Sensing this, the fang-toothed territory lord immediately changed tactics. Since the opponent seemed to be fighting with all his might, wanting to end this battle as quickly as possible, he would focus on defense instead. He then decided that he would drag this battle out until the human couldn't hold on any longer. An hour, 6 hours, half a day later. The battle was still as intense as ever, but the fang-toothed territory lord didn't feel as relaxed as before, and his expression was gradually becoming heavy. As the battle gradually became disadvantageous for him, he was able to discover the root of the problem as well. The strength that this human Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was exerting was slowly increasing. In other words, the human was slowly becoming stronger. This human, what's wrong with him? The fang-toothed territory lord could never have expected that the opponent before him had only just broken through to Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm recently and was considered newly advanced. Yang Kai had spent quite some time cultivating inside the Great Sea, so his foundation was extremely stable and his heritage wasn't distinguishable from veteran Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. So the thought that he had only just reached this realm was hard to imagine. Martial Peak, Chapter 5437, Azure Void Remnants. Under normal circumstances, there were 2 criteria for determining if an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was a veteran or newly promoted. One of them was that the heritage of that person's small universe had achieved a certain threshold. Under normal circumstances, even 2,000 years after a cultivator advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, they could still not be counted as a veteran. 2,000 years was basically just sufficient for an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master to stabilize their foundation and be able to freely exert their strength. The second criterion was one's experience in battling and killing enemies. No matter how strong one's heritage was, if they didn't have any battle experience, they would be restricted in battle and wouldn't be able to bring out their full strength. Among all the human Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Black Ink battlefield, there were only a few newly advanced Eighth Order Masters, while the rest were veterans. After they had advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, they continued cultivating while simultaneously battling the Black Ink clan, slowly training themselves to master and enhance their strength. Therefore, situations like being unable to bring out their complete strength essentially never occurred. However, Yang Kai was an exception. He had a breakthrough to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm inside the temporal rivers of the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon and then cultivated there for 2,000 years before exiting. After Yang Kai left the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, he battled the sheep-headed Royal Lord and even decapitated him, but during that fight, he had constantly been going all out in a desperate struggle as there was a huge difference between his and the Royal Lord's true strength, even using 4 soul-rending thorns, causing himself to become delirious due to his injured soul. In the end, he didn't even know how he killed the Royal Lord as he was already holding onto his head when he came to his senses. This time, it was different. With his current strength, a territory lord wasn't too strong nor too weak, but rather just right for him to use as a polishing stone. After he killed 2 territory lords one after the other, Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry to end the 3rd territory lord's life. Instead, He wanted to borrow this territory lord's strength to hone and familiarize himself with his newfound strength. The many grand Tao strengths he had refined inside the Great Sea, especially, were unfamiliar to him. If he could hone them during an intense battle, Yang Kai could gain better control over them and would be able to use them more effectively. That was why the Fang-toothed territory lord felt that the Yang Kai strength was growing. Yang Kai now controlled so many Tao strengths that he wasn't able to skillfully wield them. He desperately needed an opponent to battle against. Therefore, he chose to quickly kill 2 territory lords, even if it meant getting hurt in the process. Another half a day later, the Fang-toothed territory lord felt despair because this battle, which started with them being on par with each other, then turned against him slightly, was now approaching the point where he was completely overwhelmed. His heart was filled with bitterness. The battle had now made a complete turnaround. Yang Kai's attacks were calm and unhurried as he was still honing his strength, while on the other hand, the Fang-toothed territory lord was fighting back desperately as he knew that the longer the battle continued, the stronger his opponent would become. Once this human had reached a certain limit, he would die. But in battle, sometimes fighting with everything one had simply wasn't enough. Another half a day passed, and the Fang-toothed territory lord's aura had already weakened beyond recognition. His body was covered in every kind of wound imaginable, and his black ink strength was leaking out from all those injuries. If this went on for much longer, there was a high likelihood that his strength would regress from that of a territory lord to a feudal lord. At this moment, he felt envious of his 2 companions because at least their deaths were swift. Meanwhile, he was like a piece of meat being slowly shaved by a dull knife, a torturous process for both his body and mind. Knowing that he was destined to die today, the Fang-toothed territory lord made a decision and completely gave up on defending before brazenly charging towards Yang Kai in a final, desperate struggle. After a dozen breaths, a long spear pierced into his eye socket, and numerous Tao strengths surged into his brain, grinding it into a paste. His originally fierce-looking expression gradually turned peaceful, feeling a sense of relief as the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Yang Kai withdrew his spear and frowned slightly because he was quite dissatisfied with his current strength. He didn't consider the battle with the sheep-headed royal lord because he had completely lost consciousness during that fight, relying almost solely on his instincts to kill the enemy. After the battle with these 3 territory lords, he discovered his shortcomings. Back when he was a 7th Order master, he could crush those in the same realm without any difficulty. No matter how strong a feudal lord was, they were no better than children before him and had no chance of fighting back. But now that he had advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, his situation couldn't compare to the glory he had when in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. During this battle, Yang Kai had paid quite a large price to kill the seductive territory lord and Talon territory lord. It was even so for the Fang-toothed territory lord he killed last. Although he had intended to use this territory lord to hone his strength, the time he took to finish the latter off was less than satisfactory. According to the intelligence he obtained during the previous crusade, these 3 territory lords were considered innate territory lords, ones who were spawned directly from a high-rank black ink nest. Therefore, they were stronger than those black ink clansmen who advanced to become territory lords through their own cultivation. Innate territory lords were already the strongest among all territory lords. In other words, Yang Kai might still be invincible among his peers, but was far from being able to crush those in his realm. But after giving it another thought, Yang Kai understood that he had only been in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm for 2,000 years, so the heritage in his small universe hadn't reached anywhere near its maximum yet. Once he reached the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, it wouldn't be a problem to crush his peers. On the other hand, he also discovered the biggest problem he was having now. He had too many Tao strengths under his control. To escape from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, he had no choice but to absorb those undercurrents, which increased his attainment in many different grand Taos. It seemed now that he had absorbed and refined too many undercurrents, so his foundation, which comprised of all the different grand Taos, was just too broad. With the ability to wield so many Tao strengths, it meant he had more means of dealing with different enemies, which was a good thing. However, Yang Kai was finding it difficult to integrate all these varied Tao strengths into a coherent force. While he had comprehension of many Tao strengths, he did not know how to harmonize them to enhance his power and could only clumsily smash them all together at the moment. Also, he had a vague feeling that if he could properly gather all these Dao strengths into one, the power he could exert would definitely experience an earth-shattering change. In his current situation, he could only think about these things because, among the variety of Dao strengths, he did have attainments in some of them, but none were comparable to his mastery of the Dao of space, Dao of time, and Spear Dao. How could he gather all these Dao strengths into one when he hadn't even comprehended the true mysteries behind them? Even with just the Dao of space and Dao of time, which he had focused on cultivating over many centuries, Yang Kai still hadn't managed to achieve a perfect fusion. Shaking his head to clear out such distracting thoughts, Yang Kai turned to look into the distance and stared for a moment before shouting, "Come out!" From the cover of the messy battlefield, a few figures slowly emerged from the shadows. Each of them looked at Yang Kai with shocked expressions on their faces. They had watched the battle just now, and the scene where an innate territory lord was slowly being tortured to death was quite an eye-opener for them. Great evolutions. Yang Kai greets fellow martial brothers and sisters. Yang Kai bowed. He had already discovered that people were spying on him while he was battling the Fang-toothed territory lord and could feel that they weren't very strong, nor were there many of them. Clearly, they had been attracted here by the fallout from the battle. Since these visitors kept themselves hidden nearby and showed no intention of coming out, Yang Kai couldn't tell whether they were friends or foes. It was not until this moment that he was certain that these observers were humans. It's senior brother Yang. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters was elated after hearing Yang Kai announce his identity. They were originally worried that the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that killed those Black Ink territory lords might be corrupted by Black Ink strength, which was the reason why they didn't show themselves even after Yang Kai had killed the Fang-toothed territory lord. But upon learning his identity, those worries disappeared. This couldn't be helped, because every human soldier in every great pass knew Yang Kai's name. He was the one who brought them purifying light, so it was well known he wasn't afraid of being invaded by Black Ink strength. All those below the 9th Order had the possibility of being corrupted by Black Ink strength, but Yang Kai was an exception. Meanwhile, the others also revealed happy expressions as they hurriedly approached Yang Kai. When they saw Yang Kai's face, they could finally determine his identity. Yang Kai also thought these people looked quite familiar, and after taking a closer look, he stated hesitantly, "You're the senior brother who was always on guard duty at the space array." Having visited Azure Void Pass several times, Yang Kai naturally recognized the 7th Order Masters that guarded the Great Pass hyperspace array, and he was sure that this person before him was one of them. That 7th Order Master seemed like he was about to cry from joy and choked out, "Sun Mao greets senior brother Yang." Then, Yang Kai swept his gaze over the others, and his face fell. "Are you all that remains of the Azure Void Army?" Sun Mao composed himself before answering, "There are a few other fellow brothers and sisters, but they are currently in hiding. We came here because we sensed there was a battle happening and wanted to investigate." "How many of you are there?" Yang Kai asked. Sun Mao replied in an astringent voice, "Less than 1,000. Feeling his face twitching slightly, Yang Kai felt as if his heart was being torn out. Azure Void Pass should have had 30,000 human masters stationed here, about the same as Blue Sky Pass back then. After the attack on the Royal City in the Azure Void Theater, they undoubtedly suffered some casualties, but there should have still been more than 20,000 troops here during the Second Crusade. Less than 1,000 of the original 20,000 survived, while even the old ancestor died in battle. It was nothing less than tragic. "Senior brother Yang, are there still any Black Ink clansmen in the inner sanctum?" Sun Mao asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't make a thorough check, but there shouldn't be any left. Since the 3 territory lords hidden here had been killed, any remaining Black Ink clansmen would have appeared by now, even if it was just to try to flee." Hearing that, Sun Mao felt relieved. If that's the case, then Division Commander Huang and the others can be saved. Yang Kai frowned. "Why did you say that?" Sun Mao explained. Division Commander Huang and some fellow brothers and sisters were invaded by Black Ink strength. Since we ran out of purifying Black Ink pills and didn't have access to any purifying light, they were unable to eliminate that Black Ink strength. Previously, Division Commander Hai led some troops here, intending to recover the purifying Black Ink battleship. Unfortunately, there hasn't been any news from them since they left, so we assumed they ran into trouble. Quite a number of the remaining soldiers gathered here had been stained by black ink strength and had been suppressing the black ink strength inside their bodies over the years using various methods, but every once in a while, one of them could not hold on any longer and would have to commit suicide. The battle 200 years ago not only destroyed Azure Void Pass, but also cut off the humans' supply lines. Even the purifying black ink pills and evil-purging divine spears were all used up by now. Although there were still alchemists among their ranks, it was impossible for them to refine spirit pills without any spirit herbs or materials. Division Commander Huang Xiong was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so even if he was invaded by black ink strength, he could still hold on for a time, but if too long passed, he would also find it difficult to cope. Now, the only thing that could save them was the purifying black ink battleship that lay in the inner sanctum. Purifying light might still be sealed inside the battleship, so the only way they could survive was to extract it from the Great Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5438, Huang Xiong. When the purifying black ink pill was first introduced, Yang Kai did some experiments with the alchemy great grandmasters of Blue Sky Pass. That pill could indeed allow one to resist black ink strength and eliminate it from their small universe, but only if one had not completely become a black ink disciple. The stronger the cultivator was influenced by black ink strength, the more limited the effect of the purifying black ink pill. Whenever a human was invaded by black ink strength, they would choose the most appropriate method to resolve the crisis. Before a big battle, the human soldiers would take a purifying black ink pill, and only if they were unlucky enough to be stained by black ink strength after the pill's effects wore off would they resort to using purifying light. After Azure Void Pass fell, about 1,000 soldiers were left from the original complement of 20,000 troops, and among those 1,000 soldiers, many had been invaded by black ink strength. Therefore, the purifying black ink battleship here was their only hope. That was why Division Commander Hai Xing led some soldiers here to try to recover the battleship. But there had been no news since they left, so Sun Mao and the others presumed that they had encountered a strong enemy and ultimately ended up dead. From this, they also surmised that there were strong enemies still occupying Azure Void Pass, which was why they were hesitant to come here all these years. Yesterday, they felt the fallout from a great battle coming from the direction of Azure Void Pass, so Sun Mao and the others risked their lives to come over and investigate, only to personally witness Yang Kai killing the Fangtoothed Territory Lord. Where are Division Commander Huang and the others hiding? Quickly bring me. Yang Kai wanted to ask them to lead him there and let him help dispel the black ink strength from their bodies until he suddenly remembered that he couldn't do that anymore. They needed purifying light to dispel black ink strength, but to create purifying light, Yang Kai needed yellow and blue crystals. However, he had consumed all the yellow and blue crystals he had left during his 4,000 years cultivating inside the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling frustrated. If he had known this would happen, he would have saved some of the yellow and blue crystals, but then he thought about when he was cultivating in the temporal river. He could feel his strength increasing steadily, so how could he be willing to stop before he was forced to? He might still be cultivating inside the temporal river if he had more resources. Such an opportunity was simply too rare to come by. Please invite Division Commander Huang and the others over. I'll sweep Azure Void Pass to see if there are any more Black Ink clansmen in hiding. Yang Kai instructed them. Sun Mao and the others were instantly elated and left in a hurry. After they departed, Yang Kai began inspecting Azure Void Pass again. This time, he did a thorough sweep using his divine sense to ensure there were no more Black Ink clansmen inside. After an incense stick's worth of time, Yang Kai determined that those 3 territory lords he just killed were the only Black Ink clansmen stationed here. But that wasn't strange. This great pass had already been thoroughly destroyed, so it was impossible that the Black Ink clan would pay much attention to this place. Moreover, 3 territory lords were posted here mainly to prevent any humans from coming over to retrieve Azure Void Pass's old ancestor's corpse. With 3 innate territory lords working together, they could handle most situations when there was no old ancestor. The division commander Hai that Sun Mao mentioned might have fallen at the hands of those 3 territory lords. After finishing his inspection, Yang Kai returned to the central square and bowed again to the old ancestor before carefully storing his corpse and the now hornless ox monster in his small universe. Immediately after that, he came to where the purifying black ink battleship was. This warship was severed in two, but fortunately, the place storing the purifying light and universe array weren't too severely damaged. Otherwise, the universe array wouldn't have responded to Yang Kai when he used the universe transference law. The question now was whether the purifying light inside had all leaked out. Technically speaking, purifying light was just another kind of energy. When designing the original purifying black ink battleship, Yang Kai had joined forces with several array masters to create a sealed space that would ensure the purifying light would not leak out. As for getting in and out of that space, they could use a space array. Now that the purifying black ink battleship was heavily damaged, if the formations inside were also affected, even if it were a minor flaw, the purifying light sealed inside would all eventually flow out and dissipate. Yang Kai prayed silently for that not to be the case. Since he no longer had any yellow and blue crystals, he couldn't create more purifying light, so if the purifying black ink battleship no longer had any, Division Commander Huang and the others would fall into a difficult situation. Standing on the deck, Yang Kai checked the space array and found it to be slightly damaged, so he quickly went about repairing it. In less than half a day, the space array was fixed, and Yang Kai stood above it before trying to activate it. He felt relieved and lucky that the space array inside of the purifying black ink battleship was intact. Otherwise, he didn't know how he was going to get inside. The light of the array flashed, and Yang Kai was instantly transported inside the purifying black ink battleship's main cabin. After giving it a good look, the hope inside him disappeared. The interior of the purifying black ink battleship was clearly damaged, meaning the seal was broken and there was no longer any purifying light. Moreover, there was a Black Ink Clan corpse here. When the Black Ink Clan attacked Azure Void Pass, they must have discovered that the purifying Black Ink battleship looked different from other human warships, so they naturally investigated it. This dead Black Ink Clansman must be the one who went inside to probe the situation, instantly falling into this space that was filled with purifying light. Like an ant that fell into a pot of boiling oil, the Black Ink Clan let out a final attack before dying and damaged the arrays from the inside, causing the leakage of purifying light. Gnashing his teeth, Yang Kai teleported back outside. Since the purifying black ink battleship no longer had any purifying light, and he couldn't produce any purifying black ink pills were their last hope. Now, Yang Kai could only hope that the survivors weren't too heavily invaded by black ink strength, or else the purifying black ink pills wouldn't have much effect on them. Since the introduction of the purifying black ink pill, every Great Pass had been mass refining them and would distribute them to all soldiers before a battle. With a World Tree clone in his small universe and the ability to cast purifying light, Yang Kai naturally did not need purifying black ink pills, so he did not have any on him. However, he was the one who found the remnant recipe for the purifying black ink pill, while it was later completed by the great Grandmaster Alchemists of Blue Sky Pass, so it wasn't hard for Yang Kai to refine them. Moreover, he didn't lack spirit herbs. Back when he was still stationed at Blue Sky Pass, Yang Kai had planted large numbers of the herbs necessary to refine purifying black ink pills in the medicine garden in his small universe, leaving his two wood spirit helpers to look after them. Over 4,000 years had passed since then for Yang Kai, while time in his small universe flowed several times faster than that. So now there was an abundance of all kinds of spirit herbs, flowers, and fruits in his medicine garden. He had even stockpiled over 1,000 profound in-spirit fruits, which were normally so rare and in demand that there was never any in stock in the various Great Passes. Understanding what needed to be done, Yang Kai took out an alchemy furnace and got to work. He had essentially abandoned the alchemic Tao after ascending to the open heaven realm, but with his experience in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, his mastery of the alchemic Tao had actually improved greatly. Though he hadn't reached the level of Great Grandmaster, or even Grandmaster, purifying black ink pills weren't too difficult to refine, so his current skill was more than sufficient. One furnace of purifying black ink pills was soon produced, and Yang Kai immediately started on the next. Before this second batch was finished, Sun Mao and the others had already led the 1,000 or so remnant soldiers over. It had been more than 200 years since they last stepped into Azure Void Pass, so those soldiers who wouldn't even frown in the face of death all had teary eyes. Looking at the inner sanctum and the gruesome battlefield reminded them of the bloody battle they had fought here 200 years ago, causing them to feel quite emotional. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a stout figure and a firm gait. His face was fair and without a beard, while his expression looked fierce without appearing angry. However, the man saw Yang Kai was in the middle of refining pills, so he stayed far back to not disturb him. This man had an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivation and was the only 8th Order Master among the bunch. It was obvious he was the division commander named Huang Xiong Sun Mao mentioned before. They didn't come forward, so Yang Kai bowed and greeted them first. Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai greets Division Commander Huang and fellow brothers and sisters. Huang Xiong's eyes lit up. Martial nephew, your name has spread far and wide. I only found out today that not only do you have superb combat capabilities, but you also have high attainments in the alchemic Tao. How remarkable! He didn't come forward to disturb Yang Kai just now because he was afraid he might disturb the latter, causing him to fail the refinement of the batch of pills he was currently working on. But when he saw Yang Kai appearing at ease while continuing to refine pills, even greeting them, it showed that he obviously had quite some skill in the Tao of alchemy. Squeezing out a smile, Yang Kai shook his head. Division Commander Huang is too polite. I just finished a furnace of purifying black ink pills. Please distribute them to the others. Although it was a happy thing to reunite with his fellow comrades, the current situation made it hard for Yang Kai to truly smile. He swept his gaze over the 1,000 soldiers before him and found that many of them had been stained by black ink strength. Even Huang Xiong had a faint black ink strength lingering around the surface of his body, and while they were talking, there was even a trace of darkness flashing in the depths of his eyes. That was an obvious sign of being seriously invaded by black ink strength. If left unattended, it was only a matter of time before Huang Xiong would be entirely corrupted. Of course, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen because he would either end his own life or sacrifice part of his small universe before then. Huang Xiong came forward and received the purifying black ink pills that had just been refined before casually tossing them to the soldiers behind him. As for him, he sat cross-legged beside Yang Kai and silently watched him refine pills. A while later, Huang Xiong finally spoke up, inside the purifying black ink battleship. With a slow shake of his head, Yang Kai replied, the Black Ink clan sent someone inside to investigate, and they damaged the sealing arrays. The purifying light has all leaked out. Although Huang Xiong had already guessed this outcome when he first saw Yang Kai, he still sighed heavily after getting confirmation. I shouldn't have let senior brother Hai come over. They lost their lives for nothing. There were already not many masters among the survivors here, and the only surviving 8th Order masters were him and Division Commander Hai. More than 10 years ago, when Division Commander Hai brought some soldiers to Azure Void Pass to salvage the purifying black ink battleship but never returned, Huang Xiong understood that Division Commander Hai must have fallen at the hands of the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stayed silent because he didn't know what to say. Huang Xiong suddenly asked, Martial nephew, did you encounter some kind of opportunity? When did you advance to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm? As far as he knew, Yang Kai was a 7th Order master who had broken through less than 1,000 years ago. But looking at him now, not only did Yang Kai break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he even managed to kill 3 innate territory lords above Azure Void Pass all on his own. Only the strongest, most veteran 8th Order masters might be capable of such a feat, although it seemed like Yang Kai suffered some serious injuries in the process. It didn't seem to affect him at all as he was casually refining pills here, which surprised Huang Xiong greatly. Martial Peak, Chapter 5439. 2. After asking, Huang Xiong realized his question was somewhat rude and intrusive, so he added, If you find it inconvenient to tell me, you can take it as if I never asked. Since this matter was related to a cultivator's personal secrets, it was inappropriate to pry into it. Shaking his head, Yang Kai replied, There's nothing inconvenient about it. I indeed managed to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm because I met with an opportunity. He then stopped for a moment before continuing, Division Commander Huang, how long has it been since the battle at the Primordial Heaven's Source Grand Restriction? Huang Xiong looked at him strangely. Though he didn't know why Yang Kai would ask such a question, he still answered honestly, It's been 512 years. 512 years. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The actual time was somewhat different from his estimations, but the difference wasn't too big. Back at the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, The hardest thing to estimate was how long had passed in the outside world, for he had spent some 4,000 years in and out of numerous temporal rivers which all had different ratios for the flow of time. However, he could clearly account for part of that time. He had spent about 100 years searching for temporal rivers to cultivate in, and after deciding to leave, he used up almost 200 years to escape from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. With that in mind, and with the information from Huang Xiong, it seemed the time he spent cultivating inside the temporal rivers was just about 200 years as well. Though only 200 years had passed in the outside world, Yang Kai actually spent 4,000 years cultivating, which meant that the average rate of time flow inside the temporal rivers was 20 times that of the outside world, which was actually much higher than he expected. After composing himself, Yang Kai used a pill condensing technique to collect the furnace of spirit pills before handing them to Huang Xiong. This time, Huang Xiong ate one before passing the rest to the soldiers behind him. With a slightly complicated expression, Yang Kai explained, "Division Commander Huang, while 512 years passed in the outside world, I've actually been cultivating in a certain place for over 4,000 years." Huang Xiong was taken aback. "For 1,000 years? How is that?" Following that, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "A temporal river?" It was obvious that he had heard rumors about temporal rivers in the past. Therefore, if there was any place in this universe that could allow Yang Kai to have such a strange encounter, that was the only possibility. Rumor had it that time flowed faster inside temporal rivers compared to the outside world, allowing one to cultivate inside for 10 or even 100 years while only a single year passed by in the rest of the universe. Many open heaven realm masters had heard these rumors, yet the overwhelming majority had never seen a temporal river for themselves, much less used one. If that were true, it wasn't a surprise that Yang Kai was able to break through to the 8th order open heaven realm so quickly. Yang Kai's aptitude was clearly exceptional as well, seeing how high his strength had risen in just 4,000 years. Nodding, Yang Kai answered, "It was a temporal river. Outside the primordial heaven source restriction, I was targeted by a royal lord. All of the old ancestors and 8th order division commanders had their own enemies to face, so with no other option, I could only try to escape. Originally, my plan was to pass through the late ancient era battlefield and head for the no-return pass to seek help from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to deal with that royal lord. But my plans went astray and I became lost along the way." Even though Huang Xiong was an 8th order open heaven realm master with a calm nature, he couldn't help but want to chuckle after hearing Yang Kai say he actually got lost. When one's strength had reached the 7th order and 8th order open heaven realm, with a universe chart in hand, they could freely roam throughout the vast void without ever getting lost. However, the black ink battlefield was too vast, and the region beyond the royal cities was completely uncharted territory. So becoming lost wasn't actually that surprising. It was especially so with Yang Kai's situation, where a royal lord was chasing him, so it made sense that he got flustered and lost his way. Then, Yang Kai began talking about the dense fog celestial phenomenon and how he repeatedly escaped from the grasp of the sheep-headed royal lord before encountering the mysterious Great Sea celestial phenomenon. When Huang Xiong took all of this in, his eyes brightened as an excited expression appeared on his face. Yang Kai could see that the Great Sea celestial phenomenon was a very valuable place, so naturally, Huang Xiong could as well. Within the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, many undercurrents hid several kinds of martial domains that evolved from the purest form of grand Tao essences. Absorbing and refining even one compatible undercurrent could save a cultivator tens, if not hundreds of years of hard cultivation, not to mention the existence of so many temporal rivers. To an open heaven realm master, temporal rivers were a shortcut to a higher martial Tao on a path that wasn't supposed to have any shortcuts. "Where is this Great Sea celestial phenomenon? Can you still find it?" Huang Xiong asked. With a nod, Yang Kai answered, "I've left markers along my way here and arranged a hidden universe array at its outskirts, so finding it again shouldn't be difficult." Huang Xiong was excited. "Great! Such a treasure will surely be helpful to us humans in the future." But after expressing his excitement, his mood immediately turned gloomy. For now, they couldn't head to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon because the human race wasn't in a good situation. What was the result of the battle at the primordial heavens source grand restriction? How was Azure Void Pass destroyed to such an extent? Now that Yang Kai had answered Huang Xiong's questions, he asked some of his own. Back then, Yang Kai was targeted by the sheep-headed royal lord not long after the battle had begun and was forced to escape from the battlefield. So he had no idea what actually happened afterwards. Huang Xiong sighed heavily. That battle was our human race's loss. Hearing that, Yang Kai felt his heart sink. Actually, he had already guessed this outcome because if the humans had won, Azure Void Pass wouldn't be in such a state. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. If there was one variable on the battlefield outside the primordial heaven source restriction, it would be the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Before the battle, Mo, the ancient Supreme Master, kept trying its best to maintain balance on the battlefield, which was why there were never more royal lords leaving the primordial heaven source grand restriction than there were old ancestors. It was like Mo wasn't interested in defeating the humans, but rather fully intended to maintain the balance between the two sides. In the beginning, no matter whether it was the humans or Tsong, no one could understand Mo's intentions. But when the Black Ink Giant Spirit God appeared, everything became clear. The corpses of the Black Ink clansmen that died in battle had left behind a massive amount of Black Ink strength, and all of that became a huge help to the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Moreover, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God had pried open the primordial heaven source grand restriction from the inside in order to free itself. In fact, if Tsong hadn't fused his body with the restriction to trigger the hidden hand that Mu had left behind, sealing the primordial heaven source grand restriction and forcing Mo into a deep slumber, the primordial heaven source grand restriction might have been torn open then and there and Mo would have been set free. If such a scenario had come to pass, the human race wouldn't have just lost the battle, they would have been wiped out. Fortunately, Mo was rendered unconscious and the primordial heaven source grand restriction was sealed up in the end. The number of royal lords on the field was actually lower than the number of Ninth Order masters. For the territory lords, the Eighth Order masters could deal with them, and for the feudal lords and below, the humans actually held the advantage. However, the humans still lost that battle, so there was only one possible reason, which was that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God was just too powerful. When Yang Kai was escaping, he noticed a scene where several old ancestors worked together to suppress the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Otherwise, the sheep-headed royal lord wouldn't have had the time to deal with him. He had only caught a quick glance, but what he saw was that those old ancestors were already stretched to their limit just dealing with the Black Ink Spirit God whose lower half had been cut off by the primordial heaven source grand restriction when it abruptly closed. How strong would a complete Black Ink Giant Spirit God be? Huang Xiong nodded gravely. It was the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. If there had been only one, though the humans would still have had a hard battle, we would still have had a chance to emerge victorious. However, another one of those monsters appeared. Yang Kai's pupils contracted. There were two Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods. Where did it come from? Before the primordial heaven source grand restriction was sealed, there was only one Black Ink Giant Spirit God. In fact, it was only half of one since the grand restriction sheared him in two, so where did the second one come from? Could it be that the grand restriction reopened? Contrary to Yang Kai's worries, Huang Xiong slowly explained, I don't know where the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God came from either. It just suddenly appeared from behind the army and instantly destroyed a great pass, signaling our defeat. From behind the army? Yang Kai was instantly dumbfounded. Why would there be a Black Ink Giant Spirit God that came out from behind the army? Although Mo clearly created the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the image of the true Giant Spirit God clan, the Black Ink Giant Spirit God wasn't much different in terms of strength and ability. If such a behemoth were to launch an ambush from behind the army, it would be impossible for the humans to react in time. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of something and asked, did the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God appear from the direction of the late ancient era battlefield? Huang Xiong nodded. Indeed. Yang Kai took a breath. I probably know the origin of the second Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Huang Xiong was stunned. You do? He still couldn't figure out how a second Black Ink Giant Spirit God appeared. Even the Azure Void Pass old ancestor couldn't deduce anything after hundreds of years of pondering the issue. So how could Yang Kai uncover the truth after just hearing about it? Yang Kai said solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, it came out of the late ancient era battlefield. During the Second Crusade, old ancestor Xiao Xiao and I encountered a true giant spirit god. Along the path Great Evolution Pass traveled to reach the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction. Yang Kai saw a giant spirit god who was rampaging across the late ancient era battlefield, holding a huge bone club, seemingly fighting a swarm of invisible enemies. At that time, old ancestor Xiao Xiao went to investigate with him, and they were almost accidentally smashed by that giant spirit god. From their observations at the time, the two of them speculated that the giant spirit god had already died in battle. However, it seemed the giant spirit god clan, despite being childlike and innocent, possessed truly indomitable wills that even in death were able to maintain the instinct to fight on. That giant spirit god had probably been rushing across that battlefield for millions of years even after perishing so long ago. Yang Kai was deeply moved at the time, believing that the giant spirit god's obsession was with trying to save its friends and allies rather than killing the enemy, because with the strength of a giant spirit god, while there might be some enemies it could not defeat, there was no enemy it could not escape from. The fact that it died in battle meant it had chosen to remain behind and keep fighting. However, now it seemed his speculations back then were incorrect and that giant spirit god was not at all what he suspected. That giant spirit god was probably also a black ink giant spirit god which was created by Mo a long time ago, possibly even before it was trapped by Tsong and the other martial ancestors in the primordial heaven source Grand Restriction. When the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction was opened this time, Mo must have used some unknown method to revive that black ink giant spirit god in the late ancient era battlefield and directed it to attack the human army from behind. Although he had not personally witnessed that battle, Yang Kai could still imagine how desperate and helpless the humans must have felt when that second black ink giant spirit god set foot on the battlefield. Originally, the old ancestors had a slight advantage over the royal lords, but the first black ink giant spirit god occupied at least a dozen Ninth Order masters, flipping that advantage on its head. When the second black ink giant spirit god appeared, it was like the black ink clan suddenly received a dozen more royal lords as reinforcements, with no one capable of stopping it. Once that second black ink giant spirit god started rampaging, what could be done to stop it? In such a vast yet almost even battle, even the smallest breakthrough could result in a chain reaction that completely tipped the scales of war, much less the intrusion of a being as powerful as a black ink giant spirit god. Huang Xiong was stunned when he heard this and couldn't help asking, "Are you saying that the second black ink giant spirit god was the one you saw before?" Yang Kai nodded. "Other than that, there is no other possibility." Huang Xiong was speechless as sorrow filled his heart. Martial Peak, Chapter 5440. The Road Ahead. After a long while, Huang Xiong finally spoke up. "The two black ink giant spirit gods attacked us from both front and back, destroying a few great passes in the opening moments of the battle. The old ancestors had no choice but to order us to retreat from the primordial heaven's source Grand Restriction to preserve our strength. The Black Ink clan naturally didn't just let us go, so their army pursued us under the lead of the royal lords. During the bloody battle in the void, the two races both suffered serious casualties. Meanwhile, the two raging black ink giant spirit gods were constantly causing havoc. In such a situation, even the old ancestors weren't able to reverse the declining trend. While they were retreating, the two black ink giant spirit gods destroyed several more great passes, and though most of the humans inside those great passes managed to escape in time, there were still a significant number of casualties. The situation had taken a turn for the worst, and even if the human army and the others from all the great passes managed to reorganize themselves, they were still facing annihilation. Therefore, the old ancestors had a rapid discussion and decided that the remaining great passes would split up into several groups and retreat separately. The group to which Azure Void Pass belonged to was particularly unlucky as they were targeted by the Black Ink Giant Spirit God that came from the late Ancient Era battlefield. Besides that Black Ink Giant Spirit God, there were nearly 20 royal lords and large numbers of territory lords and feudal lords within the pursuing Black Ink clan army. If the humans didn't think of a way to escape from the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, it would be impossible for them to escape using this route. At the critical moment, Azure Void Pass old ancestors split off from the main group in order to lure the Black Ink Giant Spirit God away. Naturally, the Black Ink clan wouldn't give up on chasing the humans so easily, so the Black Ink clan army surrounded the humans from different sides under the lead of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God and royal lords. That struggle lasted for nearly 300 years. It was only 200 years ago that Azure Void Pass casualties reached a breaking point where too many Eighth Order masters had fallen, making it impossible for them to flee anymore. As such, they made a last stand against the Black Ink clan. The result was clear and required no other explanation. Azure Void Pass was destroyed, and the old ancestor couldn't resist the joint assault of several royal lords and ultimately died in battle. The huge holes on the walls around the Great Pass were made by the huge bone club of the Black Ink giant spirit god. From that moment, Azure Void Pass, which had been guarding the Black Ink battlefield for millions of years, met with total defeat, ending its magnificent history. More than 20,000 soldiers had guarded this place, yet less than 1,000 remained after the nearly 300-year battle. Azure Void Pass could be said to be almost entirely wiped out. Among the less than 1,000 remnant soldiers, many had been stained by Black Ink strength and were constantly at risk of falling. Moreover, because their supplies had been completely used up, most of those corrupted soldiers had to sacrifice themselves just so that they wouldn't become Black Ink disciples and bring more trouble to their fellow survivors. This situation was just like Meng Qi's, the 7th Order Master Yang Kai met when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Meng Qi was the first Open Heaven Realm Master Yang Kai had met that had the courage to give his life for the human race. Back then, Yang Kai felt greatly touched by this selfless sacrifice. In the 3,000 worlds, 7th Order Open Heaven Realm cultivators were true masters who were only found in the cave heavens and paradises, making them all but invincible and untouchable. However, on the Black Ink battlefield, such a master willingly ended his life without any hesitation in order to protect the secret of the Void Corridor leading to Black Territory. It could be said that the human race was able to endure until today because there were millions of humans like Meng Qi who sacrificed their blood, sweat, and even lives to protect the 3,000 worlds. Such bravery should be respected by all. The remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass didn't leave this place but instead found a dead universe and silently hid inside. For one, they knew they might not be able to survive if they left, and two, Azure Void Pass was taken from their hands, so they still wished to take it back even if their chances were slim at best. Their wait lasted nearly 200 years and finally ended when Yang Kai arrived yesterday. While they were waiting for an opportunity to retake what they had lost, they also looked for a way to solve their troubles of being corrupted by Black Ink strength and tried to salvage a derelict purifying Black Ink battleship. However, after the disappearance of the 8th Order Master named Haixing who led that effort, the rest didn't dare to act rashly. If Yang Kai had arrived just half a year later, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass would have launched a last-ditch attack under Huang Xiong's lead. Even if they couldn't get Azure Void Pass back, they would rather die with the Great Pass than linger on in disgrace. While they spoke, Huang Xiong's body suddenly expelled a dense cloud of Black Ink strength. It was a sign of the purifying Black Ink pill taking effect. Purifying Black Ink pills were effective as long as a cultivator had not been entirely turned into a Black Ink disciple. The less Black Ink strength in them, the better their situation would be, and the more effective the pill was. Therefore, purifying Black Ink pills were usually taken prophylactically. A short while later, Huang Xiong had dispelled all the Black Ink strength in his body and let out a long sigh of relief. It had been difficult for him to keep suppressing the corruption of the Black Ink strength, but now that problem was completely solved. Yang Kai looked at Huang Xiong and asked, "Division Commander Huang, did you previously sacrifice part of your small universe?" Yang Kai hadn't paid attention to it at first, but he now noticed that Huang Xiong's aura was quite unstable. It felt like his order would regress at any moment. That was a clear sign that the latter's small universe was damaged. On the Black Ink battlefield, such a situation only occurred when one was forced to sacrifice a large portion of their small universe. Huang Xiong nodded. "This is already the second time I was invaded by Black Ink strength. I was able to sacrifice part of my small universe to save myself the first time, but this time, I did not have the option to do so again." His aura was already fluctuating unstably, so if he sacrificed part of his small universe again, he would definitely regress into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Under other circumstances, Huang Xiong would not have hesitated to sacrifice part of his small universe to purge the Black Ink strength's corruption from himself, but he was the last 8th Order Open Heaven realm master among the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass, so his strength was indispensable for their survival. Without a powerful master to lead them, this ragtag band of soldiers' fate would be sealed. Huang Xiong wasn't the only one who was concerned about such a possibility because everyone among the 1,000 or so remnants that were stained with Black Ink strength had similar thoughts. None of them was unwilling to sacrifice their small universe. They simply felt it was better to retain as much strength as possible to launch one final attack on the Black Ink clan. Meanwhile, Yang Kai knew of Huang Xiong's worries without needing him to explain anything. With a slight nod, Yang Kai retrieved a profound in-spirit fruit and gave it to Huang Xiong. Division Commander Huang, refine this. Just as Huang Xiong was about to refuse when he saw Yang Kai take out several dozen more profound in-spirit fruits and called out to Sun Mao. Senior brother Sun, please distribute these fruits to those with damaged small universes. Sun Mao agreed and happily came forward to accept the fruits. Noticing the situation, Huang Xiong didn't refuse anymore and readily took one for himself. Despite not having any more troubles with Black Ink strength, the amount of strength he could exert now was at best on par with a newly promoted 8th Order Master. If he could repair his small universe, his strength would increase significantly. After all, he was originally a veteran 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Having suffered hundreds of years of hardships and torment, these soldiers finally attained a moment of peace and could finally dispel Black Ink strength plaguing them and restore their small universes. Sun Mao came forward and whispered to Yang Kai, Senior brother, I would like to lead a few people to gather the bodies of our fallen brothers and sisters. Might I trouble you to stand guard here? Nodding, Yang Kai agreed. Of course, go ahead. Even if Sun Mao hadn't mentioned this, Yang Kai had also planned to spend some time helping to gather the remains of the fallen Azure Void Pass soldiers. These soldiers had all died in battle and deserved to be laid to rest with dignity rather than simply being left in the nameless void to rot. Receiving permission, Sun Mao quickly led a few others away to carry out the task. A month later, the interior and exterior of Azure Void Pass had been cleaned out. All the bodies of fallen soldiers they could bring back were buried in the restored cemetery. Then, Sun Mao and the others found a way to dispose of the corpses of Black Ink clansmen and the remaining Black Ink strength in the nearby void. Inside the core hall of Azure Void Pass, Huang Xiong led Yang Kai to investigate the situation. Since he had consumed a profound in-spirit fruit and repaired his small universe, Huang Xiong was no longer at risk of regressing to a lower order, but he still needed some time to cultivate to restore his strength to its peak. Now that Azure Void Pass was rid of its external enemies, the two of them needed to think about what they had to do next. Of course, there was only one idea that came to mind, which was to head towards the no-return pass. There must still be a heaven-shaking war happening there. Although it had been hundreds of years, both of them weren't sure whether the Black Ink clan had captured the no-return pass. Therefore, they needed to head over and take a look for themselves in order to be sure. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods and dozens of royal lords, there was no telling whether the divine spirits headed by the Dragon and Phoenix clans would be enough to withstand the enemy. Perhaps the no-return pass had already been defeated. But the 3,000 worlds were everyone's homeland after all, and they all had to return there at some point. Great Evolution Pass had a core, so Azure Void Pass naturally had to have one too. In fact, every Great Pass had its own core, which was placed in the most central location in each Great Pass. Moreover, every Great Pass was only able to function as a mobile palace artifact and engage in a crusade because of the existence of its core. These cores were the crystallization of the wisdom of great experts from the early ancient era. After a thorough investigation, Huang Xiong discovered that a strong force had shattered Azure Void Pass core, and from the lingering aura, he determined that it was the old ancestor's doing. Seeing that Azure Void Pass was lost, the old ancestor must have shattered the core at the last moment, preventing the possibility of the Black Ink clan causing more trouble to the human race after gaining Azure Void Pass. Yang Kai's accomplishments in Tao of artifact refining and Tao of spirit arrays were quite profound now, but it was still completely beyond his capabilities to refine a new core. Moreover, even if he was able to refine a new core, there were nowhere near enough soldiers in Azure Void Pass to power it. During the Great Evolution Army's crusade, Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao personally controlled the core while 38th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters worked together with her to power it. Now, the only 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here were Huang Xiong and Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to even activate a core if they sank all their strength into it. Huang Xiong also understood this. It was never his intention to regain Azure Void Pass but instead to simply retrieve the core for possible future use. Since the old ancestor had shattered the core though, He could only discard this plan. There are 935 of us in total, so although it will be cramped, one purifying black ink battleship should be able to fit everyone. I need a few who are skilled in artifact refining and arranging spirit arrays to assist me. Please help me arrange that. Division Commander Huang. Huang Xiong nodded. Then I shall have to trouble you, Division Commander Yang. On the Black Ink battlefield, once a cultivator reached the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, they were qualified to become a division commander. Though no old ancestor or army commander had appointed Yang Kai to such a position, the situation was different now, so it was normal for Huang Xiong to address Yang Kai as division commander. If they wanted to head towards the no-return pass, they couldn't only rely on just the few soldiers they had here. A warship was necessary to maximize the strength of the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among them and reduce their consumption in battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 5441. Luring the Enemy. At this moment, the strongest warships humans fielded were the purifying Black Ink battleships. Whether it was in terms of capabilities, capacity, or raw power, the purifying Black Ink battleship was not something any other class of warship could compare to. Even Dawning Light was inferior to the purifying Black Ink battleships. Therefore, a purifying Black Ink battleship was the most obvious choice for Yang Kai and the others. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, though it would be difficult, he could refine a new purifying Black Ink battleship from scratch, but that would take far too much time and effort. Instead, the better option was to simply repair the derelict battleship which was lying in the Great Pass. With a plan worked out, the remnant soldiers of Azure Void Pass were in high spirits as, after more than 200 years of fleeing and hiding, they finally had a chance to go on the attack. After a short month of continuous work and using up large amounts of resources, the broken purifying Black Ink battleship was finally good as new. The soldiers then began salvaging the artifacts that weren't entirely destroyed from Azure Void Pass before letting their fellow soldiers who were proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays and Tao of Artifact Refining install them onto the purifying Black Ink battleship. As for Yang Kai, he was responsible for repairing other warships. When Sun Mao and the others gathered up the bodies of their fallen comrades, they also found several damaged warships. Though none of these warships were functional, they each had parts that were still in working condition, so Yang Kai simply salvaged whatever was usable and combined pieces from 10 to 20 broken warships into a new one. Another half a year had passed before the less than 1,000 lineup of soldiers gathered in the central square. Despite their small number, they still exuded the air of an army many times their size. Meanwhile, the purifying Black Ink battleship was quietly docked outside the square, displaying its ferocious new appearance. Since preparations had been completed, it was time to set off. Everyone was eager to head to the no-return pass and unwilling to waste a moment more. Huang Xiong swept his gaze over everyone and boomed, "Today, we rejoin the war, and even if it is our fate to die, we will take many times as many enemies down with us. Kill! Kill! Kill!" When everyone thought back to when Azure Void Pass was overrun and defeated, the old ancestors' death in battle, and all the corpses of their fellow soldiers, their eyes reddened with tears and the murderous intent coming from them soared. Everyone then boarded the battleship. In just a few short moments, the purifying Black Ink battleship sailed out into the void and melted into the darkness before disappearing from sight. While repairing this purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Kai had arranged several other grand arrays, including an illusion array that could be used to conceal it. Although the purifying Black Ink battleship wasn't small, this array would allow them to move undetected as long as their luck wasn't too poor. If the enemy wasn't wary enough, they might not discover the purifying Black Ink battleship even if they were just 1,000 kilometers away. This purifying Black Ink battleship that carried the last forces of Azure Void Pass looked very different from its original design. It was now far more ferocious in appearance. After all, this purifying Black Ink battleship had gathered all the remaining war potential of the entire Azure Void Pass. While repairing this warship, Yang Kai and the others had installed every usable artifact they could find. Not only was the purifying Black Ink battleship equipped in such a luxurious manner, every squad-class warship in their possession was similarly armed. Even though Azure Void Pass was destroyed, no matter how broken it appeared, there were still many treasures left behind. Therefore, they used the remaining essence of the Great Pass and merged it into this purifying black ink battleship. When they turned around to look back and saw Azure Void Pass gradually disappearing from view, everyone had mixed feelings. Among them, some of them had been stationed at Azure Void Pass for thousands of years, while some had even been here for over 10,000 years. After setting foot onto the Black Ink battlefield and being deployed to Azure Void Pass, they had abided by the oath of living and dying together with the Great Pass as they fought the Black Ink clan. But now they had survived, yet Azure Void Pass was left broken and destroyed. There was no telling whether there would be a chance to recover and restore the Great Pass in the future. Since almost 1,000 soldiers were in their group, they could just about form 2 complete divisions. Each division was comprised of 500 soldiers separated into approximately 40 squads and led by Yang Kai and Huang Xiong respectively. Huang Xiong and the others had been on the run for 200 years, but they didn't only spend their time hiding. At the very least, they had familiarized themselves with this region of the void. Their situation was better than Yang Kai's, who had been lost for a long time and didn't even know where he was before finding Azure Void Pass. How could he know in which direction the no-return pass was when he didn't even know where he was? As they headed in the direction of the no-return pass, their journey was fairly uneventful. Along the way, they could vaguely see traces of battles and even pieces of broken human warships. Back when the old ancestors decided to retreat to the no-return pass, the Black Ink clan army had naturally chased after them. It could be said that the battlefield stretched from outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to the no-return pass. No one knew how many human soldiers had fallen during that war or how many had successfully reached the no-return pass. Whenever they discovered bodies of fallen human soldiers, they would quietly gather them. A couple years later, the purifying Black Ink battleship was quietly sailing through the void when Yang Kai, who was monitoring the surroundings from the deck, suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look in a certain direction. The next moment, his figure disappeared. Sun Mao, who was nearby, heard Yang Kai's order, "Hide!" After receiving his orders, Sun Mao quickly relayed the order, and the purifying Black Ink battleship hurriedly approached a nearby universe fragment to conceal itself. On the other hand, Yang Kai moved rapidly and soon arrived millions of kilometers away. He looked over and saw a severely tattered warship that looked as if it would be destroyed at any moment under the siege of the surrounding Black Ink clansmen. The warship was clearly a human warship, and the squad on the deck were running around anxiously. The arrays and artifacts were constantly activated, and though they killed and injured many of the Black Ink clansmen, there were still more besieging them. There were at least 1,000 enemies here, and there seemed to be a territory lord hiding his aura amongst them. Yang Kai's expression brightened. After more than 2 years of travel without meeting any other human survivors, he had finally encountered a remnant squad. Though he didn't know which great pass the squad came from, the current situation didn't allow him to think too much about it. Just as he was about to make a move to assist them, he suddenly paused. He carefully surveyed the surroundings and discovered that despite the situation of the warship being fairly dangerous, the squad manning it were still trying their best to lure the surrounding Black Ink clansmen in a specific direction. In that direction was a small, tattered universe fragment, probably debris left over after the Black Ink clan mined all the resources out of it. Immediately, Yang Kai seemed to have seen through the squad's plan and suppressed his murderous intent before quietly following them. The Black Ink clan's attack was fierce and continuous, so even though the squad's warship moved nimbly, it still couldn't avoid all the incoming attacks. Once the warship's shields failed, the human squad would be facing the mad attacks from the Black Ink clan head-on. By then, their situation would become dire. However, the squad seemed to be very lucky because even after they had retreated to the tattered universe fragment, the light barrier still hadn't been broken through. Meanwhile, the Black Ink clan was now in position. At that moment, lights from several arrays above the universe fragment suddenly lit up and turned into bolts of light that blasted towards the Black Ink clan soldiers. Those arrays had powerful artifacts serving as array cores, or else they wouldn't have been able to exert such terrifying might. The light beams blasted towards the Black Ink clan army, clearing out a few areas and killing hundreds of Black Ink clansmen. Following that, an even brighter ray of light transformed into a huge net and directly enveloped the territory lord hidden amongst the Black Ink clan army. Meanwhile, the territory lord obviously didn't expect his whereabouts to be exposed so quickly and was shocked when he was directly targeted. The net that surrounded him was incredibly strong, so he couldn't break free immediately. A dozen or so squads hiding inside the universe fragment suddenly appeared and began firing as they moved to surround and protect the tattered warship approaching them. After that, the Black Ink clan suffered even more casualties. This was obviously a plan to lure the enemy into a trap. The human squad that was being attacked risked their warship being blown up to lure this small Black Ink clan army to the spot where they had previously arranged a number of killing arrays that were just waiting to be activated. Though it was a simple trap, it worked perfectly. No matter how vigilant the Black Ink clan army was against such a plot, it was impossible for them to not chase after the humans once they fled. As long as the Black Ink clan wanted to kill these humans, they would fall into the trap. When it came to the use of spirit arrays and artifacts, the humans were vastly superior to the Black Ink clan. The ambushing squads were made up of soldiers who had endured hundreds of battles, so not only did they manage to take the opportunity and trap the hidden territory lord with the help of certain arrays and artifacts, they even neatly split into two teams, one of them corralling the flustered Black Ink clan army and killing them, while the other team focused on pinning down the territory lord. They didn't have an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with them, so they knew they had to kill the territory lord before he broke free, or else they would suffer heavy losses. Following that, several divine abilities and artifacts were fired at the territory lord, causing him to mumble with a gloomy expression. "I thought we could lure a big fish out, but I didn't expect to see only some small fry." Once those words were spoken, the humans who were vigorously attacking the Black Ink clan army instantly felt their hearts sink. One of the 7th Order squad leaders who appeared to be the leader of this group wore a grim face as he shouted, "Retreat." With one shout, every warship turned around, wanting to leave this place, disregarding their almost won battle. All of this was because of the fear they felt after listening to the simple message that came out of the territory lord's mouth. They had waged this battle to lure out the enemy, but it was not clear which side was the hunter and which was the fish prey. Still not making a move yet? The trapped territory lord bellowed. Right after he said that, a figure emerged from the shadows. The figure seemed to have merged with the darkness, so no one had noticed its existence right up to the moment it appeared and blocked the warship's escape route. On the other side, another territory lord released an imposing aura and appeared like a ghost. All the humans felt their blood run cold. There were about a dozen squads gathered here, so if there was only one territory lord, they might be able to handle him. 2 territory lords would cause them to be in danger, but now there were actually 3 territory lords present. These 3 were different from the territory lords of old that attacked the great passes from the royal cities. The Black Ink clan hadn't had enough time to naturally cultivate more territory lords yet, which meant these 3 territory lords came from the primordial heavens grand source restriction and were all innate territory lords. Each one of them wasn't much weaker than Che Kong. Martial Peak, Chapter 5442, The Hunter and the Prey. Even with Yang Kai's current ability, he had paid quite a high price to kill those 3 innate territory lords back at Azure Void Pass, which clearly showed how strong innate territory lords were. Now, the human squads were facing 3 innate territory lords without a single 8th Order master backing them up. In such a situation, annihilation was all but certain. The 7th Order master that gave out the order to retreat earlier clearly knew this. So after understanding that there was no chance of survival, he immediately yelled, "Kill!" There were only 3 breaths of the time difference between 2 totally opposite orders, but they were orders that perfectly suited the situation. None of the humans hesitated, and the dozen or so warships that were about to flee all stopped momentarily before charging straight at the Black Ink clan army. When facing certain death, killing one enemy would allow them to break even, while killing 2 would gain them a profit. There were even 2 squads that charged straight at the territory lord who was trapped by the arranged array. They were going to give it their all to kill this territory lord because only that way would their deaths be truly valuable. Naive, the 3rd territory lord who had appeared sneered disdainfully before putting power into his legs. But just as he was about to shoot forward, a sense of crisis suddenly overwhelmed him, making him feel like he had fallen into an ice pit. The last time he had such a feeling was back at the primordial heavens source grand restriction. At that time, He had just emerged from the darkness and was fighting a bloody battle with a human division commander. While locked in battle, a nearby old ancestor randomly slashed at him. That slash almost cost him his life, but fortunately for him, that old ancestor was dealing with a royal lord and had no time to finish him off. Otherwise, he would certainly have died before he could blink. More than 500 years had passed since then, but he was feeling the same feeling again. Although this territory lord didn't have much experience in battle, he was very sensitive to danger. Noticing something was wrong, he immediately gathered his black ink strength to protect himself. However, the next moment, he felt the space around him solidify, and his thoughts seemed to be affected by a strange kind of energy, which caused his reaction to be delayed. Before he could come to his senses, a long spear brushed past his head, blowing nearly half of it off in one violent thrust. If he hadn't forcefully jerked his head to the side at the critical moment, that spear would have pierced right through his brain and blown his head apart. Despite suffering such a serious injury, the territory lord wasn't dead, and if he was lucky enough to escape, he would only have to return to a black ink nest to recuperate for a few hundred years before being able to make a complete recovery. Behind the territory lord, Yang Kai couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw that his spear had missed, seemingly dissatisfied with his performance. He had been hiding in the dark, yet his sudden sneak attack still wasn't able to kill this innate territory lord in one blow, which proved that the opponent was no weakling. But that was all. Under the intertwining of many Dao strengths, and having surrendered the initiative to Yang Kai, this territory lord had lost all ability to fight back. The territory lord that had just escaped death hadn't even seen what his opponent looked like before a multitude of strands of interwoven Dao strengths sliced through his body. At that instant, Yang Kai flicked his spear and shot past him before charging straight at the second territory lord. Behind him, the third territory lord exploded into numerous pieces of flesh. The sudden change of events completely shocked everyone on the scene. The Black Ink clan were shocked, while the humans were ecstatic. They thought they were going to die for sure, but who knew that reinforcements would appear right when they had resolved themselves to fight to the death. Moreover, their reinforcements were far stronger than they could imagine and had even killed an innate territory lord in just 2 moves. Following that, the cries of the golden crow sounded, and a great sun rose as Yang Kai guided it with his spear towards the sturdy-looking territory lord. The might of the attack was glorious and unstoppable. The territory lord roared madly as black ink strength surged from his figure. Then, he raised his hand and cast a powerful secret technique. But the next moment, he felt an immense pain in his mind, as though something had pierced directly into his soul and was shredding it to pieces. Under the intense pain, he howled in agony, and even the black ink strength he had gathered began to disperse. Meanwhile, Yang Kai's expression twisted into a ferocious one. He knew his strength best, and though it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill this territory lord with conventional means, it would take him some time. However, the situation on the battlefield was ever-changing, and he wasn't sure if any other Black Ink clan masters were hiding nearby, so he had to end things here quickly. In this situation, the soul-rending thorns were his best option. Having used this combination soul-type artifact technique many times, Yang Kai had grown somewhat accustomed to its activation. Moreover, he only needed to sacrifice a piece of his soul to power the soul-rending thorn, and with the soul-warming lotus, that damage would heal on its own in time. It was a different situation for the enemy. After being seriously injured by the soul-rending thorn, the territory lord instantly lost half his combat strength. Right when the territory lord's black ink strength began to scatter, the spear with the great sun at its tip arrived and viciously blasted at his chest. The might of Yang Kai's golden crow cast the sun exploded and enveloped the territory lord before turning into an even brighter great sun, illuminating the void in all directions. A moment later, the light faded and Yang Kai had disappeared, while the sturdy-looking territory lord had a giant see-through hole in his chest. His vitality dispersed quickly while his eyes were filled with pain and disbelief. He seemed to be unable to believe that there was actually an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who could kill him so easily. After his previous encounters with a few human masters, his impression was that they were not much. Besides the top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, the other strength was basically on par with his, while some were even weaker. In addition, he had the confidence to face those top few 8th Order masters. Even if he couldn't beat them, he wouldn't die at their hands. But today, he met an 8th Order human who almost instantly killed his companion before slaughtering him in the next breath. As for his last comrade, he would probably meet with a disastrous end soon. Before his vitality dispersed, he struggled to turn around and look at his final companion, and just as he had expected, he saw the strange human master had already reached him and was thrusting his spear at his fellow territory lord's head. The light in his eyes faded before he could see the ending of his last companion. The azure dragon spear thrust out with unparalleled momentum as Yang Kai condensed his many Dao strengths to their extreme. If given a few breaths of time, the territory lord trapped inside the array net would be able to escape, but now he had no chance of doing that. Looking at the approaching spear, he wanted to resist, but couldn't. After barely managing to put up a defense by condensing all his black ink strength in front of his face, the territory lord's head was pierced through and blown apart by the spear, leaving behind nothing but a headless corpse that spurted out black blood. The situation had completely turned around. It had been less than 10 breaths since Yang Kai's appearance, but all 3 innate territory lords had fallen while the only damage Yang Kai suffered was the self-inflicted wound from using a single soul-rending thorn. With the soul-warming lotus, such damage was completely ignorable. This victory boosted the humans' morale to untold heights. They originally thought they were going to die here today, but this sudden change gave them a huge pleasant surprise. Though they didn't know who the 8th Order Division commander that came to their rescue was, they all swore they had never seen such a powerful 8th Order master before. However, the battle wasn't over yet. The 3 innate territory lords were dead, but many Black Ink clansmen were still alive. After these remnants saw how their territory lords died such tragic deaths though, they didn't dare to remain and began escaping in all directions. Aboard the warships, the dozen or so squad leaders were eager to kill, but their surroundings suddenly began to tremble, and in the next instant, an inexplicable power seemed to have flashed through the void. Following that, a scene that shocked everyone appeared. The entire region around them seemed to have transformed into a mirror. To be more precise, it was a broken mirror with cracks running everywhere through it, extending out far enough to encompass every surviving Black Ink clansman's body, silently slicing them to pieces. Those cracks seemed to have spirituality because they moved around the warships. Even if there were warships that were moving too fast to dodge around where these cracks appeared, the crack itself would suddenly disappear and cause no harm to them. Within a few silent breaths of time, all the remaining Black Ink clansmen were dead. The warships stopped moving, and the humans aboard them had their jaws dropped in shock. But more than shock, they felt joy as they turned their gazes towards Yang Kai, their eyes filled with admiration. Space principles. One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters muttered. To be able to create cracks in the void was obviously the work of manipulating space principles, and judging from how Yang Kai had killed the enemy so easily, it was clear that he had reached an extremely high level of mastery in the Tao of space. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be able to avoid his allies in such proximity while killing the enemy. The 7th Order Masters had vaguely guessed Yang Kai's identity by this point. In the entire Black Ink battlefield, only one person had cultivated the Tao of space to this extent. Everyone gathered over, and the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master that gave the commands cupped his fist and bowed. Primordial Army's Lin Chi greets Senior Brother. Are you perhaps Senior Brother Yang Kai? When Lin Chi announced that he was from the Primordial Army, he wasn't saying that he was from Primordial Cave Heaven, but rather a soldier from Primordial Pass, similar to how Yang Kai introduced himself as Great Evolution Army's Yang Kai. He wasn't from Great Evolution Paradise because Great Evolution Paradise was long gone. They were able to guess Yang Kai's identity because Yang Kai had made quite a name for himself on the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the old ancestors overseeing every great pass, even the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters weren't as well known as him. The mere appearance of purifying light was enough for the ordinary soldiers to know Yang Kai's name. Sweeping his gaze across everyone, Yang Kai nodded lightly. It is this Yang. This place is not safe. Come with me. After gathering everyone, Yang Kai led them to the place where the purifying Black Ink battleship was hiding. No one spoke on the way, and they soon arrived at a large universe fragment before finding the purifying black ink battleship's hiding spot and meeting up with Huang Xiong. Noticing the group of humans following Yang Kai, Huang Xiong was so happy that his eyes lit up as he asked, "Division Commander Yang, I sensed movement from a battle just now. Did you encounter enemies?" When Yang Kai left in a hurry, Huang Xiong was cultivating inside the purifying black ink battleship's cabin. He had previously sacrificed part of his small universe, so he needed time to cultivate if he wanted to restore his original strength. Of course, this was easier than the first time since he was just retracing a path he had already walked before. He could sense the movement from the battlefield from here and wanted to head over to help, but he didn't dare to leave this ship easily because he was the only other Eighth Order master present. If he left as well, Sun Mao and the others would have no way to defend themselves if a truly powerful opponent appeared. Meanwhile, Yang Kai endured the sharp pain in his soul and explained to Huang Xiong what had just happened. After understanding the current situation, Huang Xiong turned to Lin Qi and the others before asking bitterly, "How is Primordial Pass?" Lin Qi's eyes turned red as he quickly reported, "Primordial Pass has been defeated. The old ancestor died in battle, and countless of our fellow brothers and sisters fell or were injured in the battle." Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-43, Bad News. "Besides you all, is there anyone else?" Huang Xiong asked next. He had guessed that Primordial Pass might be gone when he saw Lin Qi and the others in such condition, because if that wasn't the case, a dozen squads couldn't be moving about in the void randomly instead of protecting the Great Pass. But when he heard Lin Qi's confirmation, he still felt forlorn. None of them knew how many of the 106 human Great Passes had been destroyed. Lin Qi solemnly shook his head. He didn't know if there were any other survivors in the neighboring regions, as the situation at Primordial Pass was similar to that of Azure Void Pass. Both were chased after by the Black Ink clan while retreating to the No-Return Pass, and in the end, Primordial Pass had no other choice but to split off and act as a diversion, resulting in its tragic fall. Everyone knew that those who stayed behind would not have pleasant ends, but with the Black Ink clan hot on their tails, sacrificing a few to save the many was the only viable option. On the day Primordial Pass fell, the old ancestor and several Eighth Order Division commanders died in battle, while Lin Qi and some others were ordered to scatter and try to escape. Since that day, they had been running and hiding. At first, there were quite a lot of them, a couple thousand in fact, but after enduring repeated attacks from the Black Ink clan, just a dozen or so squads remained, less than 200 soldiers in total. They might have been wiped out today if they hadn't coincidentally met Yang Kai. With 3 innate territory lords working together and being supported by nearly 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, just 200 humans wouldn't stand a chance. "Do you know anything about the situation at the No-Return Pass?" Yang Kai asked while having a sinking feeling in his heart. Lin Qi's expression darkened. "The No-Return Pass was breached." "What?" Huang Xiong yelled in shock. The No-Return Pass fell as well? The Dragon and Phoenix clans were standing guard there, blocking the only passageway from the Black Ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds. If the No-Return Pass has been breached, what is the current situation in the 3,000 worlds? Huang Xiong couldn't bear to think further. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sighed as he had vaguely guessed this was the case. To be honest, he had already assumed such a result when he saw Lin Qi and the others here. If the No-Return Pass was still standing, how could Lin Qi and the others be wandering the void aimlessly? Even if Primordial Pass had fallen, they could have retreated to the No-Return Pass to battle against the Black Ink clan alongside the other Great Passes. The only reason they had to not do so was that the No-Return Pass had already been occupied. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods working together, as well some 100 royal lords and a massive Black Ink clan army, even if the No-Return Pass had the Dragon and Phoenix clans standing guard and all the surviving humans from the Great Passes had joined them, the situation would still be bleak. Along the way here, Huang Xiong still held out hope that the No-Return Pass could block the Black Ink clan's advance. But now that he heard that the No-Return Pass had also been defeated, he fell into a daze. It wasn't because he lacked mental fortitude, but when he thought about the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, the scenes he imagined in his mind were simply too terrifying. At that instant, Huang Xiong didn't know where he and the other soldiers in their group should go. Though they didn't fear death, they could not just die for no reason by idiotically charging an enemy they had no hope of defeating. If they did, it would simply be a pointless sacrifice. Yang Kai, who had already assumed such an outcome, composed himself more quickly before looking at Lin Chi and asking, "Did you see for yourself that the no-return pass has been breached?" Shaking his head, Lin Chi explained, "Although I didn't see it for myself, we sometimes send scouts to observe the no-return pass from afar. Currently, that place is engulfed in black ink strength, and many dead universe worlds and universe fragments have been brought over by the Black Ink clan, on which they have planted an enormous number of black ink nests. There were originally some signs of battle occurring there, but that was many years ago, and now, there is only silence. If the no-return pass was still standing, it could not possibly be so quiet." Yang Kai nodded lightly. If there were still humans at the no-return pass, they would no doubt be engaging in constant battle with the Black Ink clan. Since there weren't any disturbances coming from there, it meant that the situation at the no-return pass had settled. The Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass. This was the worst news they could have received. Now that the Black Ink clan had conquered the no-return pass, they would definitely invade the 3,000 worlds, as that had been their goal for millions of years. Every great territory in the 3,000 worlds was flourishing and had rich world force with abundant resources. The Black Ink clan only had to conquer those great territories to be able to have a near unlimited supply of materials that they could use at will. Also, there were countless human cultivators there that could be turned into Black Ink disciples. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan could eventually gain enough strength to return to the primordial heaven source grand restriction to free Mo. After a brief pause, Yang Kai suggested, "The most important thing now is to investigate the situation at the no-return pass. Even though it has been occupied by the Black Ink clan, we still need to know what kind of garrison is stationed there." Their original plan had centered around the idea that the no-return pass was still in the hands of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. In that plan, Yang Kai would lead Huang Xiong and the others to find a chance to pass the Black Ink clan army before rejoining the human race army. But now that the no-return pass was occupied by enemy forces, they could only try to return to the 3,000 worlds. If they wanted to return to the 3,000 worlds, the no-return pass was a place they couldn't avoid. Therefore, they had to first learn about the forces of the Black Ink clan stationed at the no-return pass. Without needing to say anything, everyone understood that if the no-return pass had more than 3 royal lords, it would be impossible for them to return to the 3,000 worlds. If there were only 2, perhaps they could still find a way. Since Yang Kai had retrieved the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor, he could use it in this situation. Although the old ancestor had passed, his corpse could still be used to fight with the Black Ink clan in some limited capacity, which was also his dying wish. Other than that, there might be more remnant soldiers like Brother Lin, so we have to think of a way to gather them together. They would only get a single chance to pass through the no-return pass and return to the 3,000 worlds, so any survivors that they left behind on the Black Ink battlefield would undoubtedly die at the hands of the Black Ink clan sooner or later. Moreover, the more allies they could gather, the better their chances of making it through were. Lin Chi immediately nodded. "There must be quite a few. Over the years, we have come across some traces of large-scale battles and even felt the fluctuations from such fights. However, the void is too vast, so we don't know where the others are hiding." At that moment, Huang Xiong finally came back to his senses and spoke up. "No matter where they are hiding, they must now be thinking about returning to the 3,000 worlds, so there is a high possibility that they are monitoring the no-return pass, looking for an opportunity. As long as we can cause a commotion at the no-return pass, it wouldn't be difficult to contact them." Yang Kai agreed. Division Commander Huang's idea has merit. Whether it was returning to the 3,000 worlds or contacting the other remnant soldiers, the no-return pass was the key. With a rough plan set, everyone rested for a bit before heading towards the no-return pass. During the time Lin Chi and the others had been hiding around the Black Ink battlefield, they had suffered huge losses, and their resources were almost used up. The situation was so dire that their warships were all on the brink of failing as they lacked the supplies to even repair them. Now that they had met up with Yang Kai, they naturally needed to address this issue. Under Yang Kai's direction, many artifact refiners and array masters worked together to repair those warships. Then, they all received pills from Huang Xiong and began to recuperate. Another month passed, and the purifying Black Ink battleship was passing by a shattered universe world. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see the ruins of a vast city on that universe world, all its structures and buildings destroyed beyond repair. Although hundreds of years had passed, there were still signs of the intense battle which was fought here. It was one of the royal cities, at the center of which were the remains of a destroyed high-rank black ink nest. Yang Kai retrieved his universe chart and compared it to their surroundings and determined that this was the theater where 9-Star Pass stood guard. This royal city had already been destroyed before the human army departed on their second crusade. Now, there was no vitality left in the royal city. Since they had reached this place, it meant they weren't much further from the no-return pass. At first, they were hoping to encounter other groups of remnant soldiers like Lin Chi and the others, but along the way, not only hadn't they met a single human, they didn't even encounter any Black Ink clansmen. However, it made sense because now that the Black Ink clan had successfully conquered the no-return pass, all their efforts would be focused on invading the 3,000 worlds. How could they spare any significant manpower to deal with the remnant forces of the human armies on the Black Ink battlefield? Even if there were Black Ink clansmen staying here, there wouldn't be many of them. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the Black Ink clan might not have left too many troops at the no-return pass. The human army had retreated to the 3,000 worlds, so it was meaningless for the Black Ink clan to garrison a large force at the no-return pass. If that were true, their chances of passing through the no-return pass would go up significantly. A few months later, the purifying Black Ink battleship arrived at the place where 9-Star Pass once stood. Of course, the Great Pass was no longer here, so all that was left was an empty void. However, now that they had reached this place, they had to be even more cautious. Despite the fact that the Black Ink clan wouldn't leave too many soldiers at the no-return pass, that was only relative to the forces they sent to attack the 3,000 worlds. It would not be surprising if there was still a sizable army tasked with hunting down the remaining human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield as well as guarding the no-return pass. Just like they had anticipated, as they moved forward, they gradually encountered a few groups of Black Ink clansmen ranging in size from just a few dozen to several thousand. These groups seemed to be searching the void for something. Yang Kai had arranged many arrays on the purifying Black Ink battleship, which enabled it to move about unnoticed. As long as the Black Ink clan didn't pay much attention while searching, they wouldn't be able to detect them. The Black Ink clan's actions undoubtedly signaled that other human soldiers were hiding around here. If not, there would be no need for the Black Ink clan to be searching this region. At this moment, the most troublesome issue was how to contact these other human groups. They continued for a few more months and were now getting close to the no-return pass. A small asteroid drifted through the void, moving not too fast nor too slow as it gradually moved in the direction of the no-return pass. Then, at some point, the asteroid stopped moving as if it were blocked by something. The purifying Black Ink battleship was naturally nestled inside the asteroid, using it as an extra layer of cover to fool the enemy. As for how this asteroid could be steered, that was thanks to Yang Kai arranging some hidden arrays on it which could be powered by the purifying Black Ink battleship. At this moment, Yang Kai was prepared to move out when Huang Xiong earnestly reminded him, "Be extra careful. There must be royal lords guarding the no-return pass." Yang Kai nodded. "You may rest assured, Division Commander Huang. I may have to trouble you to look after this place for some time. I'll return as soon as I can." Finishing his words, he then dashed out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. After scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai shot straight towards the no-return pass. This place was about a month away from the no-return pass by warship, so if they continued ahead, the purifying Black Ink battleship might not be able to remain undetected. In a situation where they didn't know anything about their enemy, Yang Kai didn't dare to let the purifying Black Ink battleship get too close to the no-return pass, lest they accidentally expose themselves. Therefore, he and Huang Xiong had a quick discussion and decided that Yang Kai would head to the no-return pass alone. That way, he wouldn't have anything holding him back and could fight or run according to the situation while probing for information. Martial Peak, Chapter 5444, Provoking the Enemy. This situation reminded Yang Kai of when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Back then, he appeared right in the heart of the Black Ink clan's territory and had no choice but to pose as a Black Ink disciple while following behind a high-rank Black Ink clansman. He could vaguely remember the high-rank Black Ink clansman was called Nu Yen. a character who was too lazy to memorize his human name, so he was just called E5. Besides him, there were also A1, B2, C3, and D4. As he thought back on those days, Yang Kai felt like they were truly distant memories. Adding on the time he had spent inside the various temporal rivers, those events happened some 5,000 years ago. While he was disguising himself as a black ink disciple beside Nu Yen, Yang Kai was unable to find a way to escape. Luckily for him, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass led an attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. Soon after the chaotic battle, Nu Yen was killed by Feng Ying, and Yang Kai gained his freedom. Later on, he and Feng Ying gathered a large number of Black Ink disciples, restored them to their senses, and killed their way out of the Black Ink clan's hinterlands as they headed towards Blue Sky Pass. It was during those days that Yang Kai met Ning Qizhi, Chi Tai Chu, Shenao, and many others whom he went on to serve with. Among those three, Chi Tai Chu and Ning Qizhi died in battle one after another, while Yang Kai wasn't sure if Shenao was still alive. Now, he needed to lead Huang Xiong, Lin Qi, and the other remnant soldiers to make their way past the No Return Pass, which largely resembled the situation back then. The difference was that Blue Sky Pass was in the hands of their fellow humans, while the No Return Pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Although his strength was many times stronger than back then, the level of danger this time around was even more exaggerated. Being alone, Yang Kai was able to move rapidly and soon arrived outside the No Return Pass. This was the second time he had come here. As he moved forward, his heart felt heavier because he couldn't establish a connection with the Dragon Altar. The Dragon Altar, or more specifically the Dragon Pool which was linked to the Dragon Altar, was the origin of the Dragon Clan, hidden in a mysterious place that others couldn't find, much less access. Only when the Dragon Clan hosted the ceremony could the entrance to the Dragon Pool be opened for the Dragon Clan's descendants to head inside and cultivate. Since he couldn't connect with the Dragon Pool, it meant that the Dragon Clan was no longer inside the No Return Pass. There were black ink clouds all over the void, so Yang Kai used them to conceal his figure and aura as he closed in on his target. It would be difficult for the Black Ink clan troops coming to and fro outside to detect his existence. Looking in the direction of the No Return Pass, Yang Kai couldn't see clearly because of the vast distance and numerous black ink clouds impeding his vision. However, the situation was just as Lin Qi had said. The outside of the No Return Pass was surrounded by black ink strength, and there were numerous dead universe worlds moved here by the Black Ink clan. Above those universe worlds were dozens to hundreds of black ink nests, all densely packed in. There were new Black Ink clans constantly emerging from these Black Ink nests and heading towards the No Return Pass. Outside the Black Ink nests were many Black Ink clansmen transporting resources to them. The Black Ink clan was spawning new soldiers in massive quantities, and Yang Kai had discovered many universe worlds along their way here that were completely mined out. Previously, there were still many unmined universe worlds floating in the stretch of the void, but they were now scarce because everywhere the Black Ink clan army passed, they would exploit every resource they came across. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai raised his finger and gently wiped his left eye. Open! A golden cross appeared, and Yang Kai's gaze passed through the dense black ink strength and saw beyond them. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes. Right behind the blockade of the black ink strength, he saw many great passes, at least 70 to 80 of them. The humans had 106 great passes, corresponding to the 106 cave heavens and paradises other than the Dragon Altar and Phoenix Nest, which were special and unique. During the Crusade, all of these great passes gathered outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction in the most powerful human army to have been assembled since the late ancient era. However, even this army couldn't defeat their enemy in the war outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. While retreating, a few great passes sacrificed themselves to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the others to escape. Without exception, those great passes were destroyed far from here. In the end, less than 80 great passes had reached the No Return Pass. Now though, every great pass was destroyed beyond recognition, while some were so broken that the only fragmented ruins remained. Although Yang Kai hadn't participated in that war, he could imagine what kind of earth-shattering battle the No Return Pass had experienced just by looking at these broken great passes. In such a battle, numerous old ancestors and royal lords had certainly died. Now, those destroyed Great Passes were placed outside of the No Return Pass and had become platforms where the Black Ink clan placed their black ink nests. Every one of the Great Passes had towering black ink nests planted atop it. Looking further inside, Yang Kai noticed that the No Return Pass looked far different from before. There were traces of battle everywhere, and the immortal parasol tree was gone. It was impossible to tell whether the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, or the Phoenix clan had simply moved it. However, the latter was more likely as it was the very foundation of the Phoenix clan. If the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, the Phoenix clan would be facing extinction, so no matter what, the Phoenix clan would not allow such a thing to pass. Behind the No Return Pass was a massive territory gate which led to the 3,000 worlds. When Yang Kai visited this place the last time, he didn't pay much attention to this territory gate, but even a brief glance was enough to know there were numerous powerful restrictions placed around it, making it difficult to open. But now, this territory gate looked like it had been torn open by an incredible force and transformed into what looked like a giant black hole in the void. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel space principles pulsing from this black hole. This was the portal through which the Black Ink clan could invade the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai felt his heart tighten, but he couldn't see through the hole and investigate the situation at the 3,000 worlds. They would need to kill their way past this place in order to do that. It had only been a bit more than 500 years since the war outside the primordial heaven's Source Grand restriction, where the humans were defeated and forced to retreat to the No Return Pass. Following that, another huge battle between the humans and the Black Ink clans must have occurred at the No Return Pass before the humans were defeated and retreated again. Strictly speaking, it hadn't been long since the Black Ink clan began their attack on the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps their attacks might have started about 200 years ago or even less. In such a short time, the Black Ink clan might not have advanced too much, so the humans might still be able to fight back. However, there was no use in thinking about such meaningless matters because the most important thing now was to lead Huang Xiong and the others to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade. Also, Yang Kai wanted to gather all the remaining survivors from the Black Ink battlefield. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Originally, he was stealthily observing the No Return Pass while carefully hiding from the Black Ink clan, but now his gaze suddenly turned aggressive. The next moment, a strong divine sense suddenly came probing from the No Return Pass. It was a royal lord's divine sense. There were bound to be royal lords guarding the No Return Pass, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Yang Kai's goal right now was to figure that out, even exposing his position to do so. Using his eye secret technique to aggressively probe the situation at the No Return Pass was also a type of provocation. If it was any other Eighth Order master who dared to do such a reckless thing, they would simply be courting death. However, Yang Kai was not worried. Back when he was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm master, he had successfully escaped from the sheep-headed Royal Lord. Now that he had reached the Eighth Order, he had the capital to even fight a Royal Lord, so it wasn't a big deal to him if a Royal Lord really came to find him. Since he had attracted the Royal Lord's attention, Yang Kai no longer bothered hiding himself and charged out of the Black Ink cloud before heading in the direction of the No Return Pass. The Royal Lord seemed to have noticed this, and the aura surged from his divine sense, clearly showing that he was enraged. If the distance between them hadn't been so great, the Royal Lord would have used his divine sense to directly teach Yang Kai a lesson. But across such a vast distance, while the Royal Lord could sense Yang Kai's rough position, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the Royal Lord directly withdrew his divine sense. On the other hand, Yang Kai was vigorously moving forward and continuously increasing his aura, soon reaching a peak. Then, everywhere he passed, space shook, creating a massive disturbance that could be felt from extremely far away. If he wanted to gather the other remnant soldiers, he would have to cause a commotion. Other than doing this, he didn't have any means to contact the others. Following the flaring of his aura, Yang Kai almost entirely turned into a bright shooting star that was openly charging towards the No Return Pass. From afar, a large Black Ink cloud around the No Return Pass churned as a troop of Black Ink clansmen appeared with 2 innate territory lords leading them. An Eighth Order human wasn't an easy foe to deal with, which was why the Black Ink clan decided to deploy 2 territory lords. In addition, there were thousands of Black Ink clansmen, including quite a few feudal lords. Such a lineup was enough to deal with any known Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai's actions angered the two territory lords, but also confused them. They naturally knew that there were humans still lurking on the Black Ink battlefield, but after being hunted down by the Black Ink clan for so many years, all of them acted stealthily, afraid of being discovered. None of the Black Ink clansmen here had expected that there would be such a crazy human. The strange situation caused the two territory lords to act cautiously, carefully checking their surroundings in case other humans were hiding nearby. These two continued to observe while instructing the thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers under them to attack the enemy. A moment later, sounds of battle echoed through the void. Sweeping out with his spear, Yang Kai killed a large number of Black Ink clan soldiers. Even the feudal lords were slaughtered like helpless chickens by him. The fight had only been going for a moment, but nearly 1,000 Black Ink clansmen had been killed. After making sure that there wasn't an ambush nearby, the two territory lords couldn't hold back their anger anymore and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. In an instant, Yang Kai was overwhelmed and was soon beaten to the point of spitting out blood. His aura had also dimmed greatly. Seemingly not wanting to continue fighting, he found a chance to escape the Black Ink clan siege and flew away from the battlefield. The two territory lords naturally wouldn't give up that easily, so they led their subordinates to chase after Yang Kai. But how could they have caught up with a master of the Tao of Space? Less than an hour later, they had completely lost track of Yang Kai and had to return unhappily. After they reported everything to the royal lord, the latter frowned slightly. The Black Ink clan knew there were remnant human soldiers around and had even killed off many of them throughout these few years, so they were certain that there weren't many Eighth Order masters left. The territory lords and Eighth Order masters were the backbone of the two races' armies. After all, though Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords were far stronger, there weren't many of them. Thus, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords were the real mainstays of their respective forces. That was why the Black Ink clan would go all out to kill an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master whenever they appeared alone in order to weaken the humans' overall strength. It was difficult for the humans to produce new Eighth Order Masters, so the more the Black Ink clan killed, the weaker the human race would be. Therefore, besides the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had retreated to the 3,000 worlds with the main human army, there weren't many Eighth Order Masters scattered around the Black Ink battlefield as most had already been killed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5445, Hidden Guidance. Based on the information that the Black Ink clan had, there were at most 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters remaining among the human survivors, so the appearance of a never-before-seen Eighth Order Master came as a bewildering situation to the Royal Lord. However, he was in charge of overseeing the no-return pass and could not leave easily. Since his subordinate territory lords were unable to catch this human, he had no choice but to set the matter aside. After suffering such a loss, he believed that this Eighth Order human surely would not recklessly appear again. But he was wrong. The very next day, the same Eighth Order Master came over again, charging in boldly towards the no-return pass with great momentum and an aura which seemed to indicate he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. From afar, this human acted extremely provocative with his divine sense and also hunted down a good number of Black Ink clan teams who were bringing back resources from the outside, robbing them of all their goods. The Royal Lord was furious and reprimanded the two territory lords who were chasing him that day severely. According to their report, the Eighth Order human was severely injured after their beating and would not be able to show his face again in a short time. Yet, just one day later he showed up again. If not for the trust he had in his subordinates, the Royal Lord would have seriously wondered if these two had been lying to him. The two territory lords also could not keep their heads up after being chastised by the Royal Lord. At once, they vowed to bring their armies to take the head of this Eighth Order Master. So, once all their troops were gathered, together with 3 more territory lords, they left the no-return pass, splitting up so they could encircle him. The Eighth Order human was seemingly unaware of their plans as he fought his way forward and engaged one of their groups for a time before the other suddenly swarmed him from the opposite side. Flustered, the human hurriedly fled. Even as he fled, many Black Ink clansmen were cut down, but the Eighth Order human also took numerous hits and coughed up blood incessantly. His condition could only be described as miserable. However, the united efforts of 5 powerful innate territory lords still lost him during the chase. This human looked half dead, but he was still ridiculously quick. It was not known what sort of extraordinary secret technique he cultivated, but as soon as he noticed that something was wrong, a blood mist would explode from his body and he would then disappear without a trace. The 5 territory lords returned to the no-return pass in disgrace, which naturally made the royal lord very unhappy. Still, the matter was already in the past, so what could they do now? Everyone thought that the injuries of that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were so severe that he must not be far from death. He surely had to find a place to recuperate and would not stir up any trouble again. And yet, that was exactly what he did. Just one day later, this human showed up again, mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger, picking fights outside of the no-return pass and continuing to hunt down the Black Ink clansmen bringing back recently mined resources. All the territory lords were flabbergasted, and even the royal lord himself had a vague feeling that something was not right. After sustaining such heavy injuries, an 8th Order master couldn't recover back to peak condition in such a short amount of time. This could mean that his injuries were feigned, or the 8th Order human who came to pick a fight the other day was not the same person at all. There was no way for his injuries to be faked though. No matter how strong an 8th Order human was, they would not be able to emerge from an ambush of 5 territory lords unscathed. That meant that there was a high possibility that it was a different person. There were rumors of twins appearing on the human side, or human masters who practiced some profound illusion techniques to disguise themselves as other people, but what was the point of doing that? The Black Ink clan couldn't understand. However, the provocation of this 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was hard to ignore. So each time, troops were deployed to surround him, but each time, they returned empty-handed. The Black Ink clan started by mobilizing 2 territory lords, but that number continued to increase until a full 10 were sent out, even setting up a hidden ambush outside of the no-return pass. Despite taking such drastic measures, they were still unable to take down this annoying human. On one occasion, the royal lord was even prepared to set out himself, but as if the 8th Order master could sense this, he quickly escaped, leaving the Black Ink clan feeling frustrated as if they had thrown out a heavy punch only to hit the clouds. In just one short month, the 8th Order master with the same appearance made several dozen raids on the no-return pass, wiping out hundreds of Black Ink clan mining teams. If they included the casualties incurred when they tried to encircle him, then as many as 50,000 Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands in just 1 month, among which there was no lack of feudal lords. The territory lords, on the other hand, were unscathed. However, the loss that they incurred from just one human did no favors to their pride. All of them hated this 8th Order human to the marrow of their bones, and any time he dared to show his face, he was chased down by numerous territory lords and given a good beating. The results of his plan thus far were just as expected. Yang Kai had no idea whether or not this would be effective, but the decisive factor to gain results was effort. There were surely some remnant human soldiers observing the situation here, perhaps even hiding nearby, waiting for their chance to move. However, with such a strong force in their way, it was simply impossible for these scattered human soldiers to break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan and return to the 3,000 worlds. With nobody to rally and lead them, they would die here sooner or later. Yang Kai left some subtle hints each time he clashed with the Black Ink clan, but he had no idea whether the humans in hiding would pick up on them. All he could do was hope they were smart enough. Yang Kai could not be too obvious under the eyes of the Black Ink clan. It would be truly foolish of him if he were to treat them as idiots. So, from the start, he didn't dare to reveal his true strength, only using the power of an ordinary 8th Order master to deal with the Black Ink clan's encirclements before escaping at the last moment using space principles. As for the Black Ink clan's suspicions that he had cultivated some sort of miraculous escape technique that made him burst into a cloud of blood mist, that was merely a show to cloud their eyes. Yang Kai also didn't dare to kill any of the territory lords because, if he were to expose such strength, the royal lord would not be able to sit still and would have to personally come out to eliminate him. He worked hard to keep the situation manageable. It was hard for Yang Kai to maintain this cycle as the injuries he sustained were not fake. It was true, after all, that he was being encircled by many innate territory lords at once. However, His restorative powers were so great that as long as his injuries were not critical, he would be able to recover rapidly, giving rise to the suspicion the Black Ink clan had of him having a twin. Outside of the no-return pass, two figures were lurking on a small shattered asteroid. Both of them were only in the 7th Order, but even though they both cultivated profound secret techniques that concealed their auras, they did not dare to approach the no-return pass too closely, lest they reveal themselves. They had been hiding here for 3 days now after having recently changed their hiding spot several times in recent days. This was because the Black Ink clan had now put up their guard and also increased the strictness of their patrols outside of the no-return pass due to the recent disturbance from their repeat uninvited guest. The two 7th Order humans had nearly been exposed on several occasions, but the absence of a master among the patrolling Black Ink clansmen allowed them to slip away each time. At this moment, they were watching the 8th Order Division commander being chased by the Black Ink clan towards the depths of the void, soon disappearing from sight. It was a scene that they had seen many times before, as it was a performance that was put on almost every day. After the no-return pass regained its peace, the two would quietly communicate with each other through their divine senses. "Did you get a good look at which division commander that was?" the slightly older one of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. The younger one shook his head. "It was too far. I couldn't see." "What about Brother Zhou?" The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou sighed. "Me neither." They were in a rather remote location, but with their mere 7th Order strength, they did not dare to spy on them too openly, so it was naturally difficult for them to get a complete picture of the situation. What's more, even if they could see the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master's face, they might not be able to recognize him. There were many division commanders among the Great Passes, and they rarely interacted with any of them, so how could they recognize all of them? After a moment's silence, the 7th Order Master surnamed Zhou muttered, "There's something strange about that division commander's actions." The younger one nodded. Indeed. His actions were so risky that the slightest mistake could mean death. Many times, they thought that this division commander was going to meet an unfortunate end. After all, the territory lords who chased him out from the no-return pass were quite numerous. However, he would always escape and make an appearance the very next day. His actions seemed meaningless and also quite dangerous, which was a fact that they found quite strange. Even stranger than that, this 8th Order Division commander always brandished his power recklessly, making it all but impossible to not notice him even from afar. Even across such a great distance, these two would always sense this 8th Order Division commander the moment he appeared. If something seemed unusual, there must be some reason behind it. No 8th Order Division commander was a fool, so there had to be a reason for his strange actions. The 7th Order Master surnamed Zhou suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "Brother Go, is the division commander trying to tell us something?" The 7th Order Master surnamed Gu also had the same suspicion for a time now and nodded. "Does Brother Zhou think so too?" The one surnamed Zhou said, "If he's trying to tell us something, the only logical conclusion is he is trying to gather us somewhere. He surely knows that there are other survivors like us monitoring the no-return pass, which is why he is taking the risk to show up here so that they could lead us to a gathering place." The one surnamed Gu was roused by his words. "Then, which direction does Brother Zhou think that division commander is trying to point towards?" The one surnamed Zhou narrowed his eyes as he replied, "I don't know if you noticed, but that division commander will most frequently escape in a certain direction each time he gets chased by the territory lords. Many times, he also moves in that same direction for unusually long periods of time. Certain things felt foggy if not mentioned, but once brought up, then it became simple and clear. The two of them exchanged glances. Then they turned their heads in unison to a certain direction. That was exactly the place where Yang Kai's actions were pointing towards. Both their spirits were lifted. After a brief exchange, they quietly snuck out of their hiding place and flew in that direction. On a certain day half a month later, after escaping from the territory lords chasing him, Yang Kai landed on a certain asteroid, taking a break to recover. A short while later, he took out a space beacon that served as a link between him and Huang Xiong. He would basically take the space beacon out and communicate with Huang Xiong for a while whenever he was free to confirm the situation on the other side. During these days, the purifying black ink battleship had been peaceful without any unusual occurrences. Some black ink clan teams were searching the area, but the purifying black ink battleship was so well hidden that these black ink clan soldiers were unable to find anything. However, just after taking the space beacon out today, he could feel space principles fluctuating. Clearly, Huang Xiong had been trying to get in contact with him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5446. Father has come to help. Yang Kai raised his brow as the next moment, a jade slip appeared before him from the void. He reached out to grab it and immersed his divine sense into it. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. His efforts during this period were finally showing results. The remnant soldiers lurking outside of the no-return pass were fortunately perceptive enough. On this very day, the first of the remnant soldiers found Huang Xiong and safely converged at the meeting point. Considering how much time had passed, it was clear that there were some smart ones among the human survivors. They had likely noticed the hidden signs he was giving them after appearing only a few times outside of the no-return pass. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to find Huang Xiong and the others so quickly. These remnant soldiers were few in number, only several dozen or so. Enough only to form a few squads. However, this was a good start. If there was one group of them, then there had to be a second and a third. However, Yang Kai felt that he was running out of time. He had been doing this every day for more than a month, so if he continued to do so, his true intentions would probably be exposed. The Black Ink clan were not complete fools after all. If they were able to see through his goal and where he was pointing towards, then things would not end well. However, there was a bright spot in all of this. There was only a single royal lord standing guard at the no-return pass. Yang Kai had been worried that there would be too many royal lords at the no-return pass. But now, it seemed like he had been overly concerned. Whether it be the battle outside of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction or the battle outside of the no-return pass, both the humans and the Black Ink clan must have suffered heavy casualties. Royal lords and Ninth Order old ancestors, too, were certain to have fallen. Yang Kai did not know the overall situation of the human race, but he could be sure that the strongest masters had been whittled down in numbers, with the Black Ink clan not being better off. In other words, for both races, whether it be royal lords or Ninth Order old ancestors, their numbers won't be high. There should be several dozen of each in the best-case scenario. The Black Ink clan had already breached the no-return pass and invaded the 3,000 worlds, so the humans were bound to put their lives on the line to stop them. With the Ninth Order old ancestors there to suppress them, the royal lords would not be able to leave as they please. Under such circumstances, how could there be several royal lords standing guard at the no-return pass? The fact that they left a single royal lord here was probably only because they knew the importance of the no-return pass. This was the only known entrance to the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield. As far as the Black Ink clan were concerned, they couldn't afford to lose this place now that they had taken it. After all, they had to pass through here sooner or later to return to the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction to help Mo break free from its prison. This was good news for Yang Kai. If there was only one royal lord, then he would not have too many constraints. Not to mention that he had previously collected the body of Azure Void Pass old ancestor, which he could use to face such an enemy. Even without it, he still had the capital to compete with a royal lord for a time on his own. In the days that followed, Yang Kai would charge the no-return pass and provoke the enemy every now and then, pointing the way subtly each time. Even though he had no idea how many of the human race soldiers left behind would understand the message, he had to keep trying. The Black Ink clan at the no-return pass grew more and more irritable. The repeated raids made them hate this 8th Open Master greatly. Worse yet, every time they thought that they had cornered him, the 8th Open Human would suddenly use his strange escape technique and disappear without a trace, which would unfailingly result in them, the territory lords, being chastised by the royal lord who berated them for their incompetence. The more they were scolded, the more their hatred for Yang Kai grew. On a certain day, Yang Kai was again picking fights outside of the no-return pass, drawing a dozen territory lords over with their troops to attack him. He swept back and forth, weaving in and out of the Black Ink clan army but avoiding the territory lords, only picking on the soft persimmons, felling countless Black Ink clansmen with his Azure Dragon Spear. All of a sudden, he felt a shocking murderous intent explode from within a certain black ink cloud. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai saw a familiar imposing figure emerge from it, his fiery red hair billowing behind him as he held up a huge saber with both hands. Peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm might burst out as that saber slashed down at a nearby territory lord. Die! At the same time, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master howled. The large blade in his hand burst into flames, causing space itself to warp from the intense heat. The territory lord who was caught by the saber light was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected to be ambushed here. However, it wasn't that the Black Ink clan hadn't been careful, just that Yang Kai had been fighting alone for such a long time without any help. So how could they anticipate being ambushed here today? They were not the only ones who did not expect this situation though, as even Yang Kai did not anticipate this happening. The sudden slash was the crystallization of the lifelong cultivation of a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. What's more, this attack had clearly been channeled and prepared for a long time. So when it struck, even a powerful innate territory lord was cut in half. Black blood spilled out and evaporated in the blazing heat left from the saber strike. This blow had exceeded the 8th Order in terms of pure force, but it clearly caused an overdraft of the master who used it. So after cutting down that territory lord, he froze in place, unable to move. After the other territory lords recovered from their shock, how could they hold back? They all attacked this unmoving target with their secret techniques. Seeing that his situation was about to become dangerous, Yang Kai swiftly retreated and put one hand on this unexpected ally's shoulder, pulling him behind him as numerous Tao strengths condensed onto his spear before he thrust it out. The violent energy shook the void and blood trickled out from the corner of Yang Kai's mouth and his body got struck. Behind him, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master shouted, "Yang boy, I came to help you. Let's kill these bastards. Kill one to break even. Kill two to gain a profit." Yang Kai choked down the fresh blood in his mouth and said through ground teeth, "In that case, I really should thank you." Making use of the force of the territory lord's combined blow, Yang Kai retreated quickly while suffering from a great deal of discomfort. Fortunately, the sudden loss of one territory lord had frightened the other territory lords, so they did not dare to chase after them right away for fear that there might be other ambushers nearby, just waiting for an opening to strike. While the enemy was distracted, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Before he got far, another figure came out of hiding and shouted at Yang Kai from a distance, "Brother Yang, take me with you. I don't want to be left behind here." Yang Kai turned back his head, feeling so aggrieved that he was about to cough up blood again. However, he had no choice but to dart over to that side and bring along the figure that suddenly appeared. However, this delay allowed the territory lords to compose themselves and chase after them. Yang Kai desperately pushed his world force as he fled. If he was alone, then he could easily shake off his pursuers under this situation. But now, he had to bring along an 8th Order master who was practically a lamp running out of oil and could do nothing but cackle with a smug look on his face, as if killing a single innate territory lord made him invincible, and another 7th Order master, too. How could Yang Kai escape quickly under such circumstances? The territory lords behind them were gaining on them, constantly blasting secret techniques out in their direction, causing Yang Kai to stagger. He threw his hand back and pulled the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master onto his back. The 8th Order Master was shocked and gasped, "Yang boy, I'll die like this." With him on Yang Kai's back, the first one to get hit by the attacks coming from behind would be him. Yang Kai naturally acted as if he didn't hear him. Behind them, as another round of the territory lord's attacks were about to reach them, space principles undulated and the trio disappeared. After several uses of instantaneous movement, Yang Kai finally escaped his pursuers, but he did not dare to stop. He continued moving forward, and it wasn't until half a day passed that he found a place to hide. After putting the two deadweights down, Yang Kai fell to the floor and sighed. It had been quite the thrilling trip. The 8th Order Master also wanted to relax on the floor, but as soon as he touched the ground, he jumped up again. Touching his back, he found it covered in blood and hurting like hell. He suspected that Yang Kai put him on his back on purpose so he could use him as a shield. On the other hand, The Seventh Order Master bowed to Yang Kai. "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for this life-saving grace." Yang Kai looked at him, then at the Eighth Order Master, getting furious at once and scolding, "Brother Gong, your master doesn't have a brain? But are you also lacking one? Why did you jump out like that? Were you trying to save me or harm me?" The Seventh Order Masters was none other than Gong Lien, whom Yang Kai knew well, as he was the legacy disciple of the Great Evolution Army's Southern Army commander, Ouyang Lai. Gong Lien was a man of great aptitude and intelligence. His only fault was his lazy nature. When Yang Kai was in the Great Evolution Army, he had the chance to interact with Gong Lien on several occasions, but every time he saw him, this guy always had a sleepy look on his face. Even in the main conference hall, during important meetings that would decide the fate of the war, Gong Liang could still sleep while leaning against a pillar. This time was different, however, as Gong Liang was wide awake, seemingly still in shock from his life being put on the line. After being reprimanded by Yang Kai, Gong Lien only smiled awkwardly, too embarrassed to say anything. Next to him, Ouyang Lai naturally wasn't happy and glared at Yang Kai. "Smelly brat, how can you talk like that? What do you mean this old master doesn't have a brain? Look." He patted his own head. "Can't you see this old master's big head?" Yang Kai looked at him and could not help but think of Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan. The two big heads had heads filled with strategies, whereas Ouyang Lai's hand was probably filled with water. Yang Kai sighed a long sigh. One should not compare people lest they anger themselves to death. Ouyang Lai was indignant for a while, but then he was suddenly smiling again. "Brat, when did you advance to the Eighth Order? Your cultivation speed is really a sight to behold." Then, he turned to Gong Lien. "Damn disciple, why don't you learn from him? Yang Kai didn't even advance to the Seventh Order as early as you, but now he's already in the Eighth Order. What about you?" Gong Lien pursed his lips and kept silent, acting like he heard nothing. Ouyang Lai tossed the matter to the back of his mind after scolding him. He then turned back to Yang Kai. If this old master hadn't seen it with his own eyes, then it's simply hard to believe what happened. Back then, this old master even worried about you when you were chased out of the battlefield by that royal lord. I wondered whether or not you'd be able to survive, and there had been no news all this while. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was worried sick about you. Many people had seen Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. However, the old ancestors were completely powerless to help. A few Eighth Order Masters tried to offer assistance, but Yang Kai and the sheep-headed royal lord were both too fast, so they were only able to chase them for a while before losing track of them, forcing them to return to the battlefield and continue their fight against the Black Ink clan. Everyone who saw that scene thought that Yang Kai's fate was surely going to be bad. After all, he was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master being chased by a royal lord. So what if he was proficient in the Tao of space? The gap in strength was so great that it was simply impossible for Yang Kai to escape. However, when Ouyang Lai saw Yang Kai again today, not only was the latter alive and well, but he even advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm. Ouyang Lai was stunned, to say the least. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-47. Gather. Ouyang Lai had also been there to witness Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord. He also wanted to help Yang Kai, but he was outnumbered 2-1 back then. Being targeted by two innate territory lords by force, he was unable to extricate himself and could only watch as Yang Kai was chased. It had been 500 years since that event, but rather than dying like everyone expected, Yang Kai had actually advanced from the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm to the Eighth Order. Ouyang Lai could also sense from his perception that Yang Kai's heritage as an Eighth Order Master was both rich and sturdy, completely unlike someone who had just broken through. This filled him with many doubts. He had no idea how Yang Kai was able to shake the royal lord off, and what sort of opportunities he encountered. Yang Kai originally had a stomach full of grievances. This was the final time he had planned to show up to guide the remnant human soldiers. He never expected to see Ouyang Lai and his disciple halfway through, and for them to make such a mess of the situation. If his current strength had not grown far beyond what it was the last time they had met, they might all have fallen into a disastrous state now. However, after hearing Ouyang Lai's words, Yang Kai really couldn't find it in him to be annoyed at him. Ouyang Lai had used all of his strength to kill that innate territory lord with one strike. In other words, that one blow had completely drained him, leaving him completely defenseless. Even a feudal lord could have killed him at that point. It was a sneak attack to begin with, and Ouyang Lai had brought out all his strength in a single secret technique. Only then was he able to cut down that innate territory lord on the spot. Otherwise, how could an innate territory lord die so easily? Even though what he did was rash, Ouyang Lai had only done so because of the confidence he had in Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai could get him out of there. Otherwise, he would not have put himself in harm's way so easily even if he was a musclehead. Unfortunately, his actions burdened Yang Kai, who was forced to clean up after him and bring the master and disciple pair along to escape. "Why is Senior Ouyang here?" Yang Kai asked while tossing Ouyang Lai a bottle of spirit pills. Huang Xiong and the others had run out of supplies after so many years of fierce battling, so Ouyang Lai was likely in the same condition. As expected, Ouyang Lai's eyes lit up at the sight of the healing pills. He took them, gulped them all down, then shut his eyes to adjust his breathing, but not before signaling to Gong Lian with his eyes, telling him to explain the situation to Yang Kai. Naturally, Gong Lian obeyed. "We have been hunting around the outer periphery of the no-return pass all these years. Only we normally stay a bit further away since we dare not venture too close. Some days ago, we received a report from one of our squads about there being movements of masters fighting at the no-return pass, but by the time they arrived, they were unable to find anything. After that, another few squads vaguely felt movements over the following days, so Honored Master led me over to see what was going on." It was quite coincidental since this was Ouyang Lai and his disciples' first time coming over here to check on the situation, and the reason he had to bring Gong Lian was so that he could make use of Gong Lian's unique ability. Many years ago, when they were investigating the situation of the Black Ink clan in Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang Lai brought Gong Lian with him as he was able to spy on others without alerting as his perception was somehow untraceable. Naturally, it would not be different this time. The two of them had only just hidden themselves for a short while before Yang Kai appeared, picking fights recklessly outside of the no-return pass. Even more coincidentally, Yang Kai actually passed by where they were hiding while being chased by those territory lords. How could Ouyang Lai resist such a golden opportunity? Moreover, with the territory lords being so close, Ouyang Lai wasn't sure that they wouldn't be discovered. Since the possibility of being found was high, he naturally decided to seize the initiative. It was at the instant when Yang Kai passed by the black ink cloud that the hiding Ouyang Lai burst forth and cut down an innate territory lord. The actions of the master and disciple were as much a matter of necessity as they were a matter of coincidence and circumstance. After hearing Gong Lian's account, Yang Kai realized that he had mistakenly blamed Ouyang Lai for acting recklessly, saying that this old fart should not be acting so brainlessly, lest he hurt the people around him and himself. "Brother Gong, how is it that you're still here and have not returned to the 3,000 worlds? As far as I know, the vast majority of the human army managed to withdraw to the 3,000 worlds other than a few remnants from the great passes that acted as a rearguard to delay the Black Ink clan. Could it be that Great Evolution Pass was also—" Yang Kai's heart jumped in worry. Huang Xiong and the others were roaming around the Black Ink battlefield because Azure Void Pass had fallen in battle. Stuck behind enemy lines and with no way back, they instead chose to attempt to retrieve the bodies of the old ancestor and Azure Void Pass core. If Great Evolution was also broken through, then that would mean that old ancestor Xiao Xiao had perished. Yang Kai's feelings grew heavy. As if knowing his worries, Gong Lian hurried to explain, "It's not as Brother Yang thinks. What remained of the Great Evolution Army after that war basically managed to return to the 3,000 worlds. But as for us, well, it's an interesting story." Saying so, he glanced at Ouyang Lai, finding it difficult to speak. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it was Ouyang Lai who messed something up. As expected, Ouyang Lai opened his eyes and said, "There's nothing much to be said about it. When the human race army lost the battle outside of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction, the old ancestors gave the order for us to retreat to the No-Return Pass to regroup with the Dragon and Phoenix clans so we could make a stand against the Black Ink clan. Many battles were fought and both sides incurred heavy casualties. This old master led the troops across the battlefield, but our ranks were unfortunately splintered by the Black Ink clan army and were unable to reach the no-return pass in time. We had no choice but to take in the other survivors and become drifters after that. In the heat of the battle, Ouyang Lai probably couldn't be bothered to care about something like a fleet formation either. He led his army forward boldly, but that also allowed the Black Ink clan to cut them off. Yang Kai was relieved after finding out what happened. The fall of the no-return pass was something that happened only about 200 years ago, and Ouyang Lai was seemingly able to gather some helping hands in this period. Only, just like with Huang Xiong, they were all remnant soldiers. The numbers Ouyang Lai managed to gather up were actually higher than Huang Xiong's side. Over the years, he was able to assemble a considerable force, almost 3,000. There were even 2 8th-order Open Heaven Masters in their group. Besides Ouyang Lai, there was another called Fei Yuanlong, but he did not come with them this time. They did not dare to provoke the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass. After all, a royal lord was overseeing the situation, so the only thing they could do was roam around outside, but they were still relatively successful, killing a considerable number of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai picked many fights outside of the no-return pass over the past 1.5 months, subtly guiding the remnant human soldiers. If Gong Lian could have observed it a few more times, then he would surely be able to catch the hint with his wits. Then, he only had to follow the directions to find Huang Xiong and the others. Only, his whereabouts were exposed the very first time he came to investigate with Ouyang Lai. So where would he find the time to ponder Yang Kai's actions? Brother Yang, have you also been drifting about these years? Gong Lian asked out of curiosity. Yang Kai sighed. It's a long story. After that, he gave them a brief account of what he told Huang Xiong, causing Gong Lian's eyes to flash. He had heard about the legendary temporal rivers before, but even his honored master Ouyang Lai has never come across one before, so how could he have? Honestly, Gong Lian thought it was just an old folktale, never actually expecting them to really exist. Such a good thing caused Gong Lian to wonder if he would also have a chance to cultivate in those temporal rivers, and how fast it would allow him to increase his cultivation. However, on second thought, the time spent inside of the temporal rivers was real, only passing by faster than in the outside world. That was the reason why it was called the cultivation shortcut for those in the open heaven realm. At the end of it all, even with a temporal river, one's effort was still required for results. Thinking of all the work that would take, Gong Lian immediately lost interest. On the other hand, Ouyang Lai gave great importance to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon and asked many questions about it. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all his questions one by one. When he heard that Yang Kai had marked out a path back to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon so he could still find it in the future, Ouyang Lai did not reserve any compliments on his meticulousness. After finding out that there were other remnant soldiers with Huang Xiong from Azure Void Pass, Ouyang Lai could no longer sit still. He was unwilling to live out the rest of his life running and hiding as he had for these past 200 years. But he had no other choice, and his own circumstances made him feel very bitter. If he wasn't so vexed at his situation, he might not have cut down that territory lord so decisively when the chance presented itself. Now, there was a possibility of breaking through the no-return pass and returning to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the human army. How could Ouyang Lai stand to delay? But even though his injuries were not serious, that attack earlier drained all of his world force, and he was barely able to recover some of it even after recuperating for a few days. Even so, he immediately led Yang Kai towards the base where he and his group were hiding. After gathering everyone, they set out to converge with the remnant soldiers from Azure Void Pass. In an instant, the strength of the remnant army surged. The army that originally had less than 1,000 troops swelled to more than 4,000. The only complaint would be the small number of 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had. Currently, they only had 4, including Yang Kai, which for 4,000 soldiers really wasn't much. They were in no hurry to act though. After all, there were far too many variables if they were to launch an attack on the no-return pass. They could not act with confidence unless they did some proper planning beforehand. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to wait a while longer. Perhaps some other survivors caught on to his clues and would be coming to join them soon. While the remnant army plotted their course, the Black Ink clan of the No Return Pass finally found some long-awaited peace and quiet. That 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master finally stopped showing up. Even though another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up the last time and even killed an innate territory lord, causing the Black Ink clan to lose all face, it was still better than being teased like monkeys on a daily basis. Thus, the territory lords rejoiced. However, another thought came to mind. What was there to be happy about? During the days when that 8th Order Master stirred up trouble outside of the No Return Pass, the total number of Black Ink clansmen who died at his hands was approaching the 100,000 mark. Just the fallen feudal lords alone numbered over 1,000. Even though they would beat him till he spat blood every time and made him look utterly miserable, nobody had any idea how hurt he truly was. The result was so frustrating that the territory lords all vowed to themselves that if they ever saw that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the battlefield again, they would surely take good care of him. The Black Ink clan did not give up on their search either. Large numbers of search parties were sent out to try to locate that 8th Order human, but they all came back empty-handed. Even if there were any who discovered him, they simply never returned to give a report. At the hiding place of the human remnant army, over the following month, a continuous stream of human soldiers gathered after understanding Yang Kai's hints. The remnant army now numbered around 5,000, but they still only had 4 8th Order masters among them. A single purifying Black Ink battleship could not fit so many soldiers. At the very most, a purifying Black Ink battleship could only hold a maximum of 1,500 soldiers. However, they were unable to find a second purifying Black Ink battleship as the war with the Black Ink clan had been extremely intense, to the point that even great passes were destroyed. Most of the purifying Black Ink battleships were blasted to dust, so it was really a miracle to find a purifying Black Ink battleship that was only half ruined in the ruins of Azure Void Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5448, Breaking Through. Yang Kai had been dizzy with work during these days. Since they had to attack the No Return Pass, they naturally had to be prepared. Warships needed to be repaired, and all sorts of spirit pills had to be refined. As the saying went, before the troops move, fodder and provisions must be prepared. Yang Kai had exceptional attainments in alchemy, artifact refining, and the array Dao, so out of all the people present, he naturally became the busiest. Preparations took 2 years to complete, and in these 2 years, Yang Kai had been so busy that he practically never stopped in one place for even a moment. Even though his cultivation was now in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he still turned haggard from overwork. Most of his energy was expended on repairing warships. All the remaining ships of the human squads were on the verge of falling apart. Their charge into the No Return Pass was going to be extremely dangerous, so without the protection of warships, the casualties among the remnant soldiers would be atrocious at best. So, during these 2 years, every warship was carefully repaired so that it could provide the maximum amount of protection during the life-or-death battle to come. Finally, all the preparations were in place. The 5,000-strong remnant army had been reorganized into 4 extra-large divisions, with the 4 8th Order Masters becoming the commanders of each division. In addition, they spent a lot of time planning for the various scenarios they would face once the attack began, trying to account for every contingency. The remnant army gathered at their hiding spot, equipped and ready to depart. Even though it was quiet, the murderous aura clearly showed each person's determination. After leaving here, they would either break through the No Return Pass and return to the 3,000 worlds or die trying. Among the 4 8th Order Masters, Ouyang Lai was the most senior, so he should have been the one to come forward and give a speech to boost the army's morale, but as usual, he ended up thinking that it was too troublesome when it came time to do it and discarded the long speech he prepared. Grinning menacingly, he simply raised his fist and roared, "All right, boys and girls, let's go and fuck those bastards up." Gong Lien could not help but facepalm, looking as if he had a headache. The effect was somewhat unexpected, however, as the morale of the remnant army really soared and they all cheered in unison. They had been extremely vexed after being forced to run and hide for so many years, watching their fellow brothers and sisters die along the way. They would rather die fighting, trying to make their way home, than keep hiding like this, living like rats in the mud, never to see the light of day again. The army set out. At the forefront was the purifying Black Ink battleship where Yang Kai personally assumed command. To his left was Huang Xiong, To his right Fei Yuanlong, and Ouyang Lai brought up the rear. Fei Yuanlong was the last of the 8th Order Masters, and also another old veteran 8th Order Master who was no less powerful than Ouyang Lai. If they had to compete, then among the 4 8th Order Masters, the weakest one would actually be Huang Xiong. After all, he was forced to sacrifice part of his small universe. Even though he had received a profound in-spirit fruit from Yang Kai and managed to repair that damage, it would still take many years for him to restore his strength back to its peak. The current Huang Xiong was stronger than a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but still far from reaching the strength of a true veteran. The remnant army's hiding place had changed several times over the past 2 years, and now they were a 3-month journey by warship from the no-return pass. The first month was uneventful. However, they began to encounter Black Ink Clan squads one after another in the following month. No territory lords were overseeing these patrols, and each of them was quite small in number, so there was no need to mention what happened to them. The further they advanced, though, the more Black Ink Clansmen they encountered. These Black Ink Clansmen were mostly patrolling around the no-return pass periphery or returning from the outside with freshly mined resources. 1 or 2 teams going missing would not be enough to attract the attention of the Black Ink Clan's higher-ups, but as the numbers grew, the unusual situation was naturally detected by the Black Ink Clansmen at the no-return pass. After some brief discussion, a few territory lords assembled their armies and set out to investigate the situation. With only 10 days to go before arriving at the no-return pass, the human remnant army encountered their first territory lord. From the purifying Black Ink battleship that he oversaw, Yang Kai was able to detect the territory lord's aura from afar. However, the other party was only able to detect them after approaching to within a few 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai had arranged an illusion array on the purifying Black Ink battleship, so why would he not equip the other warships with them? As long as the enemy didn't get too close and didn't check too carefully, these arrays were enough to conceal the movements of the remnant army, making it difficult for the Black Ink Clan to spot them. When he saw such a large force of humans coming towards him, the territory lord was shocked and ordered his subordinates to block them. At the same time, he turned around, preparing to head back to the no-return pass to report this troubling development. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a young human standing silently behind him, giving him an icy glare. The territory lord paled, as he had no idea how this human managed to get behind him without him even noticing. However, he recognized the other party at a glance. It was the same young human male who had constantly provoked them outside the no-return pass a few years ago. He had crossed blades with this human countless times and even forced him to cough up blood by joining hands with the other territory lords. For 2 years, this human had disappeared, so the territory lord never thought he would see him again on this day, leading such a large human army no less. Having fought with Yang Kai before, he more or less understood his strength, so how could this territory lord be careless? He immediately charged at Yang Kai as his Black Ink strength surged, condensing into a giant palm that covered the sky as he roared, "Scram!" He was not in the mood to get tangled up with this fellow right now. An army of humans had appeared just a few days away from the no-return pass. This matter had to be reported as soon as possible. The territory lord was stunned, however, to discover that his opponent remained completely indifferent to his attack. The annoying human simply summoned his spear and unleashed a flurry of thrust at him. After exchanging blows for just 2 breaths, the territory lord was flabbergasted. After not seeing this human for 2 years, his strength had somehow increased to a ridiculous degree. Mysterious powers spread out and intertwined, giving the territory lord the illusion that he was caught in a large net, and each fiber of that net contained heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. While Yang Kai fought with the territory lord, the squad warships on both sides of the purifying Black Ink battleship also unleashed a powerful barrage from their artifacts and arrays. In just one volley, they tore apart the Black Ink Clan army, and with swift movements, the 4 divisions closed in, ensuring not a single Black Ink Clansman was able to escape. Ouyang Lai originally planned to move to assist Yang Kai, but before he could even head over, he saw Yang Kai's spear sweep across the territory lord's waist from a distance. At once, the other party's abdomen caved in as black blood splashed out violently. Yang Kai thrust his spear out again, piercing through the territory lord's chest. With a fierce explosion of power, the latter's insides were thoroughly mangled. Before his death, the territory lord gawked at Yang Kai incredulously, seemingly unable to understand how this 8th grade open heaven realm master had become so overwhelming in just 2 years. Yang Kai flicked his spear, causing the territory lord's corpse to burst into a blood mist. Immediately after, he returned to the purifying black ink battleship and ordered, "Move out!" The 4 divisions of the remnant army reorganized themselves and continued forward. However, every soldier who saw the battle earlier had their spirits lifted. A powerful innate territory lord had been cut down just like that. They had never seen such a decisive victory before. Even Ouyang Lai and the 2 other 8th Order masters felt their hearts pounding. Yang Kai seemed strong to an absurd degree. Huang Xiong and the others were not too familiar with Yang Kai, but Ouyang Lai had more contact with him and knew that Yang Kai was able to crush those in the same realm when he was in the 7th Other. Back then, against feudal lords, Yang Kai was basically able to kill them with a single blow. Ouyang Lai had thought that even if Yang Kai found an opportunity to advance into the 8th Order, he would not be able to retain such an overwhelming advantage like he had in the 7th Order, but with the strength Yang Kai had just shown, he was on the path of crushing his peers again. 2 years ago, Ouyang Lai had also killed an innate territory lord with a single slash, but that had been in a sneak attack and had cost him all his world force. After that, he was completely unable to fight, which was very different from Yang Kai's case today. It was no wonder why he had the guts to provoke several territory lords at once outside the no-return pass. It turned out that he was strong enough to ignore them. Yang Kai had not even reached the peak of the 8th Order yet, so Ouyang Lai was suddenly looking forward to how he would be once he reached that height. Maybe he might really be able to kill an innate territory lord in a single blow without suffering any injuries. Yang Kai was wounded this time when he killed that territory lord, likely because he wanted to end the fight quickly and was willing to suffer a bit in exchange for speed. However, those injuries were all internal, so outsiders were not able to see them. The remnant army were unable to approach the no-return pass unnoticed in the end, which was something that they had expected. The illusion arrays on the purifying black ink battleship and the warships were not powerful enough to allow them to go unnoticed under the determined search of the enemy. Just 3 days out from the no-return pass, the remnant army was finally fully exposed. The no-return pass was naturally stunned, unable to figure out how the humans could still have an army of this size on the black ink battlefield. They knew about human survivors, but they were all scattered about and of no threat to them. However, when they saw such an army approaching, they had no choice but to take them seriously. Once the news was reported, the royal lord overseeing the no-return pass personally came out to investigate the situation, but when he had got a look at the lineup of the human army, he just snorted. They dared to come and pick a fight with just 4 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters? It was no different from suicide in his opinion. The forces guarding the no-return pass were not large, but they still had a royal lord and some 20 innate territory lords. The Black Ink clan garrison here also numbered at least 1 million, with many more constantly being spawned and sent to the 3,000 worlds. This was not something a mere remnant army of a few thousand humans could challenge. Seeing the remnant army led by a huge warship, constantly approaching the no-return pass, the royal lord became furious and ordered his territory lords to assemble their armies and meet them in battle. Under the royal lord's order, the territory lords did not dare to delay for a moment. At once, 10 territory lords mobilized along with a 300,000-strong army, showing the importance they attached to this battle. They themselves knew that the Black Ink battlefield would be completely under their control after this battle. They would no longer have to worry about being harassed by these human remnants. The supply convoys would also no longer be intercepted, and they could focus all their attention on invading the 3,000 worlds. 10 territory lords stormed out of the no-return pass with great momentum, a massive Black Ink clan army at their back exuding unconquerable might. Under their command, the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army quickly formed a semicircle that surrounded the human army. It seemed from this arrogant gesture that they meant to take down the 5,000 humans in one fell swoop. Instead of being frightened by such a disparity in numbers though, the humans all lifted their weapons and prepared to meet the enemy. This was only natural. After all, they had already experienced far too many battles like this. To fight as 1,000 against 10,000, which human soldier had not experienced that before. Only, the humans were indeed meager in strength, and the number of 8th Order Masters were less than usual for an army this size with only 4 in total. However, what did they have to fear about the trivial Black Ink clan? They would still fight to the death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5449, 10,000 Black Ink Klansmen. The two armies rapidly approached each other, exuding turbulent killing intent. At a distance of 1 million kilometers, the purifying Black Ink battleship acting as the vanguard began its attack. The many arrays arranged around the purifying Black Ink battleship hummed and the artifacts at their core lit up, turning into streams of colorful light that cut through the void, illuminating the outside of the no-return pass into a glorious light display. Each burst of light carried terrifying killing power with it and soon exploded amidst the Black Ink clan army, clearing out large regions of space. The remnant army's only purifying Black Ink battleship was brought out from Azure Void Pass, and it could be said to contain the remaining essence gathered from the entire Great Pass, so its might was several times stronger than an ordinary purifying Black Ink battleship. The 1,000 or so human soldiers stationed aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship were essentially all there to power the excessive number of arrays installed on its hull. Before the purifying Black Ink battleship was breached, they did not need to head out to fight the enemy hand-to-hand. They only needed to activate the various arrays and rely on the might of the artifacts. Not once had a purifying Black Ink battleship appeared with such a luxurious loadout before. The first round of attacks came as a shock to the Black Ink clan, and the 10 territory lords instantly realized that this purifying Black Ink battleship was different from the others. They had also seen the humans purifying Black Ink battleships before, but what they saw in the past could hardly compare to the might of the warship before them now. So, after a brief discussion, 5 of the territory lords charged straight at the purifying Black Ink battleship under the cover of their subordinates. Regardless of where this remnant army came from, they seemed to be heavily reliant on this purifying Black Ink battleship, so as long as they could finish it off, the human strength would be greatly reduced, leaving the enemy at their mercy. With the combined strength of 5 and 8 territory lords against only 1 8th Order Master standing guard aboard the battleship, it was practically impossible for them to fail. Soon, with the sacrifice of their subordinate Black Ink clansmen, the 5 territory lords were able to close to a distance of 100,000 kilometers from the purifying Black Ink battleship. From this distance, the innate territory lords could fully exert their strength against this purifying Black Ink battleship. However, before they could make their moves, a stream of light suddenly emerged from the purifying Black Ink battleship. The 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing the battleship actually charged out to meet them. The territory lords all had sharp vision and excellent memory, so they could naturally tell at a glance that this was that 8th Order human master who had constantly picked a fight with them outside of the no-return pass 2 years ago. Similar to the territory lord who was cut down by Yang Kai previously, these 5 greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength, thinking that he was only uniquely gifted at escaping and not really that strong. So, none of the 5 territory lords put this man's charge to heart. Instead, they each gathered their strength, intending to blast apart this arrogant human together with the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, the 8th Order human's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared from their sight. The next moment, 3 territory lords howled in pain as if they had been subjected to some unbearable torture, their faces twisting in agony. In an instant, 3 powerful innate territory lords were rendered helpless. The remaining 2 had no idea what happened to their companions, but they were too shocked to even react. They had sensed a surge of spiritual energy just now, but they had no idea what took place. Before they could check on the condition of their companions, though, the soldiers on the purifying Black Ink battleship who had received Yang Kai's instructions ahead of time activated all of the offensive arrays and fired in the 3 disabled territory lords' direction. If these 3 had been at their peak, then such an attack would not have been much of a threat to them. However, with their souls being torn into at this moment, they were in a heavily dazed state and unable to react promptly. The purifying Black Ink battleship had hundreds of arrays installed, and all of them shot at once in 3 directions, completely enveloping the enemy masters. Each territory lord was exposed to 200 to 300 attacks, each of which was at least equivalent to the full-powered blow of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, with a dozen or so of them even being comparable to the strength of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was as if the entire void had been torn apart in an instant. The violent tidal wave of energy not only forced the Black Ink clan army back, But even the purifying black ink battleship's shields flickered furiously as they were hit by the shockwaves from the close-range explosions. Amid this chaos, 3 powerful auras were extinguished. The 3 targeted innate territory lords died just like that. As the dust settled, Yang Kai reappeared and swept his spear out at the 2 remaining territory lords. The veins on his forehead were throbbing and both his eyes had gone bloodshot. The indescribable feeling of pain coursing through his body made him feel as if his soul was being torn apart. But he still grit his teeth and endured, channeling his pain into a furious onslaught of attacks. 10 territory lords led a 300,000-strong Black Ink army, while the humans only had 4 Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters commanding 5,000 soldiers. The odds were not in the humans' favor, to say the least. So, no matter what, the gap in strength had to be reduced. At such moments, the soul-rending thorn was the best card Yang Kai could play. From his experience killing the sheep-headed royal lord, Yang Kai knew the limits of his soul. If he were to use the soul-rending thorn 4 times at once, his consciousness would blur to the point where he was no longer able to think rationally just like last time. He was lucky back then and continued fighting on pure instinct despite blacking out, even managing to kill the sheep-headed royal lord in the end. But Yang Kai could not even remember how he accomplished that. He only knew that he had brought out his dragon bead, since he noticed it was damaged when he inspected his wounds after the battle. Only by attacking with his dragon bead was Yang Kai able to kill a royal lord, as it was his most powerful trump card. However, he wouldn't always be so lucky. So, Yang Kai only used 3 soul-rending thorns this time, targeting 3 territory lords. This was complemented by a powerful attack from the purifying Black Ink battleship, which felled the 3 territory lords in one swoop as he expected. After such an opening move, Yang Kai could just barely manage the remaining 2. The 2 surviving territory lords were both in a state of shock after the instant deaths of their 3 companions, so they put almost all their strength into defending themselves lest they follow in the footsteps of their companions, which gave Yang Kai an easier time dealing with them. The fight started so furiously that it vastly exceeded the expectations of the Black Ink clan. They had originally planned for the 5 territory lords to surround and attack the purifying Black Ink battleship while the remaining 5 would deal with the other 3 Eighth Order Masters, which should have been enough to keep the humans pinned down. However, the 5 who were supposed to deal with the purifying Black Ink battleship had instantly failed. The fall of 3 territory lords not only left the remaining 2 at the enemy's mercy, it also completely astonished the other 5. Ouyang Lei and the others were stunned at Yang Kai's methods, but they also knew that they could not waste the momentum that Yang Kai built up for them and immediately led their troops towards the Black Ink clan, while they themselves engaged the other 5 territory lords. One by one, lights shot out from the squad-class warships. 5,000 against 300,000, yet the Black Ink clan army was clearly on the back foot, constantly retreating towards the no-return pass. The dissipation of auras could constantly be felt. The Black Ink clan's casualties were innumerable, but warships were beginning to explode on the human side, leading to the collapse of small universes. However, no one mourned at this moment. Every human soldier knew that this would be a steep uphill battle. If they did not break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan at the no-return pass, then they would end up wandering the Black Ink battlefield until the day they died, never again having the opportunity to return to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the main human army. At the central vanguard, Yang Kai fought 2 innate territory lords alone. Borrowing the momentum from the first attack that left the 2 territory lords hesitant, he was able to gain an absolute advantage. Right now, even though the heritage of his small universe was not much stronger than when he just walked out from the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, Yang Kai's overall combat strength had increased significantly. For him, his encounters with the territory lords had allowed him to hone his skills and develop a far better control over his own power, especially his many Dao strengths. He was also constantly gaining new insight into these various grand Daos whenever he used them in battle. The soul-warming lotus constantly emanated a feeling of coolness that soothed his damaged soul, slowly stabilizing his state of mind. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Kai opened up some distance from his enemies and executed a secret technique. In a flash, a golden crow cried out and a great sun rose. In the next moment, a cold full moon manifested as well. The sun and moon orbited around Yang Kai, exuding the mysteries of time and space. A profound power fluctuated forth as the sun and moon spun in a kaleidoscope of light. The vast void was filled with space-time strength, making it seem as if time was standing still when viewed from the outside while space froze in place. A large swath of the void seemed to be cut off from the rest of the universe by some strange force. Yang Kai widened his eyes and stared carefully. The last time he used his sun and moon divine wheel, he saw something unusual. At that time, his sun and moon divine will seemed to shatter the space-time continuum, allowing him to see fragments of the future. In one of those flashes, Yang Kai saw himself holding the severed head of the sheep-headed royal lord as countless black ink clansmen surrounded him, seemingly in worship, but were in fact encircling him to kill him. But this time, he was unable to see anything. Still, the might of the sun and moon divine will did not decrease in the slightest. In fact, it had even become slightly stronger than before. This secret technique could be considered one of Yang Kai's strongest methods right now, and was far less risky than the self-harming attack of his dragon bead. Even the sheep-headed royal lord at that time had suffered when struck by this secret technique, so nothing need be said about two flustered innate territory lords. It was just a flash before the frozen void seemed to return to life, but in that instant, the huge region of space that flowed with Yang Kai's space-time strength seemed to have passed through millions of years. As space and time realigned, all the black ink clansmen within that region of the void, whether it be the territory lords or the regular black ink clan soldiers, all of them disintegrated into a cloud of black ink strength, disappearing without a trace. The 5 innate territory lords who initially targeted the purifying black ink battleship had all died. A single sun and moon divine will massacred 100,000 black ink clansmen in an instant. The morale of the humans soared while the black ink clan was horrified. There was not one of them whose eyes were not filled with terror. 10 territory lords came out to meet the humans in battle, yet mere moments into the fight, half of them had already been killed. Was that really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? When did 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters become so powerful? They weren't the only ones who were terrified. Even the territory lords who remained inside of the no-return pass shivered in fright as they witnessed this. The royal lord overseeing the no-return pass was in a state of disbelief. There were 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the enemy army, but while 3 could be disregarded since they fell within the limits of what an ordinary 8th Order human should be capable of, the one who commanded the purifying black ink battleship was so powerful that it was hard to wrap one's mind around. The secret techniques and divine abilities this human unleashed were so astonishing they didn't even seem possible. After debating for a moment, the royal lord came to a decision. He could not allow such a human to live. Otherwise, if he were left to grow and one day reach the 9th Order, would he not then be able to cut down royal lords like he was chopping fruits or vegetables? Currently, the Black Ink clan did not have many royal lords left among their ranks. Otherwise, he would not be the only one overseeing the no-return pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5450, Who Dares Block My Way? With his mind made up, the royal lord made his move, turning into a cloud of black ink strength that rapidly approached the battlefield. Yang Kai had been weakened at this moment. Releasing 3 soul-rending thorns had severely damaged his soul, and then using his sun and moon divine will had drained a significant amount of his world force. If Yang Kai did not have a world tree clone to stabilize his small universe, it would have already been heavily shaken. Even then, half of his small universe's heritage had been drained already, leaving him with a feeling of weakness. He quickly took out some spirit pills and gulped them down. Yang Kai used to have low-rank world fruits that would almost instantly recover a large portion of his world force, but unfortunately, he had used all of them up while being chased by the sheep-headed royal lord. As much as 30% of the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army had been wiped out by him with his sun and moon divine wheel, and the road ahead had been essentially cleared. Of course, there were still Black Ink clansmen on their flanks, continuing to do battle against the warships led by Huang Xiong and Fei Yuanlong. With the path ahead cleared, the purifying Black Ink battleship was able to divert their attention and provide support to the left and right flanks. Arrays continued to hum as blast after blast was fired from them, coordinating with other 2 divisions to eradicate their enemies. It was at that moment that Yang Kai felt his body seize up as a powerful aura locked onto him. This sensation was actually quite familiar to him. Back then, The sheephead royal lord had locked him in place using his aura in much the same way when he was chasing him, forcing him to use purifying light to isolate himself before he could activate instantaneous movement. Yang Kai immediately looked up and sure enough, in the no-return pass's direction was a giant black ink cloud rapidly approaching his location. There seemed to be two eyes inside of the black ink cloud that were sharp as swords determined to pierce through him. The royal lord. In the opening moments of the battle, 5 innate territory lords had fallen. The royal lord who oversaw the no-return pass realized the threat that Yang Kai posed and could no longer sit still. He had to kill this 8th open human personally to weed out future troubles here. From afar, the royal lord began exerting his power as if to demonstrate his strength and also to shake the morale of the humans. The void shook as even the protective barrier of the purifying black ink battleship lit up, as if there were an invisible weight pressing on it. Such pressure was formless, but it was real and tangible. A top master's pressure was strong enough to cull the weak all on its own. The royal lord naturally made the wrong decision when he tried to intimidate the humans with his pressure though. The purifying black ink battleship at the center of the army did not slow down and instead continued sailing towards the no-return pass. To its left and right, warships exploded as humans fell in large numbers. The horrific death toll left Huang Xiong and Fei Yuanlong red-eyed in grief, but they were unable to do anything about it. They could only block off the attacks of the territory lords in order to minimize the casualties on their side. With the efforts of the many soldiers who sacrificed their lives, the left and right flanks finally broke through the Black Ink clan's blockade and rushed forward. Nobody dared to linger in this place. They all knew that in this assault on the no-return pass, they could not afford to stop for even a moment. They had to break through the Black Ink clan's defenses in one go if they wanted to have any hope of returning to the 3,000 worlds. The slightest hesitation would doom the remnant army to a slow death. The rear where Ouyang Lai was in charge was originally the calmest and least pressured, but now he was the one facing the heaviest burden. The Black Ink clan army which was there to block them had now become their pursuers. If the rear division couldn't hold them back, then the formation of the remnant army would surely be broken. At this point, Ouyang Lai was becoming desperate as he hurled sword waves through the void. A roar suddenly sounded from the purifying Black Ink battleship. Assume formation. At that order, the left and right flanks, along with the warships behind their lead, quickly moved closer to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, a grand array was activated under the combined efforts of 10 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In an instant, an array diagram spread out in the void with the purifying Black Ink battleship at the center, its patterns illuminating all directions. At that moment, the rest of the warships also activated complementary spirit arrays all at once. Like swallows returning to their nest, they were merged together into the array diagram. In just a short dozen breaths of time, the auras of all the surviving human warships became interconnected with the purifying Black Ink battleship serving as their core, as if they had truly become one. For symbols formation. This was originally a formation used by human cultivators to link their strengths together to deal with powerful enemies. It was neither special nor profound, but under the aid of this battle formation, for human cultivators were able to exert far greater power than any of them could individually in order to battle stronger Black Ink clansmen. However, the 4 symbols formation had been modified by Yang Kai, who integrated it into a grand array, allowing the 4 divisions to link themselves together. In the past, Yang Kai would never have been able to do such a thing. However, he had received a huge harvest in the Great Sea Celestial Phenomenon, so with his attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays, it was not a problem for him to create something like this. There was only one problem. The 4 symbols formation which had been so heavily modified was not stable and could not be sustained for long. That was the reason why the remnant army didn't simply use it from the start. However, they were now at a critical point that would decide their victory or death, so how could Yang Kai continue to hesitate? With the purifying Black Ink battleship serving as the core, all the warships were closely linked together under the formation, greatly improving both their lethality and defense. As soon as the formation was completed, the huge Black Ink cloud arrived in front of them. The Black Ink cloud swiftly retracted to reveal a towering figure who raised his hand and slammed his palm down towards the purifying Black Ink battleship. Even though it looked like a casual blow, it still sent chills down the humans' backs. This was an attack from a royal lord. However, the purifying black ink battleship's momentum did not decrease. Yang Kai stood on the deck, looking ahead at the royal lord blocking their path before bowing towards the void, shouting, "Old ancestor, please!" At those words, a cross-legged figure suddenly appeared. As Yang Kai had just retrieved it from Azure Void Pass, old ancestor's corpse was still unmoving, his aura completely absent, as though he was in a deep slumber. However, stimulated by the royal lord's aura, Azure Void Pass old ancestor, who had already departed for the Yellow Springs, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the void thundered. The royal lord in front of them was taken aback. He never imagined he would be ambushed by an old ancestor here, so before he could withdraw his palm, the Azure Void Pass old ancestor lifted his finger and shattered the approaching palm strike. The royal lord let out a roar of rage. As he withdrew his hand, quickly discovering a bloody hole at the center of his palm where black blood spilled out. Yang Kai was shocked at what he saw. Even though he had collected the body of the old ancestor just as the old ox had told him to back in Azure Void Pass, and summoned it in a time of need to deal with a powerful enemy, Yang Kai was not sure how much power a dead old ancestor could actually exert. But now it seemed that, even in death, the power of an old ancestor was still unfathomable. Catching the enemy off guard was a big reason behind the old ancestor's ability to harm the royal lord in a single attack. But it was also a reflection of the old ancestor's profound strength. The remnant army was still rapidly approaching the no-return pass, and the sudden appearance of an old ancestor made the royal lord very wary, forcing him to withdraw. The old ancestor turned his head and looked around as if to judge the situation. After quickly familiarizing himself with the battlefield, he sighed, "Even the no-return pass has been lost." Yang Kai lowered his head, looking ashamed. Many had given their lives to stop the Black Ink clan, including numerous old ancestors, but the final bulwark of the human race, the no-return pass, had still been lost. Even though Yang Kai did not participate in the war at the no-return pass, all humans shared honor and disgrace in this war. "Where is my ox?" The old ancestor then turned to look at Yang Kai, asking in a surprisingly cheerful tone. Yang Kai hurriedly brought out the ox monster with its broken horns. The ox monster also had its eyes tightly shut without any aura emanating from its body. The old ancestor stroked the head of the ox as if it were his own child and spoke warmly. "Wake up, little one. Come run with me one final time." The ox monster's eyes suddenly opened, and its powerful aura quickly revived. It shook its head at the old ancestor in displeasure. "We're already dead and you're still worrying about this? Are you not tired, old man?" The old ancestor chuckled. "It can't be helped. I'm an old ancestor after all. I inevitably carry heavier burdens on me." Saying so, he got onto the back of the ox and looked down at Yang Kai next to him, nodding lightly. Saying nothing more, he slapped the ox's rump and pointed forward, shouting, "Kill!" It was a childish gesture that would normally make one want to laugh. However, not a single one of the 1,500 soldiers aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship found this scene the slightest bit amusing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with tears as he bowed deeply. "Farewell, old ancestor. Farewell, old ancestor." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the world. In the distant past, a young child rode on the back of a black bovine, riding freely through the mountains, fantasizing about fighting and killing enemies that did not exist, dreaming of establishing himself as someone great after growing up, getting married, and having children. At that time, an old man with an immortal temperament suddenly descended from the heavens and looked upon the child with a smile. "Call me honored master, and I shall pass on a supreme technique to you." The boy asked, "Can I become rich if I call you honored master?" The old man said, "You can." The boy then asked, "Can I get women if I call you honored master?" The old man nodded again, "You can." And so, the boy got down and bowed with respect, calling him honored master. The old man laughed and took the boy and the ox away. That year was so long ago that it was impossible to trace back. Kill. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, Yang Kai's face twisted as he roared. The arrays thrummed as they fired with even greater intensity than before. A violent wave of power stirred in the surrounding void as the old ancestor engaged the royal lord in battle. This sudden change of events was a surprise to all of the Black Ink clansmen. Nobody had expected an old ancestor to suddenly appear at this time. When they saw the remnant army getting closer and closer to the no-return pass, the territory lords staying behind to defend the no-return pass could no longer stand by. Several territory lords stayed behind to defend the pass while the remaining ones rushed out with their armies. In an instant, the remnant army fell into an absolute disadvantage, both in terms of numbers and strength. The only thing the remnant army could rely on now was the might of their warships. However, with the territory lords here to obstruct and harass them, it was difficult for the remnant army to advance. If they could not break through the siege, they would be trapped here and eventually annihilated. There were warships constantly being stripped from the formation by powerful attacks. Those warships without exception exploded, resulting in all the soldiers aboard dying. Seeing that they were reaching a critical situation, Yang Kai ground his teeth and soared out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. His fierce aura all but materialized as he enveloped all of the territory lords in it. A soul-rending thorn was silently released, striking one of the territory lords. In the moment of disorientation that followed, Yang Kai blasted the territory lord with his golden crow casts the sun, vaporizing him. "Who dares block my way?" Yang Kai's face grimaced fiercely, and when he raised his spear and pointed it at them, the territory lords who appeared to stop them were all struck with terror. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-51. Nyo will stop them. Dizzy and bleary-eyed, Yang Kai was seeing stars but still gave off an aggressive air, for he knew that if he were to show even the slightest sign of weakness, then the remnant army would surely be wiped out today. He had no choice but to use a fourth soul-rending thorn, which was really his limit. Even with the soul-warming lotus, he could not use another soul-rending thorn. Fortunately, the territory lords were so frightened they could not see through the strong front that he put up. The might of this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had seeped deep into their hearts. In the opening moments of the battle, he was able to cut down 3 territory lords alone, then 2 more with an astonishingly powerful attack, and just now he had slaughtered another with 1 blow. Not a single one of them was able to see how he was doing this. The territory lords were hesitant, but the remnant army was not. With this display of intimidation from Yang Kai, the struggling remnant army finally found the opportunity they were looking for and broke through the Black Ink clan army, forcing them back. The lights shooting out from the purifying Black Ink battleship and the surviving warships never ceased as they charged ahead. Within that short period, all of the human soldiers gave it their all. When a warship exploded, the unprotected soldiers would give their lives to kill the nearby enemies. Even if they had to die, they would do so honorably. However, the gap in real fighting strength between the two forces could not be closed so easily. Without mentioning the Black Ink clan army of over 1 million soldiers, just the remaining territory lords overseeing the pass still numbered nearly 20. Yang Kai was able to cut down 3 of the first 10 territory lords who came at them with the help of the soul-rending thorns, and another 2 with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which left 5 more from the first wave. However, before the remnant army could catch its breath, the royal lord had personally made a move, while another 6 territory lords rushed over as reinforcements. One had to know that these were all innate territory lords who were nearly as powerful as Che Kong. Excluding the territory lord that Yang Kai killed just now, there were still a full 10 territory lords engaging the remnant army, whereas the remnant army only had 4 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even with Ouyang Lai and the others taking on 2 enemies at once, they were stretched to the breaking point. The decline of the remnant army's momentum was evident in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, while the deterrent effect from Yang Kai's move earlier also quickly faded. The more the remnant army advanced, the more difficult their situation became. There were constantly Black Ink clansmen rushing over to surround them from all directions, while the territory lords did not rush unless they were caught off guard by Yang Kai and killed. Instead, they hid behind their armies and relied on their subordinates to wear down the humans, occasionally sending out secret techniques to blow apart vulnerable human warships. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He would want nothing more than to cut down all of the territory lords before him with his spear, but his head was throbbing, as if it was going to tear open. It was impossible to do anything against the remaining territory lords hiding at the back. Yang Kai also did not dare to leave the battleship recklessly, for if he did, the territory lords would surely come to attack, and the purifying black ink battleship might not be able to withstand it. The remnant army's pace became slower and slower, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Finally, less than 100,000 kilometers away from the no-return pass, the remnant army was completely surrounded by the Black Ink clan. When they looked at the territory gate that seemed so close, everyone felt despair in their hearts. They just had to pass through that portal and they would be able to return to the 3,000 worlds. Even though they had no idea what the situation there was like, it was still their homeland. However, this short distance seemed like an entire universe away at this moment. Nobody was disheartened by this reality, for when they decided to attack the no-return pass, they all anticipated that this would happen, including Yang Kai. It was just that, even including him, the soldiers subconsciously held onto a faint glimmer of hope and expectation. More than anything else, they didn't want to live hiding like rats on the Black Ink battlefield, constantly being hunted down by the Black Ink clan. They would rather die in battle than waste away their lives in this forsaken place. Kill! When their hope of returning home was shattered, the humans suddenly became calm, as if they had completely let go of something. Shouts rang out across the void as killing intent rose like a tide. The remnant army, which was encircled by the Black Ink clan army and could barely move, suddenly burst out with astonishing power. The lights from many secret techniques and artifacts shot in all directions. In that instant, it was not known how many arrays and artifacts dulled and were destroyed due to the sheer overload of world force pumped into them. The Seventh Order Masters emerged from the warships that protected them and summoned their artifacts for battle. The four symbols formation with the purifying Black Ink battleship at its core rapidly fractured as more and more warships were being blown apart. The remnant army's sudden outburst was difficult for even the Black Ink clan army to withstand, and in just a short dozen breaths of time, it was not known how many of them fell. Even a territory lord was severely injured under Ouyang Lai's life-forsaking battle style and was forced to retreat. This was the last struggle of the remnant army. Yang Kai had also let go of his shackles. Since he was destined to die here, then he might as well kill freely before he did. However, before he could leave the purifying Black Ink battleship, he heard the bellow of an ox from the void. There was a disturbance among the Black Ink clan army surrounding the remnant army. Countless auras vanished all at once, and Yang Kai turned his head only to see an enormous black bovine charging through the Black Ink clan's lines. Monster chi turbulently erupting from his figure. Under its hooves, countless Black Ink clansmen were reduced to minced meat. As it lowered its head and charged over, nothing could obstruct its path. Even a territory lord was sent flying after being rammed, blood spraying out as he tumbled through the void. "Boys, keep up." The ox monster spoke as it dashed past the remnant army, breaking open the path ahead. Everyone felt their spirits soar, and the soldiers in charge of piloting the warships quickly spurred them off to follow the ox monster's lead. On orders from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan soldiers all came forth to stop the ox monster when they saw it approaching, releasing one secret technique after another, flaying open its skin and flesh. However, no blood spilled out. It had died long ago, and only through the profound methods of the Azure Void Old Ancestor was it able to fight on even after death, so why would it have to fear being injured now? When a territory lord saw this, he tried to block it but was sent flying by the ox monster's broken horns. When the other territory lords saw this, they no longer dared to act rashly. Yang Kai had also just realized how strong this ox monster actually was. Even though he had seen it twice in the past, it was just grazing leisurely in the green hills and blue rivers like an ordinary bull. But now, it seemed that this ox monster was as strong as a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, perhaps even stronger. 100,000 kilometers was crossed in the blink of an eye, and very soon, the remnant army was right in front of the territory gate. Right behind them was the pursuing Black Ink clan army. In a flash, the ox monster arrived behind the remnant army and shook its head. "Go! Nyo Nyo will stop them." Its huge body became a shield, protecting the remnant army like a great mountain. Countless attacks landed on its body in that instant, causing it to shake from the impact. Yang Kai's eyes reddened as he somehow maintained the four symbols formation and led the remnant army towards the portal. The territory gate at the no-return pass originally wasn't very large. Last time Yang Kai saw it, it was even smaller than a normal territory gate. The Black Ink clan had torn apart the portal by some unknown means since occupying this place so it could facilitate the invasion of their army. The purifying Black Ink battleship was not small, but it was still tiny compared to the current territory gate. However, just as the purifying Black Ink battleship was about to pass through, the exalted roar of a dragon suddenly rang out from within the no-return pass. Startled, Yang Kai looked down and his pupils shrank. Above the square where the dragon pool was opened back then was a dense black ink cloud, and within it, the form of an ancient dragon could faintly be seen. Ji Lao San. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, for he never expected to see Ji Lao San here. And, from the looks of things, Ji Lao San had been captured by the Black Ink clan, but they did not kill him. Instead, they confined him here and enveloped him in a black ink cloud. Yang Kai had no idea what sort of wicked plans the Black Ink clan had for him, but from what he saw, it seemed like they were trying to corrupt Ji Lao San. However, they didn't seem to be having much luck. Divine spirits had some level of immunity towards Black Ink strength thanks to their powerful bloodlines. According to the information that Yang Kai received from Tsong, supplemented by his own speculations, the burning light and serene glimmer were inextricably linked to the primordial light, and the primordial light was capable of completely nullifying the existence of Mo. Purifying light, which was created by fusing the powers bestowed by the burning light and serene glimmer, could completely purify and dispel Black Ink strength. These two were the original ancestors of the divine spirits, and so the divine spirits had naturally inherited some of that power. As the leaders of the divine spirits, the immunity possessed by the dragon clan from their dragon veins was particularly evident towards Black Ink strength. This was something that Yang Kai could feel even without the World Tree clone, but with the World Tree clone to protect his small universe, Yang Kai had never felt bothered by Black Ink strength. Ji Lao San was not particularly strong among the dragon clan. During his previous dragon pool cultivation, he had advanced from being a grand dragon to an ancient dragon, but his dragon form was still only 55,000 meters long, noticeably smaller than Yang Kai's 70,000 meters. However, he was still an ancient dragon. In terms of order, he was equivalent to an 8th-order human master. Yang Kai had no idea how Ji Lao San ended up being captured alive by the Black Ink clan, but he had apparently sensed something unusual occurring in the no-return pass and let out a roar. However, Yang Kai was powerless to help at this moment. If it were any other time, he may have been able to save Ji Lao San, but the Black Ink clan army was currently in pursuit of them while the territory gate was right in front of their eyes. Yang Kai couldn't abandon the remnant army, so he could only turn around and pretend to have seen nothing. In the next instant, the remnant army rushed through the portal. With a twist of its rump, the black bovine put itself directly in front of the portal with its body, its loud moo shaking the heavens. No matter how the Black Ink clan lay their attacks on it, it refused to budge. On the other side, the void spun as the remnant army suddenly appeared in an empty great territory. After being disoriented for a moment, everyone was on alert again. Though they had made it past the no-return pass, nobody dared to relax. That was because they knew that the crisis was far from over. Breaking through the no-return pass was just the beginning. Over the past few days, Yang Kai and the others had been guessing what the situation beyond the no-return pass would be and trying to figure out how they should deal with whatever they were going to encounter. Now that the Black Ink clan had taken over the no-return pass, it was inevitable that they would assemble their troops and try to establish a forward position beyond the territory gate. So if they really managed to rush through, then the worst-case scenario they could encounter would be plunging headlong into an endless horde of Black Ink clansmen. If that were to happen, then there would be no possible way for the remnant army to survive. Right now, everyone could only carry the idea of killing one to break even and killing two to gain a profit, intent on fighting the Black Ink clan to death. Yang Kai may be able to escape, but there was no hope for the rest. However, according to Ouyang Lai, that situation was unlikely. It wasn't that their predecessors from the Cave Heaven and Paradises never contemplated what would happen if the no-return pass was to be breached by the Black Ink clan. so countermeasures had naturally been put in place long ago. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-52, Second Battlefield. The current Black Ink battlefield was created from the many great territories occupied by Mo in the early ancient era, and was also carved out by the hands of Tsong and the other masters of that time. The purpose was to prevent Black Ink's strength from encroaching onto other great territories. The Black Ink battlefield and the 3,000 worlds were now connected by only a single territory gate, so as long as that gate was well guarded, the human race would be able to seal off Black Ink's strength in the Black Ink battlefield. However, this was not a foolproof solution. Mo was such a bizarre and powerful existence that the ancestors of the human race, after the era of Tsong and the other martial ancestors, wondered on more than one occasion what would happen if the territory gate connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield were to be broken through by the Black Ink clan. If they were unprepared, then the Black Ink clan would be able to charge straight into the 3,000 worlds and quickly build up their strength by ravaging one thriving great territory after another. When that time came, the mighty force of the Black Ink clan would surely snowball in strength until the human race could no longer stop them. So, in order to deal with this possibility, their ancient ancestors completely cleared out the great territory that the Black Ink battlefield was connected to. Thus, the great territory was named the Barren Territory. If the Black Ink battlefield was the first battlefield between the human race and the Black Ink clan, then the Barren Territory would be the second battlefield as imagined by the ancient ancestors. In other words, there was, in actual fact, more than one strategic point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the No Return Pass, there was the Barren Territory. The Barren Territory was where one ended up after passing through the territory gate. There were originally several territory gates connecting to many other great territories from the Barren Territory, but as it could hypothetically become the second battlefield, then it was naturally better not to leave too many territory gates behind. The ancient ancestors destroyed or sealed most of the territory gates while leaving only a single one intact, and the great territory that gate connected to was the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai only learned about this from Ouyang Lai and the others when they were planning their attack on the No Return Pass. After all, he didn't enter the Black Ink battlefield through the usual route. Yang Kai had followed a void corridor from Black Territory to the Blue Sky Theater back then. Any cultivator entering the Black Ink battlefield would have to first transit through the Shattered Heaven and the Barren Territory before arriving at the No Return Pass, so it was natural that one would learn of these secrets then. Now that the No Return Pass had been breached, the humans had to defend the Barren Territory no matter the cost, so they naturally made many arrangements in this place to set up an ambush for the Black Ink clan. This great territory was very different from all others because every great territory had, more or less, their own universe worlds which gave the void vitality and life. However, there was nothing in the Barren Territory. It was as empty as its name implied. That was because they had to prevent the Black Ink clan from harvesting resources and creating even more clansmen, which led the ancient ancestors to destroy or remove all of the universe worlds in this great territory when they were setting up the Barren Territory. The only things that existed here were fortifications that the human race had built up over countless years. There existed in this place a defense line even more extensive than that of any great pass on the Black Ink battlefield. That was why Ouyang Lai guessed that while the No Return Pass breach may have come as a result of the Black Ink clan's power, it was also possible that the humans had given up the pass voluntarily. After all, after evacuating and withdrawing from outside of the Primordial Heaven Source Grand restriction, if the humans fell back to the Barren Territory, they would be in a better position to engage the Black Ink clan there with the arrangements they had made beforehand. It was because of such speculation that Ouyang Lai believed that it was unlikely that the remnant army would end up surrounded by the Black Ink clan army if they were to pass through the No Return Pass. Here in the Barren Territory, it was more likely they would find the humans and Black Ink clan engaged in a fierce war, and if that was the case, then the remnant army would have a hope of rejoining the human army. Now that the remnant army had broken through the No Return Pass and arrived at the Barren Territory, the first thing Yang Kai did was check for movement in all directions. What he saw allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The worst had not yet happened. However, this situation was not ideal either. As they expected, both the human race and Black Ink clan were engaged in a brutal battle in the Barren Territory. There were fights taking place practically everywhere in the vast expanse of the void, with human warships flying everywhere, either chasing Black Ink clansmen or being chased by them. There were also violent aftershocks from great clashes radiating out from each direction. One particular set of shockwaves had even surpassed the level of a battle between the old ancestors and royal lords. Yang Kai turned his head over instinctually and was taken aback by what he saw. There, in the far distance, two enormous figures were clashing with each other. Their movements looked clumsy, with each of them exchanging punches and kicks in a juvenile manner, like two small children randomly flailing at each other. But each of these attacks carried heaven-destroying, earth-shattering might. Even a fully intact universe world would not be able to withstand a single blow from such a clash. It was the fight between two giant spirit gods. One of them was the one that Yang Kai saw at the late ancient era battlefield. Currently, his body was enveloped in black ink strength, covering his figure in a dark color. The other giant spirit god was different, however. He had a tuft of black hair atop his head which looked rather comical. Air. It was the same Air that carried Yang Kai into the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai had a deep impression of the tuft of black hair on his head. Ada's head was completely bald with nothing on it. But Air had a very conspicuous characteristic that allowed Yang Kai to recognize him at a glance. Air was here, fighting against the black ink giant spirit god. Giant spirit gods were an ancient and extremely rare race, while the black ink giant spirit god was a creation of Mo, designed based on the giant spirit gods and not truly one of their kind. These two were, in fact, very different beings. However, even if it was not a real giant spirit god, the black ink giant spirit god's power was not lacking in comparison to Air. It was not known how long these two behemoths had been fighting for, but they kept on exchanging blows without rest, leaving each other bruised and battered. Neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan dared to even approach their battlefield. Since Air is here, what about Ada? Yang Kai looked around, but there was no sign of Ada, so he could not ascertain whether he was here or not. However, he did see the remains of another black ink giant spirit god. This black ink giant spirit god had come out from the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but with the hidden hand left behind by Mu, Song had forcibly closed the primordial heaven source grand restriction, cutting off its body before it could fully emerge, so it was easily identifiable. At this moment, it was not known how the black ink giant spirit god had been cut apart, but only half of its body, which was originally already lacking parts, remained. Yang Kai calmed down. The strongest forces on the Black Ink clan side were undoubtedly the two Black Ink giant spirit gods, and the no-return pass collapse definitely had something to do with them. Now that one of them had been cut down, and the other was being dealt with by Air, the pressure on the human race was greatly reduced. Apart from the battlefield of the two giant spirit gods, Yang Kai also saw dragons and phoenixes soaring through the void. There were also other divine spirits of all shapes and sizes in their true forms, fighting bloody battles in every direction. Yang Kai did not have time to keep observing the situation, though, as there were already gazes locked onto him from all directions. The sudden emergence of the remnant army from the no-return pass naturally attracted attention, especially from the Black Ink clansmen nearby who rushed over in droves. They were surprised, but they had no time to think about what had happened at the no-return pass. There was one source of headache for the remnant army, however, and that was the presence of a royal lord. The royal lord overseeing the no-return pass had the fallen Azure Void Pass old ancestor to stop him, but nobody was here to block this one. When he saw the royal lord approaching, Yang Kai made a quick decision to lead the remnant army off in a different direction. However, their attack on the no-return pass had not been easy, resulting in many warships, arrays, and artifacts being heavily damaged. So, with their speed greatly reduced, how were they supposed to outrun a royal lord? From a distance, the royal lord used his black ink strength to create a black ink cloud that enveloped the remnant army. He did not kill them yet, though. He wanted to capture a few of them alive to ask about the situation at the no-return pass. However, even though he was only making a casual blow, with the state of the current remnant army, many would surely be injured or killed. Almost half of the 5,000-strong remnant army were lost during the attack on the no-return pass, so they now number slightly less than 3,000. If they were to fight a royal lord here, they would surely lose several hundreds more. At the critical moment, a young man in white robes suddenly appeared above the remnant army. Nobody knew how he arrived there, as it was almost like he had been standing there the whole time. Faced with the approaching black ink cloud, The young man's body flickered before he suddenly transformed into a 100,000-meter-long dragon. Intense dragon pressure filled the void. The dragon had a flawless snow-white body, which made for a bright and dazzling sight on this chaotic battlefield. Yang Kai raised his brows as he recognized who this dragon was. Fu Guang. It was the ancient dragon that he saw at the bottom of the dragon pool. Before Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, Fu Guang had been in retreat inside the dragon pool for 5,000 years in order to break through to become a divine dragon. The strength division of the dragon clan was simple. Once one reached 10,000 meters, they were a grand dragon, 50,000 meters, an ancient dragon, and 100,000 meters, a divine dragon. And the most powerful among divine dragons was the Dragon Emperor. Not all divine dragons were dragon emperors, but every dragon emperor was an extremely powerful divine dragon of their generation. In the dragon pool, Yang Kai helped Fu Guang with his great sun and moon marks, which resulted in immense gains for both of them. Now, it seems like the latter had successfully advanced to become a divine dragon. Yang Kai never thought that Fu Guang would suddenly come to their rescue at such a crucial moment. In fact, Fu Guang had been hiding on the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to kill one or two royal lords. After becoming a divine dragon, Fu Guang had become significantly stronger than an ordinary royal lord, so if he was able to catch one by surprise, he might actually succeed in killing them. Only, the sudden appearance of the remnant army disrupted Fu Guang's plans, so he had no choice but to reveal himself. After assuming his dragon form, Fu Guang charged straight towards the royal lord, which shocked the latter. He had suffered a loss at Fu Guang's claws before and knew just how powerful this white divine dragon was. Simply put, in a one-on-one fight, he was not Fu Guang's opponent. So, how would he still be in any mood to pick a fight with the remnant army? He immediately turned around and fled. Fu Guang naturally gave chase, and using a number of Dragon Clan's secret techniques, he was able to beat the royal lord into a miserable mess. The fight lasted only a few moments before another royal lord charged over and joined hands with his companion to resist Fu Guang. Still, the white divine dragon was undaunted. Opening his mouth, a river suddenly burst forth. Caught off guard, the two royal lords were swept into this river, their bodies instantly freezing. Fu Guang also dove in and fought the two royal lords inside the river, gaining the upper hand even against two enemies. One could tell from this display alone that the power of a divine dragon was far greater than an ordinary Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. An ordinary old ancestor would not be able to gain the advantage against two royal lords. If it were a one-on-one fight, then Fu Guang might have the opportunity to cut down a royal lord, but that was basically impossible if he had to deal with two of them. He knew that, in this fight, he would only be able to deal damage to the enemy, so his attacks grew less calculated and more ruthless. Even if he could not kill a royal lord, he intended to beat these two half to death. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-53, Compensate. With Fu Guang's help, the remnant army led by Yang Kai escaped its immediate crisis. A large human army in the distance also noticed the commotion and was quickly making their way over to support them. With a thought, Yang Kai sent a transmission to Ouyang Lai and the others. "I'll leave the rest to you." Ouyang Lai, who was bringing up the rear, was startled and quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" However, Yang Kai was no longer aboard the purifying black ink battleship when he looked over. Apparently, he had disappeared as soon as he left those words. Ouyang Lai frowned slightly. He could vaguely guess what it was Yang Kai planned to do. He was a little worried about it, but there was no point in fretting now. Yang Kai had already run off and he could not stop him either. Helpless, he had no choice but to hurry over to assume command of the purifying black ink battleship in Yang Kai's place, continuing to lead the remnant army towards the approaching human army. After killing several black ink clansmen who were blocking the way, the two human armies met and the Eighth Order masters in charge communicated with each other through their divine senses. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was both surprised and delighted to hear of Ouyang Lai's retelling of the remnant army's origins. Everyone knew that there were survivors still trapped on the black ink battlefield, but they couldn't rescue those remnant soldiers. They never thought that these ragtag soldiers they believed were destined to perish under siege by the Black Ink clan would actually be able to break through the no-return pass. Only now could the remnant army be considered safe, unlike the precarious situation they were facing before. Looking back, Ouyang Lai did not see any sign of Yang Kai, but he knew he must have headed back towards the territory gate. At the same time, on another battlefield far away in the barren territory, several women were positioned in a battle formation, their graceful bodies shuttling back and forth like a spinning whirlwind, a seemingly uncountable number of Black Ink clansmen perishing at their hands as they continued charging forward. Their strength wasn't particularly impressive, all of them only being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. However, after spending countless years together, they had created a tacit bond with each other and were also imparted a profound formation from a senior expert, allowing them to even resist territory lords if they combined strength. One white-robed woman among them wielded a crystal sword, her own temperament cool like ice itself. Suddenly, she raised her hand, holding her chest as she looked in a certain direction. "Elder sister, what happened?" asked a woman in green robes anxiously, thinking that the white-robed woman was injured. "Husband," the white-robed woman muttered softly. In that instant, she got a feeling she had not felt in a very long time. It had been more than 1,000 years since she felt it, but it pulled at her heart just as before. Though her voice was soft, the contents of her muttering cracked like the sound of thunder in their ears. All the women looked shocked, and the beautiful eyes of one whose enchanting body was covered in demon chi lit up at the sound of it. "Which direction?" The white-robed woman immediately pointed to the depths of the void. "Let's go." As the demonic woman's voice sounded, she led the others off. She served as the formation core of their battle formation, so as soon as she moved, everyone followed along with her. All of their hearts were burning with anticipation and anxiety. The unnatural movement on their side immediately caught the attention of a certain person. That person moved over to block the women's path, frowning. "What are you doing? It's dangerous over there." Each group had its own region to defend, so if they left and were unable to obtain reinforcements, then there was a high possibility of them falling into the danger of being encircled by the Black Ink clan army. The demonic woman in the lead gave this person who was blocking their way a deep look before not sparing her any semblance of respect as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "He has returned." "Who?" the person blocking the way asked with a frown. Then, as if realizing something, her spirits were roused. "Yang Kai has returned." "Yes," the demonic woman responded. The person blocking their path was both shocked and delighted. "How did you find out?" Even she had no idea of the full situation on this chaotic battlefield. So how did these women obtain such shocking news? What was more, she and the other old ancestors had already speculated that Yang Kai had fallen. After all, there was no word from him for over 500 years after he was pursued by the powerful royal lord. So how could he have survived? It was only after returning to the barren territory and obtaining some information from the members of Voidland that they concluded that Yang Kai was actually still alive. Only, nobody knew where he was. The demonic woman had no patience to explain. However, she knew that she had no choice but to do so at this moment. He and Su Yan have cultivated a profound dual cultivation art for many years, so they have formed a connection between their souls. It allows them to sense each other as long as they are not too far away. The person blocking the way immediately turned towards the white-robed woman and asked, "You felt his presence?" Su Yan nodded and pointed in a certain direction, but just as she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. "He's gone again." The demonic woman was furious and ground her teeth at the person who was blocking their way. "If it turns out you made us lose our man again, you must compensate us." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had heard similar words many times over the past few centuries. Despite her being a powerful 9th Order old ancestor, she had spent countless years overseeing the Black Ink battlefield, rendering meritorious service. All of her juniors and subordinates always treated her with the utmost respect, but this woman from the demon race showed no such inclination. When she learned that Yang Kai had been serving under her all this while for so many years but ended up missing, she made a huge uproar about making her compensate for this. But what kind of compensation could she possibly offer? She did not even have the slightest idea where Yang Kai was. The battle on the barren territory was currently raging. The human soldiers from the Great Passes had suffered heavy casualties. So, after retreating to the barren territory, they had a discussion with the cave heavens and paradises and decided to recruit soldiers from the second-class forces to form a new army to bolster their ranks. There were countless second-class forces in the 3,000 worlds, and there were many masters among these great forces who were in the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. All of them were qualified to join the battle against the Black Ink clan. In the past, these second-class forces were kept from this war because the cave heavens and paradises were there to oversee the Black Ink battlefield. Now that the Black Ink battlefield had been lost to the enemy, the barren territory had become their last line of defense. If they failed to defend even here, then the 3,000 worlds were doomed. Facing such a crisis, the cave heavens and paradises had to abandon their old conventions. Void Land was also considered a second-class great force. So naturally, it was unavoidable that some of them would be conscripted. With her connection to Yang Kai, old ancestor Xiao Xiao took command of Void Land's open heaven realm masters, intending to shelter them as best she could. Yet, she never expected that this wife of Yang Kai's would be so bold. Even more difficult for old ancestor Xiao Xiao to understand was how much of a womanizer that little bastard actually was. To have attracted so many women to his side, yet all of them were so attached to him, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was stupefied, but more so, impressed. To be honest, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao found out that Yang Kai's wives, plural, were coming to the barren territory to join the fight, she was quite surprised. Without thinking much of it, she immediately took the reinforcements sent from Void Land under her wing. However, when these alluring women came to report to her, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was flabbergasted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a total of 9 women. Human, demon, monster, divine spirits, a variety of races were included among them. That brat, he is truly uninhibited. How was he able to bear such a load? But what made old ancestor Xiao Xiao even more speechless was the fact that apart from the 9 wives who had already married him officially, there seemed to be a good many women still back in Voidland who shared an ambiguous relationship with him. At first, old ancestor thought that there must have been a mistake, but upon closer questioning, she realized that there was no mistake at all. She suddenly felt as if her understanding of Yang Kai was lacking. That brat gave the impression of an upstanding and earnest man all those years on the Black Ink battlefield. She had never seen any semblance of such philandering from him. Even Feng Ying and Bai Yi, 2 women of exceptional beauty and strength, who were in his squad, were only regular comrades to him. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao could not help but criticize him inwardly. Sure enough, one cannot judge a book by its cover. If one were to peel back that bastard's prim and proper skin, then one would surely find a flowery bunch of innards inside. Compensate us! The demonic woman was still shouting, while the other women wore indignant expressions on their faces. Helpless, old ancestor Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked in that direction. After some thought, she turned to ask Su Yan, "Could there be any mistake with your senses?" Su Yan replied coldly, "I have never been mistaken." In that case, what would the sudden loss of that sensation imply? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked. Su Yan explained, "He has either died or left the range of our connection. I cannot sense him across great territories or over extremely large distances. However, my cultivation is now far higher than it was before. As long as he remains in the barren territory, I should be able to sense him." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. That direction is where the territory gate is located. He must have fought his way here from the Black Ink battlefield. Since you lost the connection, then he must have gone back. I will go and check it out. None of you are allowed to make any rash moves while I am gone. Saying so, she dashed off in that direction. The women were left to look at each other, not knowing what to do. Shuiyu looked at Yu Rumeng. "Elder sister, what should we do?" Yu Rumeng's face was gloomy for a while before she grit her teeth and shouted, "We wait!" Just now, she had been too agitated and was about to lead her sisters over in the heat of the moment. But even though they were no longer as weak as they were in the past, it was still not wise for them to run around on such a chaotic battlefield. All these years, they never knew what happened to Yang Kai until the human race army retreated to the barren territory. Only then did they hear about Yang Kai from some of the soldiers who fought alongside him. All of them were heartbroken and wished for nothing more than to fight side by side with their husband. Now that their husband had finally returned, as the eldest sister, Yu Rumeng would not be able to explain to Yang Kai if anything were to happen to any of them. Even though she wanted to rush over to see what the situation was herself, she had no choice but to resist that urge. Clenching her fists, she led the others towards a group of Black Ink clansmen, venting their endless rage on them. The Black Ink clansmen that they fought were filled with grievances, wondering just what had come over these mad women for them to act so viciously. On the other side, old ancestor Xiao Xiao transformed into a stream of light that swept across half of the battlefield, heading straight for the territory gate. Her ostentatiousness naturally attracted the attention of many royal lords. Neither the old ancestors nor the royal lords would move casually on this battlefield, forming a kind of mutual restraint towards each other. A rash move from either side could precipitate a major battle. However, old ancestor Xiao Xiao couldn't care less about the bigger picture at this moment. Frankly, she blamed herself for losing Yang Kai, and she had been feeling guilty about it all these years. However, with so many soldiers dying on the battlefield, she had no way of protecting all of them even if she was in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. There was no helping it if there was no news of Yang Kai, but now that she had a solid lead, she naturally wanted to look into it. Before old ancestor Xiao Xiao could reach the territory gate though, a royal lord swooped in to stop her. Naturally, the two of them promptly engaged in a shocking battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-54, Sealing the Gate. At that moment, Yang Kai had already passed through the territory gate. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way, both because he had used his space principles to merge with the void to hide his aura, making it difficult for the Black Ink clan to notice him, and because the portal was being guarded very closely. The Black Ink clan had already begun their attack on the barren territory. This was their battlefield against the human race, and as long as the human defense lines here were completely destroyed, they would be able to conquer the entire 3,000 worlds. When that time came, with the insidious nature of Black Ink strength, the Black Ink clan's strength would snowball and grow to the point where the human race couldn't fight back. Therefore, it did not matter to them whether they guarded the territory gate or not. The humans would not think about capturing the portal since their goal was the same as the Black Ink clan. Only by fighting here could they be rid of them once and for all. As for capturing the territory gate, nobody had even thought about it since it was a senseless endeavor. As such, Yang Kai had no difficulty crossing the portal. When Su Yen sensed him, he had also sensed her and raised his head in a hurry, but he could not catch Su Yen in his sight. They were simply too far apart. It was surprising to him that Su Yen had also joined the fight. When he entered the Black Ink battlefield, Su Yen, Shan Qingluo, and Zhu Qing were still in the Divine Spirit ancestral land to cultivate. More than 1,000 years had passed since then. Since Su Yen was participating in the war, then the divine spirits of the Divine Spirit ancestral land must be participating as well. Yang Kai understood the crux of the matter instantly. It was no wonder he saw so many divine spirits on the battlefield just now. It was impossible to say that he was not worried. Even though it had been more than 1,000 years, he was still not sure to what extent Su Yen could grow in that period. What's more, on this chaotic battlefield, even 8th Order and 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could fall. However, as things had already come to this point, worrying was pointless. The battle for the barren territory was one that concerned the entire 3,000 worlds. If the fight here was lost, then the 3,000 worlds would be doomed. After tossing aside the miscellaneous thoughts weighing his mind, Yang Kai tried to forcibly suppress the head-splitting pain from using for soul-rending thorns. If he wanted to recover from this, then he would likely have to wait for the soul-warming lotus to slowly mend his soul. When he stepped into the portal, Yang Kai's space principles flared and the seemingly short distance between the endpoints of the territory gate seemed to stretch infinitely rather than send him back to the Black Ink battlefield immediately. Instead of fully going through, Yang Kai actually remained inside the portal. An ordinary person couldn't do this, as anyone who passed through a territory gate would definitely reemerge in the Black Ink battlefield or the barren territory. However, Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space and had already reached the level of summiting the peak. So, with a clever use of space principles, it was easy for him to stretch the space inside the portal. He was in no hurry to return to the no-return pass. Instead, he wanted to seal the territory gate completely, just like he did back then when he went from the Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield. The Barren Territory was the second battlefield imagined by the ancient ancestors, and they had long emptied up that territory. In other words, it was simply impossible for the Black Ink clan to obtain any resources from the Barren Territory. Without resources, the Black Ink clan would not be able to breed new clansmen. The Black Ink clan was now completely dependent on the no-return pass for reinforcements and supplies. Tens of thousands of Black Ink clan teams were sent to harvest resources across the Black Ink battlefield and deliver them to the Black Ink nests, where new clansmen were bred. At this moment, all of the high-rank Black Ink nests were located in or around the no-return pass, even using the destroyed Great Passes as platforms. As such, as long as the territory gate connecting the Black Ink battlefield to the Barren Territory was closed, the flow of supplies and reinforcements to the Black Ink clan would be cut off. Without reinforcements, one more death on the battlefield would mean one less Black Ink clansman to deal with. Sooner or later, they would be wiped out by the human race. Even if all the Black Ink clansmen in the Barren Territory were wiped out, it would be difficult to say that the scourge of the Black Ink clan was completely dealt with, but at the very least, the 3,000 worlds could be kept safe, and the situation would basically return how it was to before the no-return pass was lost. With that logic in mind, Yang Kai knew he had to seal the territory gate connecting the no-return pass and the Barren Territory. No one else had the means to achieve this. Currently, the clan leader of the Phoenix clan may have the necessary skills to achieve this as well, but she was far too big of a target. As a master on par with the current Dragon clan leader, she was under constant watch by at least 2 royal lords, making it impossible for her to move as she pleased. As early on as when he decided to attack the no-return pass, Yang Kai had this idea in mind. Only, he never mentioned it to anyone. If the remnant army managed to break through the no-return pass, then it would be just as Yang Kai hoped, while if all seemed lost, he could still take the opportunity to rush towards the territory gate alone while the remnant army held off the Black Ink clan. Originally, Yang Kai planned to seal the territory gate as they passed through it. However, what he saw in the no-return pass made him change his mind slightly. Right now, the remnant army had already arrived at the Barren Territory, and a large human army had rendezvoused with them, temporarily putting them out of danger. Only now did Yang Kai turn back to the portal. As space principles fluctuated, the territory gate began to shrink and flicker. Yang Kai had done something similar more than 1,000 years ago, so he naturally had no difficulty now. As soon as the sealing process began, its visual manifestation in the Barren Territory began showing signs of distortion. The portal, which was originally a giant, churning tear in the void, now seemed as if an invisible force had smoothed out its chaotic lines. The speed of rotation gradually decreased, and the torn traces were rapidly healing over. At first, the Black Ink clan did not notice anything, but soon enough, they detected the abnormality of the territory gate. Even though they had no idea what this occurrence meant, they relied on the territory gate to provide support and reinforcements to their army, so they dared not be careless. At once, a royal lord went forward to investigate. What the Black Ink clan could notice, the humans naturally noticed as well. In particular, the Phoenix clan, who were proficient in the Tao of Space, could tell what the source of the portal's change was, and a loud phoenix cry was soon sent out in all directions. When the human masters learned that someone was sealing the territory gate, all of their spirits were lifted, and they all rushed towards the location of the portal to stop the Black Ink clan from disturbing the process. The 2 armies immediately engaged in a brutal fight to the death around the territory gate, with masters from both sides falling frequently. Even the powerful divine spirits were not spared from the carnage. Inside of the territory gate, Yang Kai pushed his space principles to the limit. He knew that as soon as he made his move, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice, so he had to act quickly to avoid being stopped by them. Shuttling through the void from the Barren Territory to the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai not only sealed the corridor, he also filled the void around him with violent turbulence wherever he passed, adding to the blockage. This blockage was not permanent or foolproof by any means. If there existed a master as skillful as him in the Tao of Space, then the blocked territory gate could be reopened and the turbulence cleared out in short order. Only, there were no individuals among the Black Ink clan who were proficient in the Tao of Space. It did not matter even if they forced their way through, as they would just be swept up by the chaos and forced to aimlessly wander the void forever. In just a dozen breaths of time, the portal in the barren territory had become as smooth as a mirror, its manifestation disappearing completely. All the humans were shocked to see this. How could they not know that their side had succeeded? Some of the Black Ink clansmen were unconvinced and rushed towards where the portal was originally located. Yet there was no sign of them being transported at all. It was as if they were just traversing past ordinary space. This made all in the Black Ink clan's hearts sink. Being cut off from their rear support by the humans was going to be disastrous for them. They needed to act quickly. Otherwise, their troops would be eradicated, and they would have no chance of turning the tides anymore. Once Yang Kai blocked up the entire corridor and returned to the no-return pass, he immediately saw Nyonyo fighting against several territory lords. It had been less than a half cup of tea's time since Nyonyo stopped their pursuers, allowing Yang Kai to lead the remnant army to the barren territory, and his subsequent return alone. In just a short half a cup of tea's time, Nyonyo had already been beaten beyond recognition. Countless pieces of his body were torn to shreds, and he was now practically a broken skeleton that barely managed to maintain its original shape. The ox monster was certainly very strong, but it was still no match for a dozen innate territory lords combined. In a few more moments, it would surely be torn completely to shreds. Yang Kai could not bear to watch this scene any longer, but he had no intention of helping either. Nyonyo was already dead and was now shining his final light. If he tried to help, he would only be throwing himself into a trap. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the same. On another battlefield, the old ancestor stood alone, fighting against the royal lord there as well as several territory lords. It was clear that his energy was already close to being exhausted. After returning to the no-return pass again, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear before rushing straight to the central square. Nyonyo was about to give up resisting, but when he noticed Yang Kai's aura, he immediately became energized and moved to the sky, desperately distracting his opponents lest they cause trouble for Yang Kai instead. The old ancestor acted similarly. Even though they noticed that Yang Kai had come back, the territory lords were unable to extricate themselves from their current battles. They could only scream and shout for their subordinates to stop him. But how could such dregs stop Yang Kai, whose current strength was sufficient to easily kill an innate territory lord with just one soul-rending thorn? Even without a soul-rending thorn, he could similarly kill innate territory lords quickly while only paying a small price. The feudal lords were simply unable to block his way, and any who tried simply turned into broken corpses. After cutting through the Black Ink clan's army in a reign of terror, Yang Kai descended upon the square with great momentum. With just one sweep of his divine sense, he found the aura of Ji Lao San, who was heavily suppressed and imprisoned. Even with the power of a divine spirit to protect him, he was already showing signs of being corrupted after being in contact with Black Ink's strength for who knows how long. Ji Lao San's dragon form was also locked in place firmly by a type of black chain. He no longer had much power to resist. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's body erupted in a golden light, and following a dragon roar, he instantly transformed into a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon. He grabbed the black chains holding Ji Lao San down, and his dragon force burst out. Ji Lao San knew what Yang Kai was trying to do, and under their combined efforts, the chains were swiftly snapped. "Transform into your human form," Yang Kai roared at him. Ji Lao San reacted quickly and shrank down, assuming a human shape. Yang Kai grabbed him with his claws and with a swing of his giant body, wiped out the Black Ink clansmen around him. Amid a loud dragon roar, he disappeared towards the depths of the void without looking back. From the distance, a loud dragon roar resounded. "I've blocked the territory gate and cut off the supplies to the Black Ink clan on the other side. Victory will surely be ours." The Azure Void Pass old ancestor, who was fighting the royal lord silently and without rest, suddenly grinned at his words and shouted, "Good boy." In the next moment, his old flesh completely transformed into a sword light. Man and sword merged into one and slashed out at the royal lord, horrifying the latter. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-55, Erosion of Black Ink Strength. Yang Kai had already disappeared with Ji Lao San, so he was unable to see the glory of the old ancestor's final attack. Naturally, he also had no idea that the royal lord at the no-return pass had nearly been cut in half by this shocking move. As the sword light disappeared, so did the old ancestor. Only an everlasting sword intent remained behind, cleaving open countless cracks in the void. The slash also left a 3-meter-long gash through the front of the royal lord's chest, where his flesh could be seen turning inside out, from which black ink strength constantly spurted. With a look of shock still on his face, the royal lord turned in Yang Kai's direction and shouted through gritted teeth, "Follow him." In the next instant, 8 territory lords soared towards the depths of the void in the direction Yang Kai escaped to. The royal lord's face was incredibly gloomy. Despite him personally overseeing this place, a small human army was still able to break through their blockade and pass through the no-return pass, which was a great shame to his name. But what made him feel even more indignant was the 8th Order Master from earlier. That human was too strong. In just this battle alone, that one 8th Order Master had cut down 6 territory lords. The Royal Lord made a move personally to exterminate this threat, but he did not expect a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to come out to hinder him at the critical moment. Worse yet, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came back and rescued the dragon imprisoned by them in the no-return pass after so much difficulty, delivering another slap to his face. In a fit of rage, the Royal Lord's body flickered and appeared in front of Nyo, who had been beaten to pieces. With just a single punch, the still defiant ox monster was reduced to paste. "Wastes! All of you!" the Royal Lord roared. Even with several territory lords uniting their strengths, they were held up by a literal dead thing until now, which made him extremely dissatisfied with their performances. The territory lords felt ashamed after being criticized, but they did not dare to retort. At this time, a feudal lord came forward to give a report. "Sir Royal Lord, there's something unusual happening to the territory gate on this side. Please inspect it, sir." The royal lord's heart clenched at those words, and he turned back to look at the portal, a single glance being enough to send a chill down his spine. He hadn't noticed the changes in the territory gate before, but now that he looked over, he saw that the portal was gone. He quickly rushed over to try and pass through the gate, but it was useless. He tried a few more times, but it still did not work. Only then did he realize that the humans had somehow closed the territory gate leading to the 3,000 worlds by some unknown means. The royal lord became even more livid, and when the 8 territory lords who had gone to chase after Yang Kai returned empty-handed, his rage reached a peak. Yang Kai had escaped from the pursuit of a royal lord when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, so now that he was in the 8th Order, what could a few territory lords do even if they tried to catch him? His dragon form made him an extremely conspicuous target, so not long after leaving the no-return pass, Yang Kai returned to his human form and wrapped Ji Lao San with his power. With a few successive instantaneous movements, the pair left the territory lords chasing them far behind. But Yang Kai did not stop immediately and instead continued escaping towards the depths of the void. It was not until half a month later that he found a barren universe world to settle down on and recuperate. While moving deeper into the universe world, Yang Kai opened up 2 shelters for them and told Ji Lao San, "Rest by yourself for now. I need to heal my wounds." Ji Lao San nodded with a complicated expression on his face, remaining silent. Yang Kai headed to his spot and sat down cross-legged before taking out a large handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth. The injuries he suffered from this battle were not light, not to mention the damage he incurred to his soul from using for soul-rending thorns. As the one leading the remnant army, Yang Kai had stood at the vanguard, and so he was also the one who received the most pressure for the majority of the battle. In particular, the world force from his small universe was severely depleted, so he was in desperate need of time to properly recuperate. Right now, Yang Kai no longer had complete sets of cultivation materials on hand, so he could only rely on open heaven pills to restore himself. Fortunately, the time flow inside of his small universe was 7 times faster than that of the outside world, and the bustling vitality of the living beings in his small universe was also providing him with fresh world force every moment. That was why recovering was not a difficult task for him. After a month or so, Yang Kai had just about recovered all of his depleted energy. Other than the damage to his soul, which still required some more time to heal, he was generally fine. The wounds on his soul did not need him to sit in meditation to recover because he had the soul-warming lotus, which would automatically nourish and repair it. Yang Kai got up and went to where Ji Lao San was resting, and when he heard the noise, Ji Lao San, who was circulating his dragon force and recovering his energy, opened his eyes and got up. "Many thanks for this life-saving grace, Brother Yang." Looking at the spirited Yang Kai, Ji Lao San could not help but recall the scene from back then when Yang Kai had just arrived at the no-return pass all those years ago. At that time, he still looked down on this guy and would repeatedly seek trouble with him. Who would have thought that hundreds of years later, it would be this guy who would save his life? "I've troubled you this time, Brother Yang." Ji Lao San was no longer the haughty dragon from back then. Clearly, the shocking events at the no-return pass had allowed him to mature a lot. However, it was not only those events that made him change. Yang Kai was part of it, too. Even though Yang Kai was a human who chanced upon a dragon source, allowing him to acquire a dragon vein, the source he possessed was actually from the third-generation Dragon Emperor. This point alone made it so that no dragon would dare to underestimate him. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan's elders had intended for Yang Kai to record his name in the Dragon Tome back then at the no-return pass. The Dragon Tome was a sacred treasure to the Dragon Clan, which had existed since their founding. It could be said to be one of the Dragon Clan's most important possessions, on par with the Dragon Pool itself. There were countless dragonkin in the 3,000 worlds, but only true dragons who were recognized by the Dragon Clan had the qualifications to record their name in the Dragon Tome. Furthermore, Yang Kai was the first dragonkin to become a true dragon and gain this qualification since ancient times. The elders even promised to record his name with his own surname. If that truly were to happen, then a new lineage would be born in the Dragon Clan. Since the beginning of history, the feat of ancestral establishment was achieved by only 3 members of the Dragon Clan, resulting in the current Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. If Yang Kai had agreed at the time, then a new Yang bloodline would have been born in the Dragon Clan. However, due to the bloodline great oath from the ancient past, Yang Kai refused the kindness of the elders and chose not to record his name in the Dragon Tome, even though the benefits of doing so were not small. Even without recording one's name, Yang Kai had already become a pure-blood dragon after advancing to become an ancient dragon. It could be said that there was no difference between him and dragons like Ji Lao San, who were born and raised as dragons. In fact, thanks to his source, he was even more powerful. The dragons would not so much as spare a glance at the dragonkin of mixed bloodlines. But how could Ji Lao San act recklessly in front of his own kin? Not to mention, he just received Yang Kai's life-saving grace. Upon hearing Ji Lao San's words, Yang Kai knew that he had misunderstood him and tried to explain, "I didn't return to the no-return pass just for you, Brother Ji. The main reason was to seal the territory gate." Ji Lao San was stunned when he heard what Yang Kai said, but then he looked delightfully surprised in realization. The portal has been blocked. He had been confined this whole time and enveloped by a thick black ink cloud, so he was completely oblivious to outside matters. Yang Kai nodded. "I came from the barren territory and blocked the portal using my secret technique. The Black Ink Clan should not even think about opening the portal again unless they have a master as skilled as me in the Tao of Space." Ji Lao San was ecstatic. "This way, our side only needs to take care of the enemies in the barren territory, and the Black Ink Clan's plan to invade the 3,000 worlds will be completely crushed." He had been in the no-return pass for a long time, so Ji Lao San naturally knew about the barren territory. Every so often, he would even use a soul clone to run around the barren territory when he was bored. Only, the barren territory was quite literally barren, with only the necessities left behind by the human ancestors to wage war. Ji Lao San only went a few times before losing interest. Rather than go to that damned place, he might as well stay in the no-return pass and quarrel with the phoenixes. With his spirits raised, Ji Lao San thought of something again and mentioned tentatively, "But blocking the territory gate doesn't mean the war will end." Yang Kai was surprised. "Why do you say that?" Rather than answer his question, Ji Lao San asked, "I heard that the humans encountered an extremely ancient master during a previous crusade called Song." Yang Kai nodded. Ji Lao San said, "Truthfully, the ancient books of the Dragon Clan do have some records about this, but only in scattered fragments. Perhaps it may have something to do with the Dragon Clan's decline at the time." Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. Based on what Song told him back then, the divine spirits were active during the primordial era, the era in which they ruled over the vast universe. It was just that their vicious battles against each other caused many divine spirits and their clans to go extinct. By the time the early ancient era arrived, it was the monster races that assumed dominance. During the early ancient era, monster beasts ran rampant and the human race were put in a difficult position. Under the influence of some sort of mysterious power, Song and the other 9 martial ancestors entered the grand ancient ruins boundary, and with the power of the world tree gained enlightenment to the path to the open heaven realm. It was only after this that the human race was able to slowly rise. During the age when the humans were rising up, the divine spirits had already begun to decline, and the Dragon Clan spent all their time in the ancestral land, so they did not know much about the outside world. However, they still had some records from that time. Does Brother Yang know how the Black Ink battlefield was formed? Yang Kai nodded. Senior Tsong told me about it. It was the 10 martial ancestors that carved out the battlefield. Ji Lao San corrected. What they carved out was merely the great territories that had already been taken over by Black Ink strength. A boundary was built between those great territories and those not occupied by the Black Ink clan. After a pause, Ji Lao San said, "Let's put this another way. Does Brother Yang know why the Black Ink battlefield is so vast and expansive?" Yang Kai said hesitantly, "I heard that it was made up of a fusion of many great territories." Ji Lao San nodded. "Exactly. Then why did these great territories fuse together?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized what Ji Lao San was trying to say now. Ji Lao San sighed. Black Ink strength is an extremely sinister power. Not only can it corrupt the bodies and souls of living beings, it can even erode the boundaries between great territories. Once the density of Black Ink strength reaches a certain point in a great territory, the boundary wall will disappear, and without that barrier, the great territories will naturally fuse into one. Yang Kai exclaimed, "The barren territory." He finally understood why Ji Lao San said blocking the portal would not end the war. He had indeed sealed off the no-return pass from the barren territory for now, but if the boundary walls of the barren territory were to be eroded, then it would fuse with the shattered heaven. If that were to happen, the defensive line constructed by the humans in the barren territory would become meaningless. Ji Lao San went on, "You don't have to worry too much though, Brother Yang. Even though the Black Ink clan is strong right now without any supplies, it will become difficult for them to produce more members or Black Ink strength. The barren territory is not small by any means, so it would be unfeasible for the Black Ink clan to try and erode the boundary walls using just the Black Ink strength available to them. I'm only telling you this in case you suffer a loss due to something similar happening in the future." Yang Kai nodded. "Many thanks for the lesson." Ji Lao San added, "Besides, if I know about this, then the elders of my Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan should know about it too. They will take the necessary precautions. No matter what, the Black Ink clan has already lost half the battle since the territory gate has been blocked by you, Brother Yang." Martial Peak, Chapter 54-56, The Way Back. During the late ancient era, the reason why the boundary walls between the great territories eroded so easily was mainly because of Mo. Mo was the origin of Black Ink strength, and its power was incredibly pure and powerful. Most of the boundary walls between the great territories occupied by the Black Ink clan were personally eroded by its hands. The boundary walls were a real existence. Only it was difficult for ordinary people to even perceive them. The places where the territory gates were located were essentially gaps in the boundary walls, as well as the portals that connected two great territories. In fact, boundary walls were incredibly sturdy existences. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the humans to confine the Black Ink clan inside the Black Ink battlefield. Trying to erode the boundary wall with Black Ink strength alone was a difficult feat to achieve. Now, Yang Kai had sealed the territory gate between the no-return pass and the barren territory, cutting off the Black Ink clan's supply line, but he was powerless to do anything more. He asked more about the no-return pass, and learned from Ji Lao San that the pass fall was attributed to the two black ink giant spirit gods, just as he expected. The human race army retreated all the way from outside of the primordial heaven source grand restriction to the no-return pass, suffering countless casualties along the way. Somewhere between 20 and 30 of the great passes were destroyed in the process, while even more Ninth Order old ancestors died in battle. The casualties they sustained could be described as unprecedented since the late ancient era. Even though the Black Ink clan also sustained their fair share of casualties, they were much less significant when compared to the humans. After all, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods were far too powerful. After retreating to the no-return pass and receiving the support from the Dragon clan and Phoenix clan, the two sides fought a brutal war around the no-return pass. In the end, the human army and its allies were unable to hold. The no-return pass was broken through, and for the first time in history, it became engulfed in the flames of war. Half of this result was because they were truly helpless to fend off the enemy, but the other half was intentional. The united army of the humans and the divine spirits executed a coordinated retreat to the barren territory to use the second battlefield to continue their war against the Black Ink clan. Ji Lao San had gone too deep into enemy lines while fighting and was surrounded by the Black Ink clan, resulting in him being unable to return to the no-return pass in time to join the evacuation. In the end, he was captured by a royal lord in the final battle. The Black Ink clan did not kill him, though. They placed divine spirits in high regard, so the royal lord imprisoned him in the no-return pass and surrounded him in a cloud of black ink strength, seemingly in an attempt to study the innate resistance of divine spirits towards their black ink strength. It was to find a way to corrupt them quickly through research. If the royal lord had not had such intentions, then Ji Lao San would not have survived after being captured. His 55,000-meter-long ancient dragon body was comparable to an Eighth Order master in strength. However, an ancient dragon could hardly make any waves in front of a royal lord. Over the years, it had become increasingly difficult for Ji Lao San to persevere. Fortunately, his dragon vein was quite pure, giving him fairly high resistance to the corruption of black ink strength. However, if another decade or so had passed, even he could not be sure whether or not he would be corrupted by black ink strength. If he really were corrupted, then he would surely become a stain on the Dragon clan's pride. That was why Ji Lao San was so grateful to Yang Kai for saving him. He had saved not only his life, but protected the honor of the entire clan. Ji Lao San still had some black ink strength lingering in his body, so Yang Kai gave him some purifying black ink pills to finally eliminate this hidden danger. Freed from the black ink strength shadow, Ji Lao San's body felt light and he heaved a long sigh in his hiding place before asking, "Brother Yang, what do you plan on doing next?" "I'm going back." Yang Kai had already made up his mind. Ji Lao San did not understand. "The portal has already been blocked though. How will you return? You're not thinking of reopening it, are you?" "That would be a bad idea." Yang Kai was able to catch the enemy by surprise when he sealed the territory gate the first time. But if he were to try it again, the Black Ink clan would surely respond more quickly and forcefully, making it questionable whether he could succeed or not. If things progressed as expected, the Black Ink clan would have already tightened their guard around where the territory gate used to be while they looked for a way to reopen the portal. "That won't be necessary." Yang Kai shook his head. "I know a passage that leads to the 3,000 worlds. We can use that path." His words shocked Ji Lao San. To think that the Black Ink battlefield actually had another passage that led to the 3,000 worlds. This was big news, and if the Black Ink clan were to ever learn about it, they would surely rejoice. The passage that Yang Kai spoke of was the one he used to get to the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory back then. Since he could come from Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield at that time, he would naturally be able to do the opposite. He just had to reopen the passage, which would not be difficult for the current him at all. Now, of course, the existence of the passage was quite peculiar in itself. Based on Yang Kai's speculation, it may be a special type of territory gate, or it may be a weak point in the boundary walls. In ancient times, a royal lord somehow found her way into the Black Territory through this passage, and was suppressed and sealed by human race masters of the time before a super array was set up to suppress her and the Void Corridor. Countless years later, Yang Kai shook the foundation of the Grand Array while mining the resources in Black Territory and almost allowed the royal lord to escape. Fortunately, She had been imprisoned for an incredibly long time, so her strength had declined greatly. Otherwise, with the lineup that the humans had at the time, they would have suffered far heavier losses in order to deal with that royal lord. The Void Corridor was located in the Blue Sky Theater, which was quite far from here. Yang Kai took out his universe chart and ascertained the direction before flying side by side with Ji Lao San, occasionally using space principles to speed up their journey. If he was alone, Yang Kai could have just repeatedly used instantaneous movement to dramatically reduce the amount of time the journey required, but it was hard to do so with Ji Lao San tagging along, as the latter was an ancient dragon, meaning he could not be carried by Yang Kai so easily. Along their journey, the scenery in the vast void all looked the same. They passed through several theaters which used to be defended by the Great Passes, and took nearly 10 years to finally reach the Blue Sky Theater. Blue Sky Pass, which had guarded this stretch of void for eons, was long gone. Yang Kai did not even know whether it had been completely destroyed or not. There were 70 to 80 remnant Great Passes floating outside of the no-return pass, all of them shrouded by black ink clouds, making it hard to identify them. From Yang Kai's perspective, it had been several thousand years since he came here, but he still remembered how he had sealed up the Void Corridor along his way after departing from Black Territory until he suddenly stepped into a sealed world. The Void Corridor in Black Territory was connected to that sealed world. The sealed worlds of the Black Ink battlefield were basically the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens left behind after the fall of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from ancient times. The Universe Cave Heaven encompassing the passage connecting Black Territory and the Black Ink battlefield should not have appeared there as an accident, but rather been placed there by artificial intervention. The owner of the Universe Cave Heaven clearly knew about the existence of this Void Corridor, and so they took the initiative to leave their small universe behind, enveloping the passage and hiding it from the eyes and ears of all others. Doing so meant sacrificing one's lifetime of cultivation, as well as their life itself. Their ancestors sacrificed their lives for the sake of peace for the human race. Countless years later, their descendants still upheld this philosophy. That was why Meng Qi, whom Yang Kai encountered in the sealed world, willingly sacrificed himself without a single word of complaint in order to keep the Void Corridor a secret. The sacrifice of this unnamed ancestor was worth it. Countless years went by, yet the Black Ink clan never learned of the existence of a Void Corridor that connected straight to the 3,000 worlds. If Yang Kai had not come over from Black Territory, then he would not have triggered the abnormality in the Universe Cave Heaven, and then it would naturally not have been noticed by the Black Ink clan. It was because of his actions that the Universe Cave Heaven's location was exposed, and only then did several feudal lords come over to investigate. Fortunately, the passage had been sealed shortly after it opened, so the feudal lords couldn't have detected anything. There were several feudal lords and their subordinates, as well as other high-rank Black Ink clansmen who came to investigate the sealed world. Regardless of whether or not they could find anything good in the sealed world, the world force that existed there in itself was the favorite food of the Black Ink clan. World force was the foundation that maintained the existence of a sealed world. Even though the sealed world's owner died long ago, as long as the small universe remained intact, the world force would not dissipate. However, after being devoured by the Black Ink clan, the world force was gone, and without that foundation, the sealed world would naturally collapse into nothingness, never to be found again. It took a decade for Yang Kai and Ji Lao San to arrive at the Blue Sky Theater, and another 2 years to locate the original location of the sealed world, not because Yang Kai was incompetent, but because it was difficult to find a single spot in the vastness of the void. Fortunately, he had specifically noted down the location in his mind back then. Otherwise, he might have come up empty on this trip. Standing at a certain point in the void, Yang Kai silently sensed his surroundings for some time before he was certain that this was where the sealed world collapsed, and the Void Corridor was hidden. If anyone else were to come here, they would naturally be helpless in the face of this situation, but Yang Kai had great attainments in the Tao of space. Even in such a case, he could find the Void Corridor's entrance. He just needed to spend some time and effort on it. So, for the next few months, Yang Kai used space principles to probe for the Void Corridor over and over again while Ji Lao San sat silently. Until one day, he suddenly raised his brow and called out to Ji Lao San, who was a short distance away. "Brother Ji, come quickly." Ji Lao San's spirits were lifted and he came over in a flash. "Did you find it?" Yang Kai nodded. We must connect our auras together. Remember to follow me closely lest you get lost in the void crack. If that happens, even I may not be able to find you." Ji Lao San laughed. "No need to go through such trouble." While saying so, his body flickered and he took on his dragon form. Only this time, rather than a 55,000-meter-long ancient dragon form, he transformed into a tiny dragon, no longer than an ordinary snake. This was also one of the Dragon Clan's secret techniques, allowing even a dragon that could cover the sky to become as small as a mustard seed. Yang Kai knew this secret technique too. However, he could not shrink himself as small as Ji Lao San could. Currently, his dragon form could range between 70,000 meters and 70 meters long. Seeing this display, Yang Kai decided in his heart that he had to properly cultivate this Dragon Clan secret technique once he returned. After all, sometimes, it was quite inconvenient for him to fight when his body was too large. The snake that Ji Lao San transformed himself into wrapped itself around Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai could not help but chuckle. Then, while madly surging his space principles, a ripple appeared in the void in front of them. A short while later, the sealed portal slowly revealed hints of itself. Yang Kai was the one who sealed off this void corridor nearly 1,000 years ago, so it was naturally no problem for him to open it again. However, not only did he have to open the void corridor today, but he also had to seal it behind him as he passed through, so he still faced some difficulty. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-57, Battle Outside the Universe Temple. This was also the reason why Yang Kai had not brought the remnant army back to the 3,000 worlds via this particular route. After gathering the remnant army, they numbered almost 5,000. There were simply too many of them. In a unique environment like this void corridor, Yang Kai was only capable of protecting 1 or 2 people at most. Thus, he could not bring all of them with him. If they were caught up in the void turbulence, they were bound to be swept away into the void crack, never to find their way out again. Thinking about the remnant army, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling depressed. 5,000 of them had attacked the no-return pass, but less than 3,000 made it through. Not to mention that was with the assistance of the old ancestor and Nyo holding back their enemies. Without their help, all 5,000 of them would have died that day. Composing himself, Yang Kai concentrated on forging a path forward. The void corridor to Black Territory was much longer than the one at the no-return pass. At present, he had to open a path in front of him while simultaneously closing it behind him. Therefore, it was a huge challenge to his mastery of the Tao of Space. Ji Lao San, who had transformed into a small dragon resembling a snake, had wrapped himself tightly around Yang Kai's arm. Looking around at the dangerous void turbulence swirling around them in all directions, he secretly felt speechless. It was his first time entering a place like the void crack. In the past, he had heard from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass that void cracks were extremely dangerous and the slightest negligence could cause a person to lose their way forever. Nevertheless, he did not truly understand the risks since he only heard stories but never experienced them in person. He once asked one of the Phoenix clan members to bring him deep into the void crack so that he could experience the environment for himself, but that Phoenix clan member had sternly reprimanded him for making such a request. After all, though the Phoenix clan was proficient in the Tao of Space, most would rather choose not to venture deep into a void crack for no reason, much less bring another person along with them. Yang Kai's movements had a sense of rhythm and order to them, even though he looked like he was struggling somewhat. This guy's attainments in the Tao of Space are probably higher than most of the Phoenix clan members. Ji Lao San secretly speculated in his heart. Not only was Yang Kai an ancient dragon, allowing him to be proficient in the Tao of Time, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of Space. Just what kind of a freak was he? On the other hand, Yang Kai did not know what nonsensical thoughts were running through Ji Lao San's head as he was focused solely on passing through the void corridor safely. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed when the obstruction ahead finally vanished without warning, and he abruptly found himself standing in the vast void. An irregular portal filled with chaos and nihility remained open behind him. He quickly turned around, reached out his hand in a swiping motion, and manipulated space principles to make the portal vanish out of sight. It was not until he finished hiding the entrance to the void corridor that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, Yang Kai did not see any scenery that was familiar to him. There was only pitch-black darkness that seemed darker than certain areas on the black ink battlefield. Be that as it may, he knew that he had arrived at black territory. In the past, he had entered the void corridor that brought him to the black ink battlefield from this very spot. Without further delay, he immediately consumed some open heaven pills to replenish the energy he had used up and quickly set off towards the territory gate. More than 10 years had passed since Yang Kai led the remnant army to the barren territory, so there was no way to know what the situation there was now. For that reason, he pressed down the urge to return to the star boundary. Even though he wanted to go back and check on the star boundary, he knew that now was not the right time to return. His greatest priority at the moment was to rush towards the barren territory as soon as possible. If he wanted to reach the barren territory, then he would first need to head towards the shattered heaven. He took out a universe chart of the 3,000 worlds and quickly figured out his direction. Then he hurried on his way. Ji Lao San seemed to have gotten used to this traveling method and did not change back to his original form, simply choosing to remain wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. If one did not observe carefully, one would have assumed that Yang Kai was wearing a fancy bracelet. To arrive at the barren territory as soon as possible, Yang Kai pushed his speed to its limits as he traveled through great territory after great territory. It was fortunate that he had left his imprint on a large number of universe temples, allowing him to save a significant amount of time. One day, Yang Kai's figure appeared atop a universe temple's universe array of a certain great territory before he immediately flew out. The cultivator guarding the universe temple didn't even have the time to check Yang Kai's identity before the latter disappeared without a trace. Hence, he was stunned by the strange and fleeting incident. The universe temples located in each great territory had been left behind by the human race in ancient times and were presently under the joint control of the cave heavens and paradises. Most great territories had a universe temple, with the rare exception of several great territories located in extremely remote regions. For example, the great territory in which the star boundary was located had not contained a universe temple originally. That was because the martial Tao in that particular great territory was too backward, and there were no cultivators who could shuttle through the void. Guarding the universe temple could be considered a kind of training for the disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. However, the task was boring since fighting was forbidden inside the universe temples. That was why very few disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would willingly volunteer to guard these places. Most of those assigned to these posts had relatively low cultivations. Aside from the mandatory 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master presiding over the Universe Temple, the rest were either in the 5th Order or below. Not to mention, their numbers were not high. Yang Kai was currently in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, which would make him a Supreme Elder or Ancestor-level character in any cave heaven or paradise. How could these guards in the 4th and 5th Order possibly trace his whereabouts? In any case, he had no plans to stay here for long because he had to continue on his journey. However, today, he noticed a battle between cultivators right outside the Universe Temple. 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and a 7th Order Master were locked in an intense fight for some reason. Although there was a clear gap in their cultivations, the 2 6th Order Masters were holding their own against their opponent in a 2-against-1 battle. That was an unusual sight indeed, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. How could 2 6th Order Masters be a worthy opponent for such a foe? Yang Kai observed for a while and soon figured out the reason. The 2 6th Order Masters were clearly disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, so the artifacts in their possession were excellent, and their secret techniques were powerful. They were most likely peak 6th Order Masters. On the contrary, the 7th Order Master's aura was clearly unstable. It looked like not much time had passed since he broke through to the 7th Order. Which great force he came from was unknown, but he clearly did not originate from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. According to convention, any 7th Order Master who did not come from any of the cave heavens or paradises in the 3,000 worlds was absorbed into the cave heaven or paradise closest to them. They would also be given the position of guest elder without any real responsibilities. Take the Great Battle Heaven for example. They were affiliated with more than 10 great territories. If a cultivator within any of these great territories advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, they would then be absorbed into Great Battle Heaven. However, all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who became guest elders of the cave heavens and paradises in this manner, would vanish without a trace soon after. There were no exceptions to this unspoken rule since time immemorial. As a result, the general public in the 3,000 worlds had various misunderstandings towards the cave heavens and paradises. The general assumption was that the cave heavens and paradises were using their authority to suppress all other great forces to prevent any unaffiliated cultivators from reaching the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, lest the foundation of their ruling position be shaken. That was why they immediately captured and subdued any cultivator who was discovered to have advanced to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. Of course, the truth of the matter was that most of those cultivators who advanced to the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm were sent to the Black Ink battlefield. As for the others, they simply entered seclusion in the cave heavens and paradises. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises were trying to suppress the other great forces. On the contrary, they wanted more Seventh Order Masters to appear, as such cultivators could not be considered weak. They were qualified to become squad leaders and vice-squad leaders on the Black Ink battlefield. For countless years, the cave heavens and paradises had nurtured countless disciples who were then dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield. As a result, they suffered countless casualties as the same cycle repeated generation after generation. If Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were born from other great forces, then they should also do their part to maintain the peace of the 3,000 worlds. However, participation was not mandatory. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were welcomed into the cave heavens and paradises would be told about the secret of the Black Ink battlefield by the sect master in person. Then they were given the choice to enter the Black Ink battlefield and contribute to the safety of the human race or remain within the sect for the rest of their lives. Information regarding the Black Ink clan and Black Ink strength could not be leaked to the public. Therefore, the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were aware of this secret could only remain within the confines of the cave heavens and paradises. Consequently, only the cave heavens and paradises could be ranked as first-class forces. No matter how large or powerful other great forces became, they could only be considered second-class because no Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were overseeing them. Due to these circumstances, many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the second-class great forces did not dare to advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, even though they had the heritage and capital to do so, as they were worried that they would suffer at the hands of the cave heavens and paradises if they did so. It was not that these great forces were too weak and could not produce Seventh Order Masters, but that the cultivators simply did not dare to advance to that realm. That was also how some Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters eventually found themselves hiding in Shattered Heaven. They secretly snuck into the Shattered Heaven before reaching the Seventh Order or Eighth Order in order to avoid the pursuit of the cave heavens and paradises. Although they seemed free and relaxed, only they knew about the pain and suffering they endured. After all, the Shattered Heaven was not a pleasant place. Even though this practice of the cave heavens and paradises caused great dissatisfaction among the countless second-class great forces, there was nothing that could be done. They could not allow the information regarding Black Ink strength to become common knowledge. If that were to happen, those with immoral intentions would inevitably take the initiative to seek out Black Ink strength. Even Vice Sect Master Yuan Du of Langya Paradise could not resist the temptation of Black Ink strength. He had actively sought out Black Ink strength and absorbed it into his body before spreading it to a number of elite disciples, transforming them into Black Ink disciples. It had to be said that Yuan Du was a vice sect master belonging to one of the 72 paradises. If even such a character could not resist temptation, how were others with lower strength, status, and talent do so? Most cultivators would gain the courage to break the rules and make some unexpected choices when faced with the limitations of their martial Tao. Over the years, the cave heavens and paradises might have made mistakes in other aspects. Nevertheless, there was no denying that they had performed splendidly in terms of protecting the 3,000 worlds. Outside this universe temple, the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were fighting a newly advanced Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai only needed a single glance to determine that the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master had come from one of the second-class great forces and not one of the cave heavens and paradises. There was also a large ship outside the Universe Temple with several 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing on the deck, observing the battle. The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an old man with a white head of hair and beard. After advancing to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, he thought that he could easily escape the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Antelope Paradise. But it wasn't until they started fighting that he realized how powerful these two were. He could only lament the fact that it had not been long since his advancement, so he could not bring out the full strength of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he had the opportunity to cultivate in retreat for several dozen to 100 years to consolidate his cultivation and familiarize himself with it, then two trivial Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have been nothing to him. Seeing that he could not escape, the old man shouted, "The cave heavens and paradises have been gathering Fifth and Sixth Order Masters from the second-class great forces in every great territory recently. It's obvious that they are planning to destroy the foundation of all second-class great forces to prevent their ruling authority from being shaken. They have revealed their wolfish ambitions. How long are the rest of you going to stand there and watch the show?" The expressions of the Fifth and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing on the large ship changed drastically upon hearing those words. It was just as the old man had said. They were cultivators from various second-class great forces in this great territory which was under the jurisdiction of Golden Antelope Paradise. In recent years, Golden Antelope Paradise had gone around gathering Fifth and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from various second-class great forces. It was just that they had not explained the purpose of their actions, so many people became uneasy about the situation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-58, Lord of the Star Boundary. It was not strange for the old man to have such thoughts. Too many rumors and misunderstandings about the cave heavens and paradises had propagated over the years. Many had the same thoughts as the old man but did not dare to voice their opinions. The old man continued, "Yen-Yi, 1,800 years ago, the former temple master of Golden Light Temple advanced to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm and was taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise. Have you heard from him since then?" A scholarly Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master stood on the large ship with a gloomy expression. He was none other than Yen-Yi of Golden Light Temple, whom the old man had addressed. The old man then shouted, "Bien Yuan Shan, 3,200 years ago, your ancestor showed outstanding talent and advanced directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. He was expected to advance to the Eighth Order one day, but more than 3,000 years have passed since he was recruited by these people. Have you seen or heard from him even once? The Bien family has repeatedly gone to the Golden Antelope Paradise to request a meeting with him, but they were always refused. Isn't that right?" A middle-aged man standing beside Yen-Yi on the large ship looked bitter. He was Bien Yuan Shan, the person whom the old man had called out in his speech. The Bien family was not particularly outstanding in this great territory. Nevertheless, it was true that an exceedingly talented ancestor who was born to them around 3,000 years ago. In addition to outstanding talent, that ancestor was also blessed with great luck. He had managed to obtain a complete set of Sixth Order materials from somewhere and advance directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. With the limited financial resources of the Bien family, it would have been impossible for him to obtain a complete set of Sixth Order materials for his advancement otherwise. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the masters of the Golden Antelope Paradise not long after he ascended to the Open Heaven Realm. After that incident, the Bien family had gone to the Golden Antelope Paradise on numerous occasions to meet their ancestor. However, it was just as the old man had mentioned. Their attempts had been fruitless to date. This incident had been a painful thorn in their hearts since then. The descendants of the Bien family had never forgotten that a mighty individual, who had advanced directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm with the expectation to one day become an Eighth Order Master, had been born from their humble family. Judging by the talent of their ancestor, he should have advanced to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm by now since more than 3,000 years had passed. Bien Yuan Shan naturally felt bitter and depressed to be reminded of this incident. If the Bien family had received the protection of a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they would not have fallen into such desolation. The Seventh Order old man had clearly lived for a very long time. Therefore, he was extremely knowledgeable about the secrets of the nearby great forces. He called out to each person and mentioned various incidents that were related to them, causing many Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters on the large ship to become furious. He called out to 6 people in quick succession, all of whom were similar to Yan Yi and Bian Yuanshan. Their ancestors or elders had either shown outstanding talent or advanced to the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Consequently, they were taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise and disappeared without a trace. The second-class Great Forces had always harbored some resentment towards the Cave Heavens and Paradises. It was just that they buried these feelings in their hearts and did not dare to express them out loud. Now that the old man had flamed these resentments, though, hostility began to bubble to the surface. When the 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters fighting the old man saw where the situation was going, one of them shouted, "Zhou Yan, stop talking nonsense. We can still resolve this issue if you stop now. If you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame us for showing no mercy." The old man called Zhou Yan coldly snorted. "This old master is speaking nonsense? You should know well just how many dirty things the Cave Heavens and Paradises have done over the years. This old master is simply revealing the truth. Don't even think about capturing and imprisoning this old master. Now that this old master is in the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, I can just kill you both here and then escape to the Shattered Heaven to live freely." The other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master shook his head. "Zhou Yan, the truth is different from what you believe. Golden Antelope Paradise has indeed acted a bit ambiguously over the years, but we had no other choice. If you wish to know the truth, then please stop resisting. The truth will naturally come to light once my senior brother guides you to a certain place." Zhou Yan sneered coldly. "This old master has lived for so many years. I am not a 3-year-old child. How can I be deceived by such nonsense?" While speaking, his attacks became more and more ruthless as he addressed the people on the ship once more. "Why aren't you doing anything? Are you truly planning to follow in the footsteps of your ancestors?" The people on the large ship had seemingly been bewitched and were eager to take action. The expressions of the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples, who were tasked with the responsibility of guiding these people, changed drastically at those words and raised their vigilance significantly. Needless to say, there were more than just the 2 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples here. There were several other Fifth Order Masters on the ship, but their numbers were not high. After all, the battle in the barren territory was currently in an extremely dangerous state. The Cave Heavens and Paradises simply could not afford to spare much manpower. If it really came down to a fight, they might not be a match for the people gathered here. In the worst case, they might even lose their lives. Kill them all. This old master will bring you to the Shattered Heaven. We will never be controlled by others again." Zhou Yan yelled. At this moment, he spotted an opening and slammed his palm towards one of the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. World force surged madly from the palm of his hand, enveloping it in an unstoppable force. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master turned pale with fright. He had been distracted for a moment just now, and that momentary distraction had given Zhou Yan an unexpected opportunity. That palm strike was not something he could bear. If he was struck by that blow, then he would either end up dead or heavily injured. At that point, his junior brother would be forced to confront Zhou Yan by himself, which was clearly impossible. When the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master saw that his senior brother was in danger, he tried to help. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. In his desperation, he could only roar at the top of his lungs, "Zhou Yan, stop!" Not only did Zhou Yan refuse to stop, but he channeled even more strength into his attack. His palm was about to land on the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's forehead when all of a sudden, a hand appeared out of nowhere and lightly grabbed Zhou Yan by the wrist. Zhou Yan's aura that was flaring madly suddenly withered like a deflated ball. Zhou Yan was horrified, but when he tried to withdraw his hand, he discovered that he could not move a muscle. His body seemed to be imprisoned in place. Shifting his eyes, he saw a tall and handsome young man had appeared in front of him at some point. Although the young man was simply looking at him indifferently, those eyes seemed to contain a mysterious power that prevented him from shifting his gaze away. It felt as though his entire soul was sinking into the depths of those eyes. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yan's arrogance and boldness vanished. His entire body trembled in fear under that gaze. Fortunately, the young man did not do anything to him and soon looked away, allowing him to feel a sense of relief, as though he had been granted mercy from the heavens. After a brief pause, the two Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Antelope Paradise recovered from their shock and realized that the young man in front of them had saved their lives. Nevertheless, they exchanged an astonished glance with each other. Blocking Zhou Yan's attack so easily was definitely not something a Seventh-Order Master could do. Moreover, the faint aura emanating from this young man indicated that he was an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Golden Antelope Paradise's Fan Nan/Shi Yuan greets ancestor. They quickly bowed in unison. Yang Kai nodded lightly before glancing over at the large ship. The people who were eager to take action after being incited by Zhou Yan's provocation hurriedly lowered their heads, terrified of being singled out by the master who appeared out of nowhere. On the other hand, the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples on the boat were ecstatic. With the arrival of an Eighth-Order ancestor, their troubles were no longer troubles. Their anxious feelings were finally relieved. Fan Nan was the eldest senior brother here, so he hesitantly asked, "From which cave heaven or paradise does ancestor hail?" There were many Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises, and although he did not recognize all of them, he could recognize many of them. Even for the ones he could not recognize, he would have heard most of their names before. Be that as it may, none of those names or descriptions matched this young man. He couldn't help feeling curious and quietly wondered to himself, could it be that the situation in the barren territory is so desperate that even the Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, who had not come out for such a long time, are required to take action? Yang Kai waved dismissively. "I am not from any cave heaven or paradise." Both Fan Nan and Shi Yuan were shocked. Is there an Eighth-Order Master who does not come from any of the cave heavens or paradises? For a time, their heads buzzed with various thoughts, and they couldn't help forming many misunderstandings about the situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai quickly added an explanation. "Lord of the Star Boundary, Yang Kai." He did not mention Voidland, as although Voidland was the great force he established with his own hands, it could not compare with the fame of the Star Boundary thanks to the World Tree clone. Many people in the 3,000 worlds had heard of Voidland, but absolutely everyone who had any form of strength knew about the Star Boundary. Naturally, Fan Nan and Shi Yuan knew of the Star Boundary. They had even heard of Yang Kai. Thus, they immediately looked surprised and asked, "Senior Yang, didn't you head to that place?" The incident in Black Territory had caused a huge uproar back then. To deal with the super array that covered the entire Black Territory, the cave heavens and paradises had dispatched many people to harvest the stars which made up the array nodes. It was not a secret that Yang Kai had left Black Territory for the Black Ink battlefield. Even Fan Nan and Shi Yuan were aware of his departure. Yang Kai casually explained, "I just came back from there." Then, he inquired further, "Are you escorting these people there?" Fan Nan hurriedly said, "That's right, but we encountered some trouble. I apologize for troubling you with this." Yang Kai shook his head. "It is related to the survival of the 3,000 worlds. You've worked hard." Upon receiving the affirmation of an Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Yang Kai, their grievances immediately dissolved. They had not been able to explain anything even though Zhou Yan had been accusing them of many heinous crimes. Combined with the risk of life and death looming over them, the pressure and stress on their shoulders had been as heavy as a mountain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had suddenly appeared and took control of the situation. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at one of the people on the ship, Yan Yi. On the large ship, the person named Yan Yi, who was previously addressed by Zhou Yan, hastily bowed in greeting. Golden Light Temple's Yan Yi greets Senior. Yang Kai felt slightly speechless. Now that he had advanced to the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm, everybody immediately called him Senior. However, he was probably much younger than all the people in front of him. Too lazy to correct them, Yang Kai simply continued indifferently. "I don't know about what happened to Golden Light Temple. In fact, I've never even heard of this name before, but I do have a few questions for you." Did your Golden Light Temple suffer any harsh treatment after its former temple master advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm and was taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise? Yan Yi answered honestly, never. Did you receive extra care? Yan Yi nodded. After the former temple master was taken away, Golden Antelope Paradise indeed provided our Golden Light Temple with generous compensation. They not only bestowed us with some secret arts and techniques, but also deliver many precious cultivation resources to the sect every year. Yang Kai stretched out a finger and pointed at Yan Yi. Those are the rewards that the former temple master of Golden Light Temple received in exchange for his life. Yan Yi's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that he had misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning. Yang Kai was in no hurry to explain anything though, and instead turned to look at the other person. What about the situation in your sect? Bian Yuan Shan? Is the situation similar to the Golden Light Temple? Or has the situation remained unchanged? Bian Yuan Shan pursed his lips and shook his head, reporting to Senior. There have been no changes in our family's situation. He was now quite confused. Golden Light Temple had received increased protection and support from Golden Antelope Paradise after the former temple master of the Golden Light Temple was taken away. However, his Bien family had not received any kind of compensation at all, even though the ancestor had also been taken away. Was there some sort of difference between them? Martial Peak, Chapter 54-59, Earnest Persuasion. Yang Kai glanced at the third person. What about you? That man raised his head and replied, we have a similar experience with Golden Light Temple. After the ancestor was taken away, Golden Antelope Paradise would deliver various cultivation resources to the sect every year. Furthermore, Golden Antelope Paradise masters would come to guide the sect's disciples in their cultivation at regular intervals over the years. Yang Kai nodded lightly and continued questioning several others who were called out by Juyen earlier. The great forces that these people came from could generally be divided into two categories. One type did not experience any changes, while the other type received extra care from Golden Antelope Paradise. Not only were they bestowed with secret techniques and secret arts after their ancestors, elders, or seniors were taken away, but they would also receive various cultivation resources every year. These cultivation resources made things much more convenient for the disciples of these great forces to cultivate. The great forces that received extra care had always kept their special treatment a secret, lest they attract the jealousy and hatred of the other great forces, which was why nobody was aware that they were not the only great force to receive the favor of Golden Antelope Paradise. Nevertheless, the fact that Yang Kai was questioning them regarding these matters at this time clearly indicated that there was a deeper meaning behind the situation. Do you know why Golden Antelope Paradise treats your great forces so differently? Everyone fell silent. Some seemed pensive, but they did not dare to voice their opinions arbitrarily. After all, there was a chance of saying the wrong thing. Who would dare to speak nonsense in the presence of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Regardless, Yang Kai had no intention of waiting for a response from them and promptly answered his own question. Every one of you lives in the 3,000 worlds. Although there are some disagreements and the occasional fight between the many great forces, these are nothing more than minor disputes, quarrels involving grievances and grudges over various issues. But there is a vast battlefield in a distant place that remains unknown to most of the world. Moreover, that battlefield is the site of an ancient and ongoing war involving the very survival of the human race. Everyone aboard the ship couldn't help feeling surprised. Hearing the words survival of the human race from the mouth of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, anybody would immediately realize the seriousness of the situation. However, just what kind of battlefield would involve such high stakes? Not to mention, he also used the word war, and not the word battle. Fan Nan couldn't help exclaiming in shock, Ancestor Yang, this? Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt Fan Nan. You're already planning to bring them there in the first place. Under the current circumstances, they will surely resist if we don't explain the situation to them clearly. Besides, what's the difference between learning the truth now and a few days from now? Fan Nan thought about it and realized that Yang Kai was right. The cave heavens and paradises had restricted the information regarding black ink strength in the past because they were afraid that some people would not be able to resist its temptation. However, the current situation in the barren territory was so dire that the cave heavens and paradises were forced to recruit 5th and 6th order masters from the second-class great forces for support. If these people were sent to that battlefield, then the existence of the Black Ink clan and all that entailed would soon be revealed anyway. After this realization, he did not object again. You might think that I'm simply trying to frighten you, but this king would like to ask one question. Over the years, have you never wondered why the heritage of the cave heavens and paradises is so feeble despite having an inheritance that spans hundreds of millennia? True, compared to the second-class great forces, the cave heavens and paradises are unshakable behemoths. Nevertheless, where are all the 6th, 7th, and even 8th order open heaven realm masters that they nurtured over the eons? It is impossible for all of them to just remain in secluded retreat inside their sects. These doubts had plagued Yang Kai himself before, so he did not believe that these people had never wondered about it. Compared to their long years of inheritance, the strength the cave heavens and paradises showed to the 3,000 worlds was far too weak. Open heaven realm masters have incredibly long lives, and anyone who breaks through directly to the 5th order has hope to advance to the 7th order. Among the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, the number who advance directly to the 5th order can be counted in the hundreds per century. Over the years, they should have accumulated so many 7th order open heaven realm masters that meeting one would be considered common. At the very least, there should be several tens of thousands of them per first-class great force. But have you ever seen so many 7th order open heaven realm masters in any of the cave heavens or paradises? Simply put, those 7th order masters are not in the cave heavens or paradises, as most of them have been dispatched to that far-off battlefield. They have been fighting an enemy that you know nothing about for hundreds of thousands of years, and the vast majority of them have died in battle as a result. There are also no 9th order masters in the 3,000 worlds because any 8th order ancestor who has the qualifications to break through to the 9th order is sent to that battlefield as well to fight our enemies. The cave heavens and paradises have played a pivotal role in maintaining the safety and tranquility of the 3,000 worlds. The peace you all enjoy is built upon countless generations of blood and sacrifice. This is the truth you have never been told. Yang Kai's speech caused the expressions of Yen Yi and the others to change greatly. They seemed doubtful, but it was easy to understand their feelings. If Yang Kai himself had been in their position, he would also have had trouble believing something so shocking without witnessing the tragic situation on the Black Ink battlefield with his own eyes. The cave heavens and paradises that they silently resent and hate turned out to be the guardians of the vast universe known as the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, it was only thanks to the silent efforts of the cave heavens and paradises behind the scenes that their great territories could remain so prosperous. That completely overturned their understanding of the cave heavens and paradises. Yen Yi of Golden Light Temple mustered his courage to ask a question. "Senior, who is the enemy that the cave heavens and paradises are fighting?" "The Black Ink clan." They were of course confused by the answer. Yang Kai explained, "For countless years, the cave heavens and paradises have restricted information regarding the Black Ink clan, so it is only natural that you have never heard of them. All you need to know is that they are an enemy who are bent on completely annihilating the human race. 200 years ago, they broke through the first line of defense that the cave heavens and paradises were guarding, and are currently ravaging the second line of defense located in a place known as the barren territory which lies just beyond the shattered heaven. That is also the final line of defense for the human race. The Black Ink clan breaking through the barren territory means the cave heavens and paradises have ceased to exist, and the 3,000 worlds will be no more. Naturally, none of you will survive either." Zhou Yan, who was being restrained by Yang Kai, seemed rather unconvinced. It might be that he realized Yang Kai's temperament was mild and not prone to violence. Hence, he boldly protested, "That's just empty words coming from you. How will we know the truth?" Yang Kai turned to look at Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan's expression immediately changed drastically, and he hastily averted his gaze. On the other hand, Yang Kai abruptly raised his hand and a stream of black ink strength suddenly wrapped around Zhou Yan. Zhou Yan nearly died of fright, thinking that Yang Kai was trying to kill him, But to his surprise, he did not show any signs of injury when the black ink strength wrapped around him. Nevertheless, his expression soon changed. That is the power of the Black Ink clan. Black ink strength is extremely invasive. Once contaminated by the black ink strength, it will not take long for you to become completely corrupted by it. Then, you will be reduced to a black ink disciple whose loyalty is sworn only to the Black Ink clan. While Yang Kai was speaking, Juyen had already noticed that something was wrong. The others might not understand the dangers he was facing, but how could he remain ignorant when he could personally feel the malevolence of black ink strength? It was just as Yang Kai had said. Wrapped in that pitch-black energy, he could feel his entire body and mind being corrupted by it. Senior, mercy. I was wrong. Juyen panicked in fear. Yang Kai ignored Jiu Yen outright and continued leisurely. When one small universe is invaded by black ink strength, a high-rank open heaven realm master can protect themselves by sacrificing a part of their small universe. Unfortunately, those below the high-rank open heaven realm have no such option. Once a person is completely corrupted by black ink strength, they will be transformed into a black ink disciple. Although nothing about their outward appearance changes, their hearts are completely warped and they become slaves who worship the Black Ink clan above all else. Senior, Juyen cried in horror. It had not been long since he advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so his foundation was unstable and his small universe was still weak. How could he resist the invasion of black ink strength? In the time it took for Yang Kai to speak a few sentences, he discovered that 10% of his small universe had already been corrupted. Although Yang Kai had mentioned that he could sacrifice a part of his small universe to protect himself, how could he bring himself to do something so drastic? If he were to do that, then he would surely regress to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. More importantly, he would never be able to advance to the 7th Order again. Countless Open Heaven realm masters have been corrupted by black ink strength on that battlefield. Converted to serve the Black Ink clan instead, they turned their blades upon their former comrades. Have you ever experienced the pain and helplessness of having to kill your loved ones on the battlefield? Witnessing Zhou Yan's suffering and listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the people on the ship felt their blood run cold in fear. Even the 2 6th Order masters from Golden Antelope Paradise, Fan Nan and Shi Yuan, shuddered at those words. Although they knew about the Black Ink clan to a certain extent, they had never stepped foot on the Black Ink battlefield. It was only natural that they were ignorant about the cruelty of the situation there. At the same time, Yan Yi and the others finally understood why Yang Kai had claimed that the Black Ink clan was an enemy that could destroy the entire human race. This Black Ink strength was simply too evil. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven realm master was having such a difficult time trying to resist the black ink strength, so what need be said about 5th Order and 6th Order cultivators like themselves? Wouldn't they be doomed the moment they were contaminated by black ink strength? A low roar escaped from Zhou Yan's throat, making him seem like an injured beast. Wisps of the black ink strength slowly seeped out of his body, and darkness flickered in the depths of his eyes from time to time. Yang Kai raised a hand and tapped Zhou Yan on the chest. Zhou Yan involuntarily opened his mouth, and a purifying black ink pill was tossed into it. Carefully refine that pill, Yang Kai commanded. Zhou Yan seemed to wake up from his nightmare and hurriedly sat down cross-legged to refine the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill. Yang Kai turned back to Yan Yi and the others. The cave heavens and paradises have protected the 3,000 worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. They have been doing so since their sects were first established. Over the years, innumerable outstanding disciples have lost their lives on that battlefield. Even the 9th Order old ancestors are no exception. Every one of them is a hero. Restricting the information regarding black ink strength is a necessity. Be that as it may, those from the second-class great forces who advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm must also bear some of the burden in this war. Among the people who were taken away, those who are willing to fight the Black Ink clan and protect the human race will be sent to the battlefield. As for those who are unwilling to do so, they will simply remain in Golden Antelope Paradise for the rest of their lives. The realization suddenly dawned upon Yan Yi and the others. They finally understood why the treatment from Golden Antelope Paradise was so different, even though all of them had the same experience where their ancestors and seniors had been taken away. Those who were willing to enter the Black Ink battlefield and fight the Black Ink clan to protect the futures of their descendants would naturally receive better treatment. How could those who were too cowardly to fight the enemy and simply chose to remain in Golden Antelope Paradise for the rest of their lives receive any kind of support? It was only natural that Golden Antelope Paradise would not give such people any special treatment. Yan Yi suddenly recalled that Yang Kai had pointed at him and claimed that the special treatment Golden Light Temple received was obtained in exchange for the former temple master's life. He had misunderstood the meaning behind those words earlier, but he now understood clearly. Originally, these matters would not have fallen upon your shoulders. Unfortunately, the situation on the battlefield has changed greatly over the past few hundred years. We are in the middle of a war for the survival of the human race. That is why we need your support on the front lines. The human race will be able to rest easy if we win this battle. But if we lose, Yang Kai sighed softly. If they lost the battle, then the 3,000 worlds would be engulfed in the flames of war. At that point, how many people would be able to survive? Yan Yi felt his blood boiling and immediately shouted, "Golden Light Temple is willing to fight to the death for the human race." Martial Peak, Chapter 5460, The Most Loyal Fatty. With Yan Yi taking the lead, Bian Yuanshan also cupped his fist. The Bian family is also willing to fight for the human race. The remaining representatives of the great forces quickly followed suit. Regardless of whether they were truly sincere, who would dare to act presumptuous in front of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had earnestly explained so many things to them? It was only natural for them to express their respective attitudes. "Good," Yang Kai shouted, adopting the posture of a senior expert. "Unity is strength. With your determination, the 3,000 worlds will not need to fear the Black Ink clan." Among all the people present here, nobody knew better than him about the brutality of fighting the Black Ink clan. When these people stepped onto the battlefield, chances are most would not return alive. Unfortunately, he could only speak such encouraging words under the current circumstances. Then, he turned back to look at Zhou Yan and said calmly, "As for you?" Zhou Yan had just managed to purge the Black Ink strength in his body. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he immediately panicked. "Zhou Yan is willing to fight for the human race. I will not hesitate to die for this noble cause." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "Inciting rebellion for your own selfish interests and shaking the morale of the army. If this was any of the great passes, your death would not be worth pitying. However, the human race desperately requires manpower at this moment. As a Seventh Order Master, you don't deserve to die by my hand. Go to the battlefield and atone for your crimes." Hearing the first half of Yang Kai's speech made a chill run through Zhou Yan's body. He thought that he was about to die for certain. The only reason he had tried to incite the others and resist his capture was that he had been unwilling to be controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Who could have thought that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would happen to pass by and capture him instead? After listening to the rest of Yang Kai's speech though, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been saved. As for atoning his crimes on the battlefield, there was nothing he could do to escape such a fate. Therefore, he could only grovel gratefully. "Many thanks for your mercy, Senior." Yang Kai raised a hand and placed several restrictions on Zhou Yan's body. The restrictions sealed Zhou Yan's cultivation to prevent him from causing further trouble along the road. Yang Kai then instructed Fan Nan and Shi Yuan. "This matter cannot be delayed any further. You should continue on your journey as soon as you've finished your preparations here. The Shattered Heaven is still some distance from here, so the earlier you arrive, the sooner you can provide support to the situation there." "Yes," Fan Nan and Shi Yuan quickly responded. Yang Kai nodded. Then, with a shift of his figure, he vanished from sight. He was also heading towards the Shattered Heaven. However, it was inconvenient for him to bring these people along with him despite heading in the same direction. What's more, he was planning to stop at Voidland along the way. On the way to the Shattered Heaven, he would only need to travel through 2 additional great territories to arrive at Voidland. Such a detour would not take much time. However, the previous incident made him realize something. The situation on the battlefield in the barren territory must be highly unfavorable for the human race. Otherwise, the cave heavens and paradises would never be forced to gather support from the 3,000 worlds. If this was the case for Golden Antelope Paradise, then the other cave heavens and paradises were surely doing the same. The human race might just need to gather all the available manpower in the 3,000 worlds to stand a chance against the Black Ink clan. He couldn't help feeling worried. Although he had sealed the territory gate leading to the Black Ink battlefield from the barren territory and severed the flow of reinforcements and supplies to the Black Ink clan, that did not mean the Black Ink clan forces were weak. During his brief exposure to the situation in the barren territory, the number of royal lords he detected clearly outnumbered the auras of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This gap between the top masters was likely to affect the dynamic of the entire war. Shaking his head, Yang Kai cleared out such distracting thoughts as he hurried onward with all his strength. It took a whole month of travel before he finally passed through the territory gate and arrived in Void territory. Unfortunately, he was in no mood to admire and appreciate the familiar scenery as he immediately sped forward in the direction of Void Land. Thanks to the development over the past 1,000 years, Void Land had transformed from a little-known spirit province to become famous across the 3,000 worlds, even possessing several Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The cave heavens and paradises had acquiesced to the existence of the Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, unlike in other second-class great forces where such masters would be taken away as soon as they reached such a level, leading to rumors that Voidland was the strongest great force below the cave heavens and paradises. And those claims were undoubtedly true. Voidland's situation was unique among the second-class great forces as none of them had Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. What's more, the Voidland's Sect Master was also the Lord of the Star Boundary. By joining Voidland, one could gain an advantage that would give them a higher chance of being sent to the Star Boundary for cultivation as long as they performed well enough. The Star Boundary was now a true Open Heaven Realm cradle. Even the cave heavens and paradises were scrambling over themselves to send their outstanding disciples there to reap benefits from the mysteries of the World Tree Clone's nourishment. Be that as it may, the cave heavens and paradises were also limited by certain quotas, so only their most elite disciples would be sent there. It was precisely due to these benefits that countless people tried to send their disciples with outstanding aptitudes to Voidland for cultivation. In response, Voidland accepted all who came without rejecting anybody. Nowadays, the disciples in Voidland no longer consisted of just those who were brought out by Yang Kai from the Star Boundary back then. It was not an exaggeration to say that they now included people from hundreds of great territories. There were as many as 300,000 disciples in Voidland, a number that could only be described as shocking. Few second-class great forces in the entire 3,000 worlds had so many disciples. What's more, each of these disciples had outstanding aptitude which only improved further after they were sent to the Star Boundary for cultivation in their youth. These disciples demonstrated extraordinary talents and performed far beyond their peers. As long as they did not perish as they walked their martial Tao, they would surely become pillars of Voidland and the Star Boundary in the future. It was just that too little time had passed, so the potential of these disciples had not been fully realized yet. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak in the middle of Voidland, a hunchbacked and stooped old man was playing chess with a fat and bloated middle-aged man dressed in elegant robes. The battle in the barren territory was raging, and almost all the great forces in the 3,000 worlds had been mobilized. Yet, for some reason, this scene was so leisurely and elegant. It was truly a rare sight nowadays. The hunchbacked old man had long, white eyebrows that hung down his face. On the other hand, the fat man sitting on the opposite side resembled a literal meatball. His bloated face was squeezed together so much that there were only slight gaps where his eyes were located. If he smiled, then even those gaps would be lost in the dense mass of flesh. At this moment, the fat man held an absolute advantage in the chess game. He had set up an encirclement around the chess pieces of his opponent and only needed a few more moves before his victory would be set in stone. Therefore, he was looking extremely triumphant. Leisurely sipping on his tea, he watched the gloomy old man in front of him and did not pester his opponent to hurry up. After all, the old man was getting on in years, so it was only natural for the fat man to be more tolerant. Besides the chess players, there were also two children standing to the side. One was a boy dressed in black, and the other was a girl dressed in red. The girl had delicate features that made her seem as though she had been carved out of jade. On the other hand, there were no words to describe the boy who was dressed in a simple black shirt. Leaving aside his fangs and sharp teeth, he would also drool for no reason. Furthermore, his saliva would corrode large holes in the ground whenever it dripped. Although the little girl kept wiping his mouth for him, there seemed to be no end to his drool. It was obvious that the potholes dotting the entire mountain were caused by this boy. A long time passed, but the stooped old man did not place his piece. The fat man smiled and joked, "Old man, it'll be getting dark soon if you don't hurry up and make your move, old man?" After repeatedly calling out to the old man but receiving no response, the fat man took a closer look. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, and there was a slight snoring sound coming from him. The fat man immediately became speechless as he muttered, "Old man, do you have to pretend to fall asleep every single time?" Similar situations had happened more than once or twice. In fact, it happened every single time, so it was almost something of a routine. Just as the fat man was just about to call out again, the old man opposite him abruptly opened his eyes, looked up into the sky, and uncharacteristically shouted, "He's back!" The fat man followed the old man's gaze but saw nothing. Thus, he couldn't help wondering, who's back? When he turned back, though, the chessboard in front of him was a total mess and the previous game could no longer be discerned. The old man had clearly flipped the board at some point in time. "Old man, you?" The fat man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the old man ignored the fat man and raised his hand above his head. He made a pushing motion as though he was opening a door, and the 9 heavenly layers grand array that covered the entire void land instantly split to the left and right. At the same time, the fat man seemed to sense something and hastily looked back up into the void. With just one glance, he gave a little scream and rushed out at a speed that did not match his bloated body. He immediately went to welcome Yang Kai, who was leisurely strolling towards them. Before he even approached Yang Kai, the fat man became emotional and wept bitterly. "Sect Master, you've finally returned. This subordinate has been waiting for you for 1,000 years. To think that today is finally that day." Yang Kai watched as the massive meatball charged towards him while wailing and blubbering. Moreover, its eyes, which had been squeezed shut by the fleshy meat until only a tiny slit remained, were desperately trying to open wide at this moment. It was as though the massive meatball was trying to reveal its bloodshot eyes to demonstrate its utmost loyalty and longing. Yang Kai immediately shuddered in horror and raised his hand to stop the massive meatball. He shouted, "What is this monster?" The fat man froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. A while passed before he raised his hand and parted the fringe covering his forehead to the sides. He pushed his fleshy face nearer and squeezed out a smile. "Sect Master, it's me. It's the fatty who holds the greatest loyalty for you." Yang Kai finally noticed certain familiar features on that fat face, and his brow twitched involuntarily at the realization. "Fatty? Why have you gotten so fat?" Chun Tianfei had always been obese, but after not seeing him for 1,000 years, he had gotten even more bloated than before. He had practically turned into an actual meatball at this point. "Please don't tease me, Sect Master. This subordinate will work hard to lose my body fat tomorrow. No, today." Chun Tianfei vowed harshly. "Forget it." Yang Kai waved dismissively. He knew that Chun Tianfei did not become fat because he was lazy. Chun Tianfei's secret art was simply unique, which resulted in his extremely bloated body. If he lost his fat, then his strength would also be greatly reduced. Chun Tianfei immediately seized the opportunity to profess his loyalty again. Smiling brightly, he proclaimed, "You are kind and sympathetic indeed, Sect Master. This subordinate is willing to die to repay your great kindness, Sect Master." Yang Kai sighed. After being away for more than 1,000 years, the first person he met as soon as he returned to Voidland was actually Chun Tianfei. Nevertheless, it was this particular flattering attitude that made him feel a bit warm and fuzzy inside. Thinking back, it had been a wise decision to accept Fatty Chin into the loyalty list. Yang Kai was feeling quite happy at the moment, so unable to help himself, he tapped the belly fat on Chun Tianfei's stomach. Although the flesh looked bloated, it felt soft and tender to the touch. It was a very comfortable feeling. He joked, "Did you have a comfortable life?" It was easy to tell at a glance that Chun Tianfei had advanced to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Back when Chun Tianfei offered up the loyalty list and signed it to preserve his life, he had only been in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. That was very different from his current cultivation. However, the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm was his limit. He had initially advanced directly into the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm, so his cultivation could no longer advance any further. Martial Peak, Chapter 5461. Tens of thousands of years of accumulation. Chun Tianfei was very satisfied with his current situation. When he was the second manager of Scarlet Star, he had been nothing more than an elder of a small great force. No matter how hard he worked, he would never have obtained a substantial amount of cultivation resources. In contrast, the supply of cultivation resources had been continuous and inexhaustible ever since he started serving under Yang Kai. That was how he managed to break through 2 orders and advanced from the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in the short span of around 1,000 years. If he had remained as the second manager of Scarlet Star, then he would never have had the achievements he enjoyed today. Whenever he recalled the decision he made on that fateful day, he praised his past self for being bold and wise. If he had not been bright enough to bring out the loyalty list before Yang Kai killed him that day and voluntarily offered to be Yang Kai's slave, he would be rotting in a grave by now. Besides, Yang Kai had been very fair to him over the years, never mistreating him. More importantly, he was not ordered around at will like a slave despite him actually being one. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The treatment he received was more like a trusted subordinate instead. To have such a master could also be considered an opportunity of a lifetime. Therefore, Chun Tianfei smiled graciously in the face of Yang Kai's teasing and bowed repeatedly. "It's all thanks to your care that this subordinate has attained such achievements, sect master. This subordinate will repay your kindness no matter what it may cost." Yang Kai chuckled and did not take those words seriously. Chun Tianfei was extremely scared of death, so there was no saying whether he could actually be relied upon in times of danger. It was enough to listen to those words without taking them seriously. Yang Kai did not continue the idle chatter though, and taking a step forward, he descended to the ground. Chun Tianfei followed behind Yang Kai respectfully, acting like the perfect subordinate. 2 streams of light rushed over from below. One was red, and the other was black. When the lights came closer, they dispersed and revealed 2 children dressed in red and black. "Master!" the little girl shouted with a lively expression. The boy also wanted to call out to Yang Kai, but a stream of saliva flowed out as soon as he opened his mouth. Yang Kai looked troubled. "It's been so many years. Why haven't you fixed this bad habit of yours?" The children in front of him were the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon he had brought out from the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary back then. Both of them carried a dragon bloodline in them. When he first brought them out of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they had the appearance of beasts and their bodies were truly enormous. It was not until they arrived at Voidland and received the teachings of Old Man Bai Shi that they finally acquired human forms. Be that as it may, the Earth Dragon Xiao Hei still had some bad habits. Xiao Hei simply smiled and giggled. It was obvious that he was very happy to see Yang Kai. "You've both gotten stronger." Yang Kai swept them with his senses and commented. From his perception, it was clear that both Xiao Hong and Xiao Hei were much more powerful than before, basically equivalent to Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Therefore, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. How time flies. He reached out and stroked their little heads. Only then did he lead them down the mountain peak and came to a stop in front of the old man. He bowed in greeting. "Old man." "Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm." Old Man Bai Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sect Master, your cultivation speed is fast indeed." Chun Tianfei's strength was insufficient, so he couldn't sense Yang Kai's strength while he was not actively using it. However, Old Man Bai Shi was a mature divine spirit whose strength could rival any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. So he could see through Yang Kai's true state at a glance and was secretly shocked as a result. Yang Kai had only been in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm when he departed from the 3,000 Worlds, yet just 1,000 years later he was already in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Old Man Bai Shi had lived for many years, and although he had seen many young and talented people in that time, none of them could compare to Yang Kai in terms of cultivation speed. I encountered some opportunities, Yang Kai nonchalantly explained without saying too much. Behind Yang Kai, Chun Tianfei was so excited that the fat on his body literally would not stop jiggling. He was amazed that Yang Kai was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. It should be said that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a supreme elder or ancestor in the cave heavens or paradises. Fatty Chun couldn't help suddenly feeling a sense of pride and honor. During the brief conversation, 2 other streams of light came speeding over from opposite directions and landed nearby. They turned out to be Lu Shui and Mo Mei. Lu Shui came to serve under Yang Kai when they were in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, joining him even earlier than Chun Tianfei. Back in those days, she was bestowed with a mid-rank world fruit by Yang Kai in a time of crisis to improve her order. On the other hand, Mo Mei was the former city lord of Dingfeng City in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. The cultivators from Dingfeng City had been under the effects of the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight Scripture's bloodline restriction, so they could not leave the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. It was Yang Kai who used the Grand Evolution Immoral Bloodlight Scripture to remove that seal from them and brought them out of the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. They had since become part of Void Land. When Yang Kai departed, Lu Shui had been in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm while Mo Mei had been in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Today, Lu Shui was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, and Mo Mei had advanced to the 7th Order. The reason for their arrival was that they had detected the disturbance caused when the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array was opened. Although they were shocked to see Yang Kai, they quickly bowed in greeting. Yang Kai nodded. "Are you the only ones who remained behind to oversee the sect?" He had actually expected this situation. The Cave Heavens and Paradises were currently recruiting 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from the 2nd-class Great Forces as reinforcements for the Barren Territory battlefield. Under these circumstances, Void Land couldn't be an exception. When he swept his divine sense over Void Land earlier, he had not perceived the auras of many masters in Void Land, with the ones in front of him being the strongest people present who had remained behind to guard the sect. As the strongest human master present, Mo Mei had command of Voidland now, so she replied, "We received orders from Shen Yuan Cave Heaven, so for the past 100 years, all 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and above in Voidland have gradually been deployed to the front lines. Only a few of us remained behind to manage the sect." Yang Kai nodded. Having sensed Su Yan's aura back on the Barren Territory battlefield, he had already guessed that this was the case. Even Su Yan had gone to the front, so Voidland couldn't have had many people remain behind. "Sect Master, did you return from that place?" Mo Mei inquired. "Yes and no," he replied without explaining in detail. The explanation would take too long after all. "I was simply passing by. There are some things I need to deal with and then I need to rush back to the battlefield." While saying so, he gave a wave of his hand and the portal to his small universe opened. In the blink of an eye, many figures emerged from the portal. There were men and women, both old and young. More importantly, every one of them was at the peak of the half-step Open Heaven realm, having condensed their Tao seals and refined all the necessary element powers. There were no exceptions. Some of them even experienced a surge in their aura and showed vague signs of a breakthrough as soon as they walked out of the small universe. Mo Mei and the others looked slightly stunned by what they could perceive from these people. "Sect Master, these? They are all about to break through to the Open Heaven realm. I'll leave them in your hands." During the brief moment it took for Yang Kai to speak, no less than 100 people had walked out of the portal. Be that as it may, more were still streaming out. These people were the cultivators who had been living in his small universe. Back in Blue Sky Pass and Great Evolution Pass, Yang Kai would regularly allow some cultivators to leave his small universe and advance to the Open Heaven realm. Unfortunately, He had been pursued by a royal lord during the battle at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. Then, he spent several years in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon and later had to find a way back to the 3,000 worlds. Having been constantly in mortal danger and engaged in brutal fighting, Yang Kai simply had no time to take care of the cultivators in his small universe. In the outside world, it had only been a bit more than 500 years since the battle at the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. However, close to 5,000 years had passed for him. As for those in his small universe, time had to be counted in units of tens of thousands of years. After all, the flow of time in his small universe was currently 7 times faster than the outside world. After so many years of accumulation, the number of talents who gathered in the Void Dao Temple had reached a terrifying number. Living inside his small universe, they were unable to break through their limitations and advance to the open heaven realm even though they had cultivated until the peak of the Emperor realm. As a result, there were many examples of Emperor realm masters who died of old age in Void Continent over the past tens of thousands of years. Unfortunately, there was nothing Yang Kai could do about this situation. He could not allow these people to leave his small universe and advance to the open heaven realm when he was in the temporal rivers of the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, as that would simply result in them dying. That long wait finally ended today though, and the accumulation over tens of thousands of years was released into the world all at once. After an hour, the mountain peak became crowded with people, nearly 5,000 people in total. Many of them could barely suppress their auras from surging. Moreover, this caused a kind of resonance among them which resulted in a form of heavenly manifestation appearing in the sky. Advancing into the open heaven realm was an extremely meticulous affair that could broker no outside interference. So if these people were not separated as soon as possible, at least half of them would die a tragic death once their auras began to soar. Mo May hastily instructed the open heaven realm masters in Voidland to provide support to these people. At the same time, she also instructed the others to bring out all the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills from the warehouse to help these people with their breakthroughs. For a time, the entire Voidland was extremely hectic. Even Old Man Bai Shi constantly used the power of the Grand Array to send the cultivators from the Void Dao Temple to different locations in order to separate them from each other. After making the necessary arrangements, nearly 5,000 disciples began the process of breaking through. On the other hand, Yang Kai did not remain for long. The goal of his return trip to Voidland had been to deliver these people here so that they could advance into the open heaven realm. Before Yang Kai departed, Chun Tianfei expressed great reluctance for their separation, so Yang Kai casually quipped, "In that case, why don't you join me on the battlefield? Fatty, you can prove your mettle and loyalty by slaying the enemy." Those words made Chun Tianfei turn pale and ashen-faced with horror. He hurriedly backpedaled, weakly babbling that it was better for him to stay behind and help Yang Kai protect Voidland. How could slaying enemies on the battlefield compare with living a leisurely life in Voidland? Besides, he had always been very scared of dying. He would never have offered up the loyalty list otherwise. Yang Kai chuckled and did not force Chun Tianfei, instead turning to look at Old Man Bai Shi as his expression became grim. "Old Man, please take care of the people if Voidland has to migrate." Old Man Bai Shi asked solemnly, "Is the situation that serious?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's just a precaution." After saying that, he soared into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai had no intention of hiding the contents of his final conversation with Old Man Bai Shi. Consequently, Chun Tianfei became anxious and secretly prayed that the human race fighting in the barren territory could return victorious. Otherwise, he would never have time for a leisurely life again despite how vast the 3,000 worlds were. Similarly, Mo Mei and Lu Shui became worried and quickly began to make various plans for a future emergency. Even the inner disciples could clearly perceive the abnormal situation in Voidland. In Fire Spirit Land, a young man in a brocade robe followed behind a young woman. The young woman had a graceful figure and a beautiful appearance. In particular, her eyes resembled pure spring water. She was truly a rare beauty. The young man was laughing as he made small talk. "Junior Sister Chun, with this senior brother's current aptitude, it is only a matter of time for me to break through to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. I'm sure it's more than enough to match up to your talents, Junior Sister." Not to mention, our families have a long-standing relationship already. The elders are hoping that we will marry. Now that we have entered Voidland, we should support and take care of each other. Why are you ignoring me and being so cold to me?" The young woman ignored him and looked up at the sky. After a long time, she finally spoke. "Senior Brother Lu, do you feel that? Somebody is about to break through." Likewise, Senior Brother Lu looked up at the sky. "Of course, I feel it, but it's strange. It feels like more than one person is about to advance." Junior Sister Chun nodded. "I sense many people on the cusp of breaking through." Marshall Peak, Chapter 5462, Sixth Order and Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The two of them, who came from the same great territory, had only just joined Voidland in the past century. At present, they were both in the Emperor Realm and had yet to condense their Dao seals. It was very common in Voidland for talented individuals like them to enter the sect as disciples. After all, Voidland's current philosophy was to accept everybody from all walks of life. That was because a huge foundation was necessary for them to select better and more outstanding disciples. The current philosophy was not Voidland's initial intent, but the result of many discussions with the cave heavens and paradises. After the star boundary became famous, everybody came to know about the Open Heaven Realm Cradle. It was a place where they could obtain the feedback of the world tree if they cultivated there. The younger they were and the lower their cultivation, the greater the benefits of this nourishment. With such tempting incentives, who would not want to send their descendants to the star boundary and share in the glory of the world tree clone? Be that as it may, the star boundary was only so big. If everybody were to send their descendants over, then the star boundary would not be able to accommodate them all. Not to mention, the cave heavens and paradises had also established their respective Dao temples in the star boundary. By dividing some of the territories to become independent and autonomous zones, they were given the rights to bring in excellent disciples to cultivate in their respective Dao temples. Just the cave heavens and paradises alone had already taken up around 30% of the territory in the star boundary. If the second-class great forces were to also send their own descendants there, then it was only a matter of time before the star boundary became overcrowded. However, the benefits of the star boundary were coveted by all, so it was bound to arouse public outrage if they rejected all of them. In the end, the great emperors of the star boundary discussed the issue with the masters of the cave heavens and paradises and decided that it was better to regulate entry to the star boundary than to block it off completely. Therefore, they gave a chance to the great forces that wanted to send their descendants to the star boundary. These descendants had to join Voidland first, after which Voidland would select the best candidates from among them. Only the selected candidates could go to the star boundary for cultivation. It was because of this decision that Voidland currently had as many as 300,000 disciples. Not to mention, this number was the result of a rigorous and careful selection process. It could be said that Voidland's disciples were the accumulation of the most elite talents from great forces across hundreds of great territories. Senior Brother Lu and Junior Sister Chun were no exception. They were both outstanding cultivators who demonstrated rare talent in their respective families from a young age. After looking at the sky for some time, Senior Brother Lu laughed. "There are so many people in Voidland, so what's so strange about somebody undergoing their advancement? In any case, how can they compare to me? This senior brother is a genius that only appears once every 100 years. You will not find many who are more talented than me in Voidland." Junior Sister Chun retorted. "That's because the more outstanding ones have already been sent to the star boundary." Those words felt like needles stabbing directly into his heart, so he immediately countered angrily. "Junior Sister, don't you dare look down on this senior brother. This senior brother will definitely go to the star boundary one day." Generally, those chosen to be sent to the star boundary were those who had yet to condense their Dao seals. It would be too late for them if they went to the star boundary after they had done so. The reason was that the future path of a cultivator was basically set in stone once they formed their Dao seal. That was why it was better to head to the star boundary as soon as possible. Unfortunately, such matters were not up to the disciples to decide, as the decision was completely based on the assessment of the elders in Voidland. Both senior brother Lu and junior sister Chan would have no trouble condensing a fifth-order Dao seal. In fact, senior brother Lu was aiming to condense a sixth-order Dao seal. He believed that he could advance directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm in the future. If he could refine various sixth-order cultivation materials into his Dao seal, then he would be considered extraordinary indeed. In the past, that would have been enough for him to be considered a core disciple even among the cave heavens and paradises. For example, core disciples like Gu Pan and the others who became acquainted with Yang Kai in the past had all condensed the sixth-order Dao seals. Even among the cave heavens and paradises, people like him only appeared once every few hundred to 1,000 years. There were only a few such candidates in each generation. Hence, he definitely had reason to be proud of himself. Senior brother Lu coveted junior sister Chen's beauty, and it was because he wanted to obtain her hand in marriage as soon as possible that he followed behind her and chattered away endlessly. On the contrary, junior sister Chen had other intentions. Although she had been sent to Void Land, her goal was actually not the star boundary. Be it her or the elders of the Chen family, they all knew that she would never obtain the qualification to enter the star boundary with her aptitude. Her true goal was the talented disciples of Void Land. If she could secure an outstanding and talented cultivator as her future husband, then he could help to protect the Chen family in the future. The Chen family had not been prosperous in recent years. They not only suffered various difficulties in life, but the talents their family produced had also withered away. It could be said that she was the greatest hope for the salvation of the entire Chen family. It was precisely because of such considerations that she was so standoffish towards her senior brother's courtship, neither accepting or rejecting him. If he could really condense a sixth-order Dao seal and advance directly into the sixth-order open heaven realm, then accepting him would not be a problem. It was just that nobody would know whether he truly was capable of such a feat until the results were out. How could she dare to gamble on him so easily? He studied the side profile of the beautiful woman in front of him. The sight of her fair and slender neck made him swallow hard, and he forced himself to look away. Don't bother, junior sister. Even if someone is breaking through to the open heaven realm, those who currently remain in Voidland will only reach the fifth-order open heaven realm at best. What is there to see? This senior brother obtained a new artifact a few days ago. It's very interesting. Why don't I show it to you? The better his understanding of her intentions, the more he wanted to become intimate with her. As soon as the words left his mouth, though, a loud howl came from the depths of the void. It was immediately followed by a powerful aura emanating from that direction. Senior brother Lu's expression changed. How could it end so quickly? Likewise, junior sister Chun was also very astonished. Although advancing into the open heaven realm was said to come naturally to those who were prepared, the process still took some time. The process might last anywhere from days to months. In some cases, it might even take longer. However, not much time had passed since they felt the first signs of someone breaking through. A generous estimation indicated that only a cup of tea's time had passed. How could a breakthrough finish so quickly? They had never heard of anybody who managed to advance to the open heaven realm at such speed. How could they know that the people of Void Dao Temple had been painfully suppressing their cultivation for so many years? Living inside of Yang Kai's small universe, they were limited by the principles of that world. Hence, they could not take the last step in their advancement. It could be said that most of the 5,000 people were only short of that final step. Now that they were released from Yang Kai's small universe, it was only natural that their breakthrough took place extremely quickly. This aura. Junior sister Chen's eyes abruptly brightened. Senior brother. This belongs to the sixth order open heaven realm, right? She was only in the Emperor realm, so her perception towards auras in the open heaven realm was not very clear. For that reason, she was not certain whether that person had advanced into the sixth order or not. Although senior brother Lu also had a vague feeling that this person had reached the sixth order open heaven realm, he stubbornly denied, "Impossible. Those who can advance directly to the sixth order open heaven realm have all been sent to the star boundary. They would not have remained in Void Land. That's definitely just the fifth order open heaven realm." 1,000 years ago, advancing directly into the fifth order open heaven realm was a great blessing to any of the second-class great forces. Those disciples would be nurtured and trained as successor candidates. Moreover, the cultivation resources in the sect would be generously supplied to them. Be that as it may, his words just indicated that advancing into the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm was nothing special in his opinion. After coming to Void Land and learning more about the wider world, his horizons had naturally been broadened. Even though she had the feeling that it was the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Junior Sister Chun also felt that his reasoning made sense. All the candidates who could advance directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm had indeed been sent to the star boundary. None of them would have remained in Void Land. Nevertheless, she couldn't shake the doubts in her mind. She had once felt the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm aura coming from Elder Lu Shui and Elder Chun Tianfei, who had remained to oversee Void Land. Their auras had felt very similar to the aura just now. During their conversation, another powerful aura erupted outward somewhere in the void. Senior Brother Lu was dumbfounded, unable to figure out what was happening today. Did something happen to the world principles that made advancing into the Open Heaven realm become easier? Meanwhile, Junior Sister Chun became more and more excited. Senior Brother Lu, this must belong to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, right? Naturally, he continued to be stubborn and refute. No, it's the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. I see. She nodded. Just then, another aura spread out, one that was obviously much stronger compared to the previous two. Junior Sister Chen's eyes shone brightly. What about this one? Senior Brother Lu now looked livid. What about this one? And this one? Her questions flowed out endlessly, and his expression became increasingly ugly. He wished he could rush over and butcher those people who had just advanced into the Open Heaven realm. If these people have such great aptitude, then why didn't they leave for the star boundary? Why did they remain in Void Land and advance to the Open Heaven realm in such a showy manner? Seeing his coveted junior sister's eyes grow brighter and brighter, Senior Brother Lu felt his chances of marriage with her swiftly disappearing. A huge sense of sorrow engulfed his heart, and he turned to leave. Junior Sister Lu was just about to repeat her question when she turned to the side and discovered that Senior Brother Lu was no longer standing beside her. Seeing his figure in the distance, she shouted after him, "Where are you going, Senior Brother?" To which he responded angrily, "To enter retreat." The shock had hit him hard today. Those with better aptitude than him were generally sent to the star boundary, allowing him to stand out in the crowd in Void Land. His aptitude was certainly among the best of the disciples here, but be that as it may, he was nothing compared to the people who were currently undergoing their advancement in the sky. Having experienced such a huge shock, Senior Brother Lu felt deeply saddened. At the same time, he came to a sudden realization. As a cultivator, strength was his foundation. Lust was simply a stumbling block on the martial Tao. When I come out of retreat one day, I will definitely make my lovely junior sister kneel at my feet in awe. Junior Sister Chun ignored the departing Senior Brother Lu. Her eyes gleamed brightly as she stared intently at the sky as though she could penetrate the 9 heavenly layers grand array and see the heroic figures of the people undergoing breakthroughs in the void. On the mountain peak where Old Man Baishi resided, Mo Mei, Lu Shui, and Chun Tianfei were completely dumbfounded by the sight in front of them. Even Old Man Baishi's long eyebrows twitched incessantly as he could not hide the astonishment in his heart. Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm. Senior Brother Lu and Junior Sister Chun were too weak to carefully discern the cultivation of these people who had just advanced into the Open Heaven realm, but that was not the case for Mo Mei and the others. In their perception, all the people who had just advanced into the Open Heaven realm were either in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm or the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. There was not a single person who was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Naturally, they were shocked to their core. Yang Kai had not said much when he left these 5,000 people here. He only told them that these people were about to advance into the Open Heaven realm. Although they had been surprised to receive such a large number of talents into Void Land all at once, few things could truly surprise them again after they witnessed the prosperity of the martial Tao in the star boundary. But that was only up until this moment. The cultivators undergoing advancement here were consecutively breaking through to the 6th order and 7th order open heaven realm. Essentially, 1 out of every 10 people would advance directly to the 7th order open heaven realm. In other words, it was a ratio of 1:10. In addition, these were not ordinary 7th order open heaven realm masters. Having advanced directly into the 7th order open heaven realm, they were cultivators with hope of one day reaching the 9th order open heaven realm. Those who advanced directly into the 6th order open heaven realm were considered core disciples among the cave heavens and paradises. As for those who advanced directly into the 7th order open heaven realm, they were ranked as legacy disciples. In the past, all the cave heavens and paradises combined would at best produce one such talent every 1,000 years or so. Martial Peak, Chapter 5463, Warning. Any cultivator who broke through directly to the 7th order open heaven realm was considered an invaluable asset by the cave heavens and paradises. After all, the current 9th order open heaven realm masters were characters who had advanced directly to the 7th order in the past. Yang Kai had come into contact with many masters from the cave heavens and paradises, but even after meeting so many powerful cultivators, Luo Ting He of Yinyang Cave Heaven was the only one he knew in the entire 3,000 worlds who had broken through directly to the 7th order open heaven realm. Wu Qing, the Southern Army's army commander of Yinyang Pass, was also someone who had advanced directly to the 7th order. That was why he eventually advanced to the 9th order open heaven realm and took over command of Yinyang Pass. There were naturally others from the cave heavens and paradises who had advanced directly to the 7th order open heaven realm, but their numbers were small to say the least. It wasn't until recently that a large number of cultivators who advanced directly to the 7th order emerged from the star boundary. Be that as it may, all of them were still in the 7th order open heaven realm as not enough time had passed since their appearance for them to grow sufficiently. This was only possible because it was the star boundary, which possessed a world tree clone that constantly provided nourishment to its inhabitants, resulting in an abundance of peerless talents appearing. What is with the people's sect master brought back? Mo May couldn't help wondering. Don't tell me he went to the star boundary and kidnapped all the talented individuals there? Not only was there no need for Yang Kai to do something as drastic as kidnapping, but the cave heavens and paradises would never allow that to happen either. It was not easy for them to nurture these budding talents, so how could they allow Yang Kai to just take their treasures away? Besides, even the current star boundary could not gather such an impressive lineup out of nowhere. It was not 5 or 50 people, but a whole 5,000 people after all. During the first few days, Mo May and the others still had their doubts. They speculated that the 6th order and 7th order open heaven realm masters were undergoing advancement first as their talents were superior, while 4th order and 5th order masters would probably appear later. However, the aura emanating from every single person who advanced into the open heaven realm was either in the 6th order or the 7th order. At this point, nobody had any more doubts. The 5,000 people Yang Kai brought back were all incredible talents who could advance directly to the 6th order open heaven realm or the 7th order open heaven realm. The breakthroughs lasted for nearly 3 months. The fluctuation of breakthroughs would occur almost every day, ranging from dozens to even hundreds each day. Various accommodations were prepared for all the people who advanced to the open heaven realm. After questioning the first few of them, Mo May and the others finally understood the origins of these people. Yang Kai's small universe was unique. Mo May and the others knew about the countless living creatures flourishing inside his small universe. After all, they had known Yang Kai for many years and were privy to some of his secrets. What they could not figure out was what was so special about his small universe that produced so many extraordinary talents. These people were not inferior to those who were nurtured by the star boundary for the past 1,000 years. Out of nearly 5,000 people, as many as 500 of them had advanced directly to the 7th order open heaven realm. On the other hand, how many 7th order open heaven realm masters had emerged from the star boundary over the years? Only 300 7th order open heaven realm masters had been produced in the past 1,000 years. That number could not compare with the people Yang Kai brought back at all. Unbeknownst to them, the number of 7th order open heaven realm masters who were nurtured and produced by the star boundary for the past 1,000 years had all truly emerged within a 1,000-year time frame. On the contrary, tens of thousands of years had passed in Yang Kai's small universe. Even if his small universe could not compare with the star boundary in terms of size or population, it held its own advantages that would be displayed over time. It was only natural to have such rich accumulation when so many years had gone by. The fact that Voidland suddenly gained 5,000 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters greatly pleased Mo, May and others. Voidland and the Star Boundary originally had several 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks. There were not many of them, only around 100 in total. Nevertheless, such a lineup was absolutely impossible for ordinary second-class great forces to achieve. Unfortunately, almost all of these masters had been deployed to the barren territory battlefield after receiving conscription orders from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Only 3 masters had remained behind to oversee Void Land. But today, Void Land suddenly experienced an extraordinary boost in strength. As long as these people had time to consolidate their cultivations properly, they could eventually head to the barren territory as reinforcements. With so many people, they might even be able to play a decisive role in certain aspects of the battlefield. Due to the appearance of 5,000 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Void Land became very busy. On the other hand, Yang Kai arrived at the Shattered Heaven with Ji Lao San after his short detour. He had visited the Shattered Heaven twice in the past. For his first trip here, he had received information about the proprietress and came to save her. In the end, he had been forced to break through to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm outside the Shadowless Cave Heaven. At the time, Yang Kai held great resentment towards the arrogant and domineering attitude of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Although he never complained to anyone about this resentment, he had secretly made a vow to himself that once he was powerful enough, he would definitely take revenge. They should never have looked down on him just because he was young and poor. However, when he entered the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai slowly learned about the Black Ink clan and the efforts of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. As a result, his resentment towards the Cave Heavens and Paradises gradually faded away. What happened to him back then seemed like the result of certain people acting out of personal interest, but the truth was they had simply been following the rules and did not act too extreme. He had only been at the peak of the Emperor realm at the time. If an Open Heaven realm master like Tizhang of Myriad Demons Heaven had truly wanted to kill him, it would have taken nothing more than a flick of his finger. What's more, the person who instigated everything died a long time ago. One's personal grudges were nothing compared to the survival of their entire race. If Yang Kai stood in the shoes of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, he would not have hesitated to eliminate any possible future dangers. His second trip to the Shattered Heaven was purely for cultivation purposes. Unfortunately, he encountered Blood Crow and experienced bad luck as a result. Blood Crow was eventually captured by the fisherman uncle of Bright King Cave Heaven and then held captive here, only to later be sent to the Black Ink battlefield to kill the Black Ink clan. It was also during Yang Kai's second trip to the Shattered Heaven that he fled to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land under the pursuit of the Chongyang. He experienced numerous opportunities during that trip to the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. This could be considered his third trip to the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai had not known that the Shattered Heaven was connected to the entrance to the Black Ink battlefield, or that the disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises would first need to travel through the Shattered Heaven to reach the No-Return Pass. After all, he had not entered the Black Ink battlefield through the official route but through the Void Corridor in Black Territory instead. Despite returning to a place he was familiar with, Yang Kai was in no mood to enjoy his surroundings and simply concentrated on traveling quickly. A few days later, however, the small dragon that had been wrapped around Yang Kai's wrist all this time suddenly called out, "I sense the aura of Black Ink strength." During their travels, Ji Lao San had not bothered to transform back to his original form and simply remained wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai's speed was incredible after all, so it was more convenient for them to travel in this manner. Besides, Ji Lao San's foundation had been badly damaged back in the No-Return Pass, so this was a good opportunity for him to recuperate from his wounds. When Ji Lao San suddenly spoke up, Yang Kai was startled so badly that he almost tripped over his own feet. Coming to an abrupt halt, he muttered, "Why would there be traces of Black Ink strength here? This place is not the Black Ink battlefield or the barren territory. Where did such traces of Black Ink strength come from?" His first thought was that the barren territory had been breached, and the Black Ink clan had invaded the Shattered Heaven, but upon further consideration, Yang Kai knew that could not be the case. If the Black Ink clan had broken through the defense line of the barren territory, then the Shattered Heaven would be ravaged by war. How could the situation in the Shattered Heaven remain so peaceful? Immediately after that, he became puzzled. Even I don't sense any trace of Black Ink strength here. How did Ji Lao-san sense it? When Yang Kai voiced his question, Ji Lao-san answered, "As you know, the Dragon and Phoenix clans have been responsible for guarding the no-return pass since it was first established. Unfortunately, there's nothing to do there all day long, and our only options were either to sleep or to cultivate. We couldn't even leave the no-return pass, so it was extremely boring. The Dragon Clan seniors from several generations ago were so bored that they began experimenting with creating a brand new secret technique. The secret technique allows us to detect Black Ink strength by activating our powers as divine spirits, but its use is quite limited. The Dragon Clan couldn't be bothered to cultivate this secret technique and simply stored it away to collect dust. It wasn't until the Black Ink clan attacked the no-return pass that I began cultivating this secret technique." "And now you sense the existence of Black Ink strength here?" Yang Kai asked solemnly. Ji Lao-san nodded. "Yes, but it's only a slight reaction." Yang Kai was tempted to ask whether Ji Lao-san had made a mistake, but he did not dare to be careless when Ji Lao-san was so serious. Other people might not understand the dangers of Black Ink strength, but Yang Kai was all too familiar with the danger it posed. It could be said that Black Ink strength was the perfect manifestation of how a single spark could cause an entire field to burn up. As long as the slightest bit of Black Ink strength existed, then the entire Great Territory could be in danger. "Which direction?" Yang Kai asked. Ji Lao-san used his dragon tail and pointed ahead. Yang Kai immediately headed in that direction. It didn't take long for them to arrive on a universe fragment. They could tell at a glance that there were traces of a battle here, and judging by the traces left behind, the gap in strength between both parties involved in the fight was not small. One of them had clearly been subdued quickly. Yang Kai circled the universe fragment several times but did not find anything. Nevertheless, Ji Lao-san confidently said, "There are traces of Black Ink strength here. They've intentionally been wiped away, but it was definitely less than half a day ago at most." Yang Kai closed his eyes and his divine sense surged as he carefully inspected his surroundings. A short while later, his expression changed and became extremely grim. It was just as Ji Lao-san had said. He discovered slight traces indicating the presence of Black Ink strength in the surrounding void. It was a very slight signature, almost impossible to perceive. However, he could not be more familiar with Black Ink strength after fighting the Black Ink clan for so many years. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a chill shoot up his back. Why was there Black Ink strength in the Shattered Heaven? Was there a Black Ink clansman here? Or could it be a Black Ink disciple instead of a Black Ink clansman? The Black Ink strength here had already dissipated, clearly indicating that somebody had activated Black Ink strength before erasing traces of it. Combined with the traces of battle that could be found on the universe fragment, there was a high probability that a Black Ink clansman or a Black Ink disciple had corrupted another person with Black Ink strength here. If it was something that took place half a day ago, the Black Ink clansman or Black Ink disciple could not have gone far. So Yang Kai hurriedly searched his surroundings. Another half a day passed. Standing above a spirit province, Yang Kai observed what was happening below. There was no shortage of spirit provinces where many cultivators gathered in the Shattered Heaven. The environment in the Shattered Heaven might be harsh, but this unique environment also contained many opportunities. That was why the Shattered Heaven often attracted adventurous cultivators to explore its depths. What's more, criminals from various great territories and traders who turned their backs on their master sects would seek shelter in the Shattered Heaven. Over countless years of accumulation, the prosperity and liveliness of certain areas in the Shattered Heaven would not lose to any other great territory. Be that as it may, the Shattered Heaven was different from the other great territories. The balance of power here was not based on various sects or clans, but instead divided among countless great forces. Needless to say, Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm divine monarchs like Chungyang stood above them all. The spirit province ahead was the territory of one of these great forces. It was just that Yang Kai was not very familiar with the Shattered Heaven, so he did not know which great force the spirit province belonged to. However, Ji Lao San immediately gave another warning as soon as they arrived here. He told Yang Kai that he could sense the aura of the black ink strength coming from the spirit province, so it was obvious that somebody here had activated their black ink strength recently. After observing silently for some time, Yang Kai took a step forward and descended towards the spirit province. Martial Peak, Chapter 5464. Special Envoy from Heavenly River Palace. There was a city located in the center of this spirit province, which was also the most prosperous place in the spirit province. Many cultivators were gathered there. However, Yang Kai did not detect the existence of any high-rank open heaven realm masters when he swept his divine sense over it. Although there were many people here, the strongest were a few sixth-order open heaven realm masters at most. While Ji Lao San could detect the aura of black ink strength coming from the spirit province, he could not figure out the exact location. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling troubled. How was he supposed to search for the root of the black ink strength in such a dense crowd? At the very least, he could be certain that there were no black ink clansmen here. If a black ink clansman was hiding here, Yang Kai's 8th order strength would allow him to see through any disguise at a glance. Since there was no black ink clansman here, it could only be a black ink disciple. Under normal circumstances, a black ink disciple was no different from an ordinary person until they activated their black ink strength and revealed their true nature. Of course, Yang Kai could not check every single person in the spirit province, as that would just take too much time. In any case, the question that bothered him the most was the reason for the appearance of a black ink disciple in the shattered heaven. If there was a black ink disciple, then there had to be a source of black ink strength. Where was the source? A trace of unease grew in the depths of his heart as it felt as though something ominous was about to occur. Just as he was thinking about how to search for the hidden black ink disciple, 2 streams of light appeared in the sky and descended. The newcomers gave off an imposing aura, clearly showing no intention of concealing their presence whatsoever. Moreover, they were both 6th order open heaven realm masters. Forget the shattered heaven, even in the 3,000 worlds, 6th order open heaven realm masters were considered the strongest as long as the secluded high-rank open heaven realm masters did not take action. In an instant, countless divine senses and gazes were attracted to the 2 streams of light. The streams of light paused in mid-air before the light around them faded away to reveal the figures of a man and a woman. The eyes of anybody who saw this pair would immediately light up. At the same time, they would secretly praise those two for being the perfect match for each other. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman was absolutely gorgeous. When they stood together, they were a sight for sore eyes indeed. The people living in the shattered heaven were mostly lawless criminals. Therefore, numerous lecherous gazes immediately fixed upon the woman's graceful form. They secretly swallowed nervously, thinking that if they could become intimate with such a stunning beauty for a night, death would not be too high a price to pay. The woman was evidently accustomed to such gazes, so she simply snorted coldly before ignoring them. On the other hand, the man revealed great dissatisfaction, surging his divine sense and causing many 4th order and 5th order open heaven realm masters to clutch at their heads and scream in agony. After teaching these lawless criminals a lesson, he announced loudly, "Heavenly River Divine Monarch has an order to convey. Where is the person in charge of this spirit province? Come out and receive the orders immediately." As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions of the cultivators on the spirit province changed greatly. Those who were watching the woman with lustful gazes quickly lowered their heads and did not dare to take another look. That couldn't be helped, as the name Heavenly River Divine Monarch carried far too much weight. There were only 3 great divine monarchs in the shattered heaven. In other words, there were 3 8th order open heaven realm masters here. One of them was Bright Sun Divine Monarch, Cheng Yang, who pursued Yang Kai in the past, while the other 2 were Heavenly River Divine Monarch, Tian Luo, and Withering Flame Divine Monarch, Ku Yen. These 3 had refused to be controlled by the cave heavens and paradises, so they fled to the shattered heaven for shelter. Tens of thousands of years had passed since they entered the shattered heaven, and they gradually improved from the 7th order open heaven realm to the 8th order open heaven realm. The cultivators living in the shattered heaven could ignore or even insult the cave heavens and paradises, but they could not show the slightest disrespect to the three great divine monarchs. The environment in the shattered heaven was harsh and chaotic, so while those who offended the cave heavens and paradises might survive here, death was inevitable if the three great divine monarchs were to target them. After all, the three great divine monarchs held absolute authority in the shattered heaven. This beautiful pair, who came carrying the orders of Heavenly River Divine Monarch, were clearly from the Heavenly River Palace. Furthermore, Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were considered very powerful in the Heavenly River Palace. These two might even be disciples of Heavenly River Divine Monarch. With such a close connection to Tian Luo, even the lawless criminals in this spirit province did not dare to be disrespectful towards them in the slightest. Following their command, a figure immediately flew out from the Grand Hall in the middle of the spirit province. This person was also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he did not look like a warrior. He was dressed luxuriously, seeming more like a wealthy merchant. His face was round and clean, and his smile was ingratiating. Cupping his fists from a distance, he bowed. Bamboo Basket Province's Tan Chuan greets the special envoys. Allow me to apologize for my late greetings. Although they were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, Tan Chuan was nothing more than the master of a small spirit province. In terms of status, he could not compare to the two people who served under Heavenly River Divine Monarch. Hence, he naturally showed a humble attitude as soon as he appeared. The male envoy nodded lightly. So you are the person in charge here, Brother Tan Chuan. This senior brother and junior sister have not left the Heavenly River Palace in a long time, so we were not aware. Judging from his words, they seemed to be acquainted with each other. Nevertheless, his attitude remained aloof. It was obvious that they did not have a close relationship with each other. It's nothing, Brother Wu. Such a rough place cannot be compared to Heavenly River Palace. May I know what brings you here today, Brother Wu? What orders does the Divine Monarch have for me? Tan Chuan inquired respectfully. When it came to business, the man surnamed Wu did not procrastinate. He immediately took out a jade slip and announced in a resounding his voice, by order of my honored master, Tan Chuan of the Bamboo Basket Province must gather 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm and above. Then head to the designated rendezvous location in 3 months. Tan Chuan's expression became solemn when he heard the announcement. Raising his hand to receive the jade slip, he examined the contents carefully and confirmed that the jade slip truly contained this command from Heavenly River Divine Monarch. After that, he revealed a puzzled expression. Brother Wu, is Heavenly River Palace planning to wage war against the others? The three great divine monarchs had divided the shattered heaven among themselves, so it was impossible for them to be at peace. There had been countless squabbles and skirmishes among them over the years, but those were mostly inconsequential disputes, nothing serious enough to warrant concern. However, Tian Luo's actions clearly indicated that he was planning something big. Although the number of cultivators living in Bamboo Basket Province was not small, there were not many Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm and above. That was especially true for Sixth Order Masters, whose total numbers could be counted on one hand. Even though there were somewhere between 400 and 500 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, Tian Luo had directly demanded a force of 200 people. That was equivalent to taking away half of the Bamboo Basket Province's strength. How could that not shock Tan Chuan? The man surnamed Wu simply shook his head in response. Glancing around, he then kindly pointed out something. Brother Tan Chuan, if I were you, I would close the grand array first before asking questions. At this rate, you might not be able to gather 200 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters if you delay any longer. And you know what will happen to you if you disobey honored master's orders. Tan Chuan was taken aback by those words and looked around him. What he saw enraged him so much that his face visibly twitched. After hearing the order relayed by the man surnamed Wu just now, some of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters living in the Bamboo Basket Province had urgently fled to prevent themselves from being recruited by Tan Chuan. Many of them were simply passing by this area or stopping here temporarily to trade with others. So wouldn't they be wronged if they were caught by Tan Chuan? A few Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had taken the lead, causing even more Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to take the opportunity to escape. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen such masters were gone. Furious, Tan Chuan roared loudly, "Activate the array. If anyone else dares to leave Bamboo Basket Province, I will slaughter them without mercy." After saying that, he took to the skies and instantly caught one of the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who was about to leave and swung out his fist at him. This Fifth Order Master was rather unlucky. He didn't even get the chance to speak a word before Tan Chuan punched his face in. In order to make an example, Tan Chuan had not held back at all. How could a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master survive against the full attack of a Sixth Order Master? That blow shattered the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's head to pieces. Fresh blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain, and his headless corpse slowly dropped back to the ground. Such an occurrence would rarely happen in any of the great territories across the 3,000 worlds, but in contrast, the Shattered Heaven was a truly lawless place. Killing others over even a small disagreement was very common here. After witnessing Tan Chuan murdering a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the others no longer dared to act recklessly. They quickly backed down like cowardly quails. There was a loud hum, and the grand array covering the entire Bamboo Basket Province closed. The inside and the outside were now isolated from one another. With this, nobody could leave without Tan Chuan's express permission. Many of the cultivators were panicking at the sudden turn of events. However, Tan Chuan ignored them and looked at the special envoys from Heavenly River Palace. "What's going on, Brother Wu?" The man surnamed Wu shook his head and said nothing. The reason for all this was in no way glorious, and could even be said as shameful, so how could he reveal the truth at will? Tan Chuan only became more anxious seeing this. Revealing a pleading expression, he begged, "Brother Wu, why don't you come over and have some tea? You must allow this Tan to provide some hospitality as a host. Bamboo Basket Province might lack many things, but we have a specialty known as the Jade Spirit Fruit. The taste is sweet and exquisite. You've come from afar. Why not take a short rest? It won't be too late for you to leave after a cup of tea." What he mentioned was not without reason. The so-called Jade Spirit Fruit was certainly a local delicacy. It was not very useful in terms of cultivation, but it had beauty-preserving effects when consumed by female cultivators. Unfortunately, the number of such fruits produced was very small, so they would be cleaned out in a matter of breaths every time they appeared on the market. It was precisely because Tan Chuan was overseeing the Bamboo Basket Province that he could preserve a few for his own use. He did not have a close relationship with the man surnamed Wu, so there was nothing he could do if the other party was not willing to divulge much. So in order to learn more, a more convoluted method was required. He hoped that the Jade Spirit Fruit would catch the interest of the woman standing nearby. Sure enough, the eyes of the woman, who had remained silent and indifferent all this while, suddenly brightened at the words, "Jade Spirit Fruit." As a disciple of Heavenly River Divine Monarch, it was only natural for her to know about the Jade Spirit Fruit. It was just that these fruits were often shared among the wives and concubines of Heavenly River Divine Monarch whenever they were offered to Heavenly River Palace. So how could she hope to get any? Women would always be conscious of their appearance. Even if she was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm and her appearance could be described as youthful, she still wished to look young forever. Nevertheless, she said nothing and simply used her large eyes to plead with her senior brother. After spending so many years together, how could the man surnamed Wu not understand the meaning behind that look? Thinking to himself that a moment of delay would not hurt, he nodded in agreement. "Good. We can rest for a moment before we leave." Tan Chuan was overjoyed and quickly motioned his hand to guide them. "This way, please." A short while later, Tan Chuan led the two envoys from Heavenly River Palace into the Grand Hall and sat down. The man surnamed Wu was thinking about how he should respond if Tan Chuan brought up the matter from earlier. After all, one was generally partial towards those who bestowed favors upon others. His junior sister had benefited from Tan Chuan, so it would not be reasonable for him to ignore the latter's inquiry. Unexpectedly, Tan Chuan did not mention the matter and simply had a leisurely chat with the man surnamed Wu. The man surnamed Wu was very satisfied, thinking that Tan Chuan knew how to show proper respect, causing his impression of the latter to increase significantly. After a short wait, a servant brought over a platter of spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were the size of a fist and crystal clear. Moreover, a sweet fragrance permeated the air. The woman from Heavenly River Palace stared at the jade spirit fruits without blinking. She immediately fell in love with the appearance of the fruits and couldn't bring herself to eat them. Just as she was about to put them away, Tan Chuan suddenly turned towards her. These fruits are freshly picked. You, young lady, should eat them immediately for the best effect. Martial Peak, Chapter 5465, Who are you, Your Excellency? When the woman heard those words, she looked conflicted. As her senior brother, the man surnamed Wu knew what she was thinking and laughed. Since there are 6 fruits, why don't you eat some right now and save the rest for later? She smiled brightly at those words and nodded. I'll do as you say, senior brother. Her smile was absolutely brilliant. In fact, even the slightly dim hall seemed to brighten because of her smile. Reaching out her slender jade fingers to pick up one of the fruits, she brought it to her mouth and lightly bit through the peel. A stream of sweet fruit juice immediately turned into a warm current that flowed down her throat. As for the spirit fruit in her hands, only a layer of peel remained. Before she could savor the wonderful taste of the spirit fruit though, her beautiful face abruptly turned pale. Her world force also surged and fluctuated wildly all of a sudden. The man surnamed Wu was shocked and cried out, Junior sister, what's wrong? However, she instead quickly looked over at Tan Chuan and coldly declared, What did you do? When she swallowed the fruit juice, she clearly felt a strange energy entering her body at the same time. Although she had never eaten the jade spirit fruit before, she knew that this strange energy did not belong to it. In that case, it could only mean that the fruit itself had been tampered with. Following her question, she immediately noticed that something was wrong. The strange energy was extremely corrosive, and she could not contain it even with her powerful 6th-order cultivation. When she observed her own condition, she saw traces of black energy that felt extremely vile and malevolent swirling around inside her originally pure and flawless small universe. Thus, she hastily activated her world force to defend against the corrosion. Her expression seemed pained, as though she was suffering from poison. The man surnamed Wu was shocked for a moment. Then he immediately became livid. Summoning a sword with a flick of his hand, he thrust it out. Tan Chuan, you court death. A sword wave flashed from the tip of his long sword, flicking like the tongue of a spirit snake. The sword wave conveyed a sense of unparalleled sharpness that sliced off several strands of Tan Chuan's hair. Unexpectedly, Tan Chuan remained completely calm, leisurely picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Only then did he calmly turn to look at the man surnamed Wu with a slight smile. Brother Wu, why are you so angry? At this moment, he no longer portrayed the same ingratiating attitude as before. On the contrary, he seemed confident that victory belonged to him. Tan Chuan's behavior enraged the man surnamed Wu even more, but just as he was about to attack, he heard Tan Chuan's relaxed voice entering his ears. You should be careful, Brother Wu. Swords have no eyes, so you can easily hurt someone if you are not careful. It doesn't matter if you take this Tan's life, but if you do, you will never be able to save Junior Sister Ling. Are you working for the other 2 divine monarchs? The man surnamed Wu suddenly thought of something. He had no previous enmity or grievances against Tan Chuan, so there was no reason for Tan Chuan to plot against him or his junior sister. However, everything would make sense if Tan Chuan was working for the other 2 divine monarchs. He gritted his teeth and snarled. My junior sister is Honored Master's most beloved disciple. If anything happens to her, even the other 2 divine monarchs will not be able to protect you. Tan Chuan, hand over the antidote immediately if you don't wish to die. While the man surnamed Wu seemed enraged on the outside, inwardly he was feeling very puzzled. Both he and his junior sister had 6th-order open heaven realm cultivations, so at their level of strength, just what kind of poison could make his junior sister experience such difficulty? He even noticed a trace of black energy gradually emerging from her body out of the corner of his eye. What is this poison? Listening to the man named Wu's self-righteous misunderstanding, Tan Chuan laughed loudly. The other 2 divine monarchs? How could they be worthy of my service? The man surnamed Wu was stunned. Isn't Tan Chuan working for the other two divine monarchs? How could he spout such presumptuous nonsense, as though he doesn't put the divine monarchs in his eyes? While the other party was stunned, Tan Chuan stretched out 2 fingers and slowly grasped the long sword pointed directly at him. Moving the long sword away from his face, he warmly comforted the man surnamed Wu. Rest assured, Brother Wu. Junior sister Ling is not in danger. This Tan has no intention of harming her. As long as you cooperate with me, Brother Wu, this Tan will not only make amends to the both of you. I will also show you the heavenly grand Tao that will bring you directly to the peak of the martial Tao. The man surnamed Wu's first reaction was disbelief. What nonsense was this guy spouting? His junior sister looked like she was about to be overwhelmed by the poison. So how could Tan Chuan say that he has no intention of harming her? Tan Chuan earnestly continued, if this Tan remembers correctly, you initially advanced directly to the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Isn't that right, Brother Wu? As a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, you have reached your limit. Don't you wish to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and have a taste of the glory that belongs to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters? Junior sister Ling advanced directly to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm, so she has hopes of reaching the 7th Order in the future, but in contrast, you can only waste away in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. How will you be a match for junior sister Ling when that time comes? Those words seemed to hit a sore spot for the man surnamed Wu, and his expression involuntarily darkened. He did not know how or where Tan Chuan received this information. However, it was just as Tan Chuan had said. His junior sister was expected to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future, but he could only remain in the 6th Order forever. Would his junior sister even bother with him when she was in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm? His mind wavered for a moment, feeling as though Tan Chuan's words were filled with an inexplicable appeal. His voice changed slightly, no longer as cold and sharp as before. If you're capable of guiding us to the peak of the martial Tao, then why are you still just a 6th Order master yourself? Tan Chuan's situation was similar to his. When they advanced into the Open Heaven Realm back then, they had advanced directly to the 4th Order. Therefore, the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm was their limit. If there truly was such a wonderful method to break through their innate shackles, then why didn't Tan Chuan break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm himself? Upon hearing the other party's question, Tan Chuan chuckled softly and circulated his strength. His entire body suddenly turned black, and his aura increased steadily. Under the stunned gaze of the man surnamed Wu, Tan Chuan's aura quickly broke through the limits of what a 6th Order master should have and gradually increased to the 7th Order. Following the surge of aura, his figure that resembled a wealthy merchant also began to swell. Then, he soon withdrew his aura and returned to normal, looking no different from before. He then said mildly, if this Tan wishes to break through to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, I can do so at any time. How did you? The man surnamed Wu blanked out completely in astonishment. He instinctively refused to believe what he was witnessing, but all his senses indicated that Tan Chuan's words were not false. Senior brother, the woman who was currently fighting against the corrosion in her body shouted, it's black ink strength. What? The man surnamed Wu turned pale with fright. Is this black ink strength? Several months ago, they had been completely oblivious to the existence of something like black ink strength. But then, one particular day, 2 honored guests in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm came to Heavenly River Palace. They had not known the identity of those honored guests, but they left quickly after an extensive discussion with Heavenly River Divine Monarch. Afterwards, Tian Luo had summoned them and given them an important task. They were ordered to head to the spirit provinces under the jurisdiction of Heavenly River Palace, recruit Open Heaven Realm Masters in the 5th Order and above, and rendezvous at the designated location within a short time limit. Heavenly River Divine Monarch also told them about certain matters that day. It was at that moment that they learned the identity of the honored guests who arrived at Heavenly River Palace that day. The 2 honored guests were 8th Order ancestors from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, who came to ask for Tian Luo's cooperation in a war concerning the survival of the 3,000 worlds. This war apparently involved many secrets and concerned the survival of the human race as a whole, so even the Shattered Heaven could not turn a blind eye to the situation. It was also from Heavenly River Divine Monarch that they learned about the existence of the Black Ink Clan and Black Ink Strength. Be that as it may, they had never seen the Black Ink Clan or Black Ink Strength before. They had assumed that the cave heavens and paradises were exaggerating the dangers of the situation, believing that the war related to the 3,000 worlds and the survival of the human race was nothing but bullshit. After all, they had never even heard of such things in this world. They truly believed that their honored master had only agreed to cooperate with the cave heavens and paradises under duress, which was quite embarrassing. The Shattered Heaven had remained outside the influence of the 3,000 worlds for eons. They were not governed by the cave heavens and paradises, but this incident had forced them to be at the beck and call of those same forces. That was the reason why the man surnamed Wu had not explained anything when Tan Chuan asked about Heavenly River Divine Monarch's command. He had felt that the reason was too shameful to reveal. The neutrality and detachment that the Shattered Heaven had always enjoyed turned out to be nothing more than the indulgence of the cave heavens and paradises. With the enormous heritage of the cave heavens and paradises, were they really helpless to control the Shattered Heaven? The people in the cave heavens and paradises simply understood that some things could not be forbidden completely no matter how hard they tried. That was why they tacitly agreed to the existence of the Shattered Heaven and allowed this place to become the gathering spot for those who refused to follow the order of the 3,000 worlds. Nevertheless, they could easily force the Shattered Heaven to compromise when they needed their cooperation in their schemes. Just like this incident, the senior brother and junior sister did not know what kind of conditions the people from the cave heavens and paradises had offered to their honored master. However, Tian Luo seemed very enthusiastic about this endeavor. He even entrusted this task to them and asked them to carry it out with all diligence so as not to make him lose face. Despite having heard of the Black Ink Clan and Black Ink Strength, they had never seen the Black Ink Clan or Black Ink Strength in person. Therefore, the man surnamed Wu never associated this incident with Black Ink Strength even though he had witnessed the black aura enveloping his junior sister. He simply thought that she had been poisoned. On the other hand, the woman being corroded by the Black Ink Strength suddenly realized what was going on. These symptoms, aren't they identical to the corruption of Black Ink Strength that honored master mentioned previously? Tan Chuan chuckled. So, you know about Black Ink Strength? Since you already know, then that saves this Tan the effort of explaining the situation to you. That's right. This is Black Ink Strength. The man surnamed Wu felt a chill in his heart. Are you a Black Ink disciple? No wonder Tan Chuan showed no particular signs of abnormality earlier. He had heard that Black Ink disciples looked no different from ordinary people, but their true nature had long been lost. Tan Chuan laughed lightly. So what if I am? Besides, this Tan is not the only Black Ink disciple in this place. After his declaration, 4 figures suddenly walked out of the shadows of the Grand Hall. One was in the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, and 2 were in the 6th Order. The last person was completely wrapped in darkness, so his face could not be seen. His exact cultivation could not be determined either, but anybody could tell that he was very powerful. The expression of the man surnamed Wu changed drastically as he grabbed his junior sister and rushed into the sky to try to escape this place immediately. A person would completely lose their true self once they were corrupted by Black Ink Strength. Even if he could advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, would he even be himself at that point? Nobody faced with such a choice would willingly compromise on something like that unless they were absolutely desperate. Unfortunately, he failed to escape. He barely managed to flee more than a dozen meters before being stopped by a transparent light barrier. It turned out that a grand array had been set up in the Grand Hall at some point in time, isolating the inside from the outside. At this moment, the man surnamed Wu finally understood why Tan Chuan seemed so confident about his victory. Tan Chuan had probably planned out everything from the moment he invited the senior brother and junior sister duo to his palace. The man surnamed Wu could only laugh bitterly at how they had stupidly walked into the trap without knowing anything. The enemy had at least 3 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and they were stuck inside the Grand Array with them. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to admit that he and his junior sister were not their opponents even if they combined their strength. Things were looking very dismal for them at the moment. Even so, he refused to give up and wait for death. He spun around and protected his junior sister behind him. At the same time, he drew his long sword and prepared his battle cry to bolster his courage. However, he couldn't help feeling surprised by the scene unfolding before him as Tan Chuan and the others were no longer paying any attention to him. At this moment, the 3 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, including Tan Chuan and the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, were all staring at the mysterious person who was completely enveloped in darkness. "Who are you, Your Excellency?" Tan Chuan's next sentence left the man surnamed Wu scratching his head in confusion. Martial Peak. Chapter 5466. Swindled and Abducted. The man surnamed Wu did not understand. "Don't you know the person who appeared in your own territory? Why would you still need to ask?" Faced with Tan Chuan's question, the mysterious man covered in darkness answered lightly, "Don't ask so many questions." After saying that, a powerful aura suddenly erupted outward before disappearing in a flash. The expressions of everybody in the Grand Hall, including the man surnamed Wu and his junior sister, changed drastically. That was because this mysterious person was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. He had concealed his aura previously, so nobody could determine anything about him. However, how could they fail to perceive his strength when he deliberately released an 8th Order aura? Tan Chuan and the 3 others hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, sir." Under the cover of the darkness, Yang Kai nodded lightly and made a non-committal sound in response, perfectly displaying the demeanor of a senior expert. In reality, being in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm meant that there was indeed no need for him to pay much attention to these 6th Order Black Ink disciples. If not to figure out the source of these Black Ink disciples in the Shattered Heaven, he would have just captured them from the start. Yang Kai had received guidance from Ji Lao-san earlier and pursued those traces until he reached Bamboo Basket Province. As a result, he happened to overhear the Heavenly River Divine Monarch's command that was conveyed by the man surnamed Wu and his junior sister. Thus, he secretly concealed himself and snuck into the Grand Hall. Although he knew that the Jade Spirit fruit that the junior sister ate had been tampered with, he did nothing to stop her, so that he did not alert the enemy to his presence. If he still had yellow and blue crystals in his possession, then he wouldn't have needed to resort to such troublesome methods. He would only need to activate the purifying light to expel and purify the black ink strength from the bodies of the black ink disciples inside the Grand Hall. Then they would willingly help him. Unfortunately, he no longer had the means to create purifying light and could only rely on petty tricks. Yang Kai made a mental note to visit the chaotic dead territory as soon as possible, so that he could obtain more yellow and blue crystals from Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. In addition, he wanted to ask them about the primordial light. On the Black Ink battlefield, he had disguised himself as a Black Ink disciple for years, and was so familiar with the act that even the Black Ink clan could not see through him, so what more these Black Ink disciples? Although Tan Chuan and the others did not know Yang Kai's identity, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in front of them was clearly a Black Ink disciple like them. How could they suspect him? Every one of them became animated. They had been worried about failing their task because they were only 6th Order Black Ink disciples. Therefore, it was a pleasant surprise to have an 8th Order Black Ink disciple appear before them. One of the 6th Order Black Ink disciples beside Tan Chuan asked respectfully, "What brings you here, sir?" Yang Kai replied indifferently, "I just happened to be passing by and wanted to gather some manpower, but it seems someone made their move in advance. Seeing as that's the case, this king will not snatch another person's property. You've done well. Since these two are part of Heavenly River Palace, we can send them to the other spirit provinces after enlightening them with Black Ink strength. That will certainly allow us to act more easily." The 6th Order Black Ink disciple was ecstatic. This subordinate had the same idea. "That's why I asked Brother Tan to invite them back to his palace." After a pause, he continued, "Sir, this subordinate has a favor to ask." "Speak." Yang Kai waved his hand slightly. The 6th Order Black Ink disciple said, "Sir, I'm sure you've seen the situation here. Our forces in Bamboo Basket Province are too weak. Although we have several 6th Order Black Ink disciples on our side, it will take great effort for us to corrupt all the cultivators here with Black Ink strength. This subordinate implores you to take action, sir. With your help, Bamboo Basket Province will definitely fall into our hands. Following that statement, the man surnamed Wu felt the color draining from his face. It was difficult to imagine what the situation would be like if all the cultivators in Bamboo Basket Province were corrupted by black ink strength. You want me to take action? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words, and his smile deepened meaningfully. Is the one behind you willing to accept such an arrangement? The Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple replied straightforwardly. Please rest assured, sir. It is pure coincidence for this subordinate to meet you here. After gifting me with black ink strength, he only gave me orders to convert more companions with black ink strength. There were no other orders. Yang Kai frowned and looked displeased. Whoever it is sure is careless. Where did he go? During this brief exchange, he managed to figure out that the person who actually held decisive authority here was not the master of Bamboo Basket Province, Tan Chuan. On the contrary, it was this Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple who was speaking to him. This Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple had most likely encountered a higher order Black Ink Disciple somewhere. After he was corrupted by black ink strength, he was released with the goal of corrupting all the cultivators in Bamboo Basket Province. He probably bumped into the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master during his return trip. Seizing the opportunity, he had taken action out in the void to quickly subdue the latter. That would explain why Yang Kai and Ji Lao-san first found traces of black ink strength on a universe fragment some distance from here. It was because this person used black ink strength to corrupt the Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master and left traces behind, allowing Ji Lao-san to notice. Afterwards, this Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple brought the Fifth Order Master back to Bamboo Basket Province with him. It was here that Tan Chuan and the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master were also corrupted by black ink strength. Although they were all in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm, Tan Chuan and the other Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master were likely caught unprepared. Combined with the powerful corruptive nature of black ink strength, they were practically powerless to resist. Yang Kai secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It would seem that the situation was not too bad. Seeing as he managed to arrive here in time, the only black ink disciples on Bamboo Basket Province were probably the ones standing in front of him right now. If he had been a few days later, the situation might not have been so easily resolved. Even though his question earlier seemed casual, it was the one that Yang Kai was most concerned about getting an answer to. He wanted to know the whereabouts of the black ink disciple, who corrupted this Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple with black ink strength. Only by finding the original Black Ink Disciple could he get to the bottom of this matter and figure out the source of black ink strength in the Shattered Heaven. Faced with Yang Kai's inquiries, the Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple did not suspect anything and quickly answered. Sir did not tell me where he was going, but this subordinate noticed that he and another companion were traveling towards the Shattered Ruins. Beneath the darkness, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. The Shattered Ruins? The Shattered Ruins was the most dangerous forbidden zone in the Shattered Heaven, as well as the location of the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. Surrounding the Shattered Ruins was the Divine Ability Sea, which was filled with enormous dangers. Why is a Black Ink Disciple heading in the direction of Shattered Ruins? And judging from what this Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple had said, it sounds like there was more than one Black Ink Disciple. In fact, there are two of them. What is their realm? Where did they come from? Yang Kai did not know anything. Did they mention why they were heading there? Yang Kai inquired. The Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple shook his head. No. What were their cultivations? Although Yang Kai's questions puzzled the Sixth Order Black Ink Disciple, he did not think too deeply into the matter and answered honestly. The person who enlightened me with black ink strength is probably in the Eighth Order Open Heaven realm like you, sir. The other person did not take action, but his cultivation was likely not inferior. 2 Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples. I can't believe there are 2 Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples in the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai suddenly realized that he had greatly underestimated the severity of the situation. Aside from the 3 great divine monarchs in the Shattered Heaven, Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters only existed in the Cave Heavens and Paradises. However, they were existences regarded as ancestors or supreme elders. Were these 2 Eighth Order Black Ink Disciples originally hiding in the 3,000 worlds? Or Did they sneak in from the barren territory? Regardless of which scenario was the truth, the situation was absolutely terrible. If it was the former, then many of the masters in the cave heavens and paradises on this side had probably been corrupted by black ink strength. If it was the latter, seeing as the barren territory battlefield had not been breached, then there was only one other possibility. There was another passage connecting to the 3,000 worlds. At that moment, various thoughts swirled around in Yang Kai's mind as a dull and ominous premonition made him feel very uneasy. He felt as though he had overlooked something very important, but he could not remember what it was in the heat of the moment. Numerous expressions flitted across his face as he remained silent in thought. Meanwhile, Tan Chuan and the others looked at each other uncertainly for a moment before the sixth-order black ink disciple hesitantly called out, "Sir?" Yang Kai returned to his senses and nodded. "This king will take action in Bamboo Basket Province, but this king has another task for you." The expression of Tan Chuan and the others brightened, and they cupped their fists respectfully. "Please enlighten us, sir." "Enter my small universe first." Yang Kai commanded and opened the portal to his small universe. Tan Chuan and the others exchanged a glance with each other, but they did not suspect him and quickly rushed into his small universe. "Oh, right." Yang Kai suddenly asked another question. "Are there any other black ink disciples here in Bamboo Basket Province?" Just for safety's sake, he decided to confirm the situation. The last sixth-order black ink disciple, who was the last one remaining outside, quickly replied, "No, we are the only ones at the moment. This subordinate only returned not long ago, so there was no time to take action." Yang Kai nodded, and when the last sixth-order open heaven realm master had entered his small universe, he closed the portal and withdrew his black ink strength around him to reveal his face. Then, he turned to look at the man surnamed Wu. At this moment, the man surnamed Wu was filled with despair. He had mustered the courage to fight back when his opponents had been Tan Chuan and the others. However, the person in front of him was an authentic 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How was he supposed to fight back? His opponent could crush him to death with a mere flick of his finger. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, the man surnamed Wu tried to act strong and shouted loudly, "My honored master is Heavenly River Divine Monarch Tian Luo. If you dare to raise a hand against us, then honored master will never forgive you." Yang Kai chuckled and reassured the other party gently, "Don't be scared. I'm not a black ink disciple." The man surnamed Wu reacted with an expression that seemed to say, "Who will believe you?" Regardless, Yang Kai couldn't be bothered to explain himself. He then raised his fingers and flicked a purifying black ink pill towards the man surnamed Wu. "Give this pill to your junior sister. I guarantee that she will be safe." If the woman had been completely corrupted by black ink strength, then the purifying black ink pill would no longer be effective. Be that as it may, the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill would still be effective under the current circumstances. The man surnamed Wu took the purifying black ink pill, but he clearly did not trust Yang Kai. Yang Kai pointed out, "Things have already come to this point. What can be worse than becoming corrupted by black ink strength? If I were you, I would take a gamble." The man surnamed Wu had been confused and at a loss for what to do after experiencing such a huge turn of events. But after listening to Yang Kai's words, he couldn't help feeling that what he said made sense. There really was nothing for him to do but take a leap of faith. In any case, if an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master truly wanted to kill them, they would die regardless of how they tried to resist. As for whether the spirit pill would be effective, he would know once he gave it to his junior sister. Gritting his teeth, he turned around and placed the purifying black ink pill into his junior sister's mouth. Then, he stood guard over her while secretly being vigilant towards Yang Kai. Meanwhile, Yang Kai ignored the man surnamed Wu as he was now thinking hard. For some reason, he had the feeling that he had forgotten something important ever since he stepped foot in the shattered heaven. However, he simply could not remember what he had forgotten despite racking his brain for so long. In addition, he was extremely concerned about the origin and whereabouts of those 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. It was not easy to corrupt an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with black ink strength. The human race had been fighting against the Black Ink clan on the Black Ink battlefield for countless millennia, but there were very rarely cases where an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was corrupted by Black Ink strength. Thanks to the immense strength of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, they had a strong resistance towards Black Ink strength. What's more, even if they were accidentally invaded by Black Ink strength, they could prevent themselves from becoming corrupted by sacrificing a part of their small universe. The most common method to convert an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master into a Black Ink disciple was for a Royal Lord to personally take action, using their Royal Lord's secret technique. Martial Peak, Chapter 5467. Can you be more shameless? However, the situation on the battlefield was constantly changing, and even a Royal Lord would not dare to use their secret technique without good reason. In the past, the sheep-headed Royal Lord chasing after Yang Kai had caused his body to weaken considerably by unleashing the Royal Lord's secret technique. Immediately after, he had taken the full brunt of Yang Kai's Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, which played a big role in how a mere Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was able to kill him. Unless there was no other choice or under the premise that their safety was guaranteed, a Royal Lord would never use the Royal Lord's secret technique to corrupt an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. In any case, Yang Kai had no means of learning the origins of the two Eighth Order Black Ink disciples without locating them first. While Yang Kai was pondering these matters, the woman from Heavenly River Palace swallowed and refined the purifying Black Ink pill. It didn't take long for the spirit pill to take effect, and under its medicinal efficacies, the Black Ink strength corroding her was slowly forced out of her body. The man surnamed Wu was overjoyed by the sight and finally believed Yang Kai's words from before. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering about something. Wrapped entirely in darkness earlier, Yang Kai had clearly given off the impression of being a senior Black Ink disciple. How was he not affected by Black Ink strength? Unfortunately, the man surnamed Wu did not have a deep understanding of Black Ink strength. All he knew about Black Ink strength was what he heard from his honored master, so his knowledge was severely limited. A short while later, the woman's condition improved considerably, and she exhaled deeply and opened her eyes. Although she couldn't shake off the lingering fears in her heart, she quickly came forward to thank Yang Kai. Likewise, the man surnamed Wu was extremely grateful. Yang Kai questioned them briefly and learned that the Cave Heavens and Paradises had dispatched several Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to Heavenly River Palace. Moreover, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had already reached an agreement with Heavenly River Divine Monarch. It was not just Heavenly River Divine Monarch, though. According to the two envoys, all three great divine monarchs in the Shattered Heaven were working together with the Cave Heavens and Paradises now. This was a war that involved the survival of the human race, so nobody could afford to stay out of the fight. Although the three great divine monarchs had lived leisurely in the Shattered Heaven for many years, they were familiar with the principle. Without lips, the teeth go cold. Therefore, the three great divine monarchs who controlled the Shattered Heaven had come forward. They issued commands to the various spirit provinces, ordering Fifth Order and Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to gather at the assembly point within the time limit. In the Shattered Heaven, the command of the three great divine monarchs held more authority than the Cave Heavens and Paradises. As soon as their commands were spread out to the public, all the cultivators who wanted to live peacefully in the Shattered Heaven did not dare to disobey. Take Bamboo Basket Province, for example. Heavenly River Divine Monarch had ordered Tan Chuan to gather 200 Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Fifth Order and above, so the latter had to ensure that the command was carried out properly if he wanted to keep his life. In this way, the combat forces in the Shattered Heaven would also contribute to the war. Meanwhile, the three great divine monarchs had already headed to the battlefield with several Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. The Cave Heavens and Paradises had promised them that they could freely travel to any of the great territories in the 3,000 worlds after the war, regardless of the outcome. As long as they did not commit any outrage, their past transgressions would no longer be pursued. For the three great divine monarchs, these were conditions that could not be refused. They were Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters after all, so no matter where they went in the 3,000 worlds, they would be considered peak existences. It was only due to their fear of the Cave Heavens and Paradises that they remained hidden in the Shattered Heaven for so many years. As such, their lives were usually extremely boring. If they survived this war, Then they would no longer need to waste away in the shattered heaven. They could go anywhere they wanted. It was with such incentives that the three great divine monarchs obeyed the cave heavens and paradises. Otherwise, nobody would willingly risk their lives if there were no benefits. However, nobody expected that black ink disciples had already appeared in the shattered heaven. I want you to spread the message and inform everyone about the appearance of black ink disciples as fast as possible, so that others will be wary of suspicious figures. Can you do that? Yang Kai looked at those two. The man surnamed Wu considered for a moment. With the help of Heavenly River Palace's intelligence network, we can pass the message to the other two divine monarchs. Unfortunately, it will take some time since the shattered heaven is vast. Just do your best. Yang Kai nodded as there was nothing that could be done. After all, spreading messages across a vast great territory was not a task that could be done overnight. Please rest assured, Senior. We will do our best. The man surnamed Wu cupped his fist. Yang Kai nodded, but just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and immediately turned around again. By the way, I'd like to ask about somebody. The man surnamed Wu probed. Who is this person you'd like to inquire about? Senior. Have you ever heard the name Wu Kuang in the shattered heaven? As soon as Yang Kai's question came out, the expressions of the man surnamed Wu and his junior sister became strange. The man surnamed Wu carefully asked, Senior, are you acquainted with Wu Kuang? I guess. The man surnamed Wu smiled wryly. If it's that Wu Kuang you're asking about, then he is very famous in the shattered heaven. After listening to their explanation, Yang Kai learned that Wu Kuang had made a name for himself in the shattered heaven over the past 1,000 years. There was no helping it, as the heaven-devouring battle law was simply too overbearing and astonishing. Anyone who made an enemy of Wu Kuang was bound to die a miserable death, having all their strength devoured cleanly by him. At the beginning, Wu Kuang was only in the sixth order open heaven realm, so the people in the shattered heaven did not consider him a significant threat. However, he grew and developed very quickly. After advancing to the seventh order open heaven realm 500 years ago, he became increasingly unscrupulous. Many cultivators in the shattered heaven suffered at his hands. Even the people from Heavenly River Palace, Withering Flame Divine Palace, and Bright Sun Temple were no exception. For that reason, the three great divine monarchs were livid. Withering Flame Divine Monarch Ku Yen even pursued him personally, but Wu Kuang actually managed to escape into the shattered ruins. Withering Flame Divine Monarch searched for a full 100 years with no results. In the end, he angrily returned empty-handed. It had been a long time since Wu Kuang last appeared, so there was no saying whether he was even alive or not. In any case, more than 200 years had passed since the last time he showed his face and was chased by Withering Flame Divine Monarch. After listening to the explanation, Yang Kai had a strange expression on his face despite knowing that Wu Kuang would not live a quiet and peaceful life. When he brought Wu Kuang to the shattered heaven, he knew that the latter was bound to stir up a storm. Nevertheless, he never imagined that Wu Kuang would be so reckless as to provoke the three great divine monarchs. Even so, most of the cultivators in the shattered heaven were criminals. So with Wu Kuang's wicked personality and his heaven-devouring battle law, he couldn't show mercy in this place. Of course, Wu Kuang was no fool, so he knew his limits. The disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would often come to the shattered heaven for life experience and training. But even if Wu Kuang encountered them, he would not attack them. He knew that nothing would happen to him if he killed the local cultivators in the shattered heaven. But he was bound to suffer if he provoked the ire of the cave heavens and paradises. More than 1,000 years ago, Yang Kai fled from the shattered heaven and escaped into the shattered ruins when he was chased by Bright Sun Divine Monarch Chang Yang. On the other hand, Wu Kuang was chased by Ku Yen and fled into the shattered ruins around 300 years ago. Their experiences were rather similar. As for Wu Kuang's absence for the past 200 years, the man surnamed Wu speculated that he had died. On the contrary, Yang Kai did not believe that speculation at all. As the saying went, the good die young, but a scourge lasts 1,000 years. By that logic, with how treacherous Wu Kuang was, he would probably live forever. It was just that the shattered ruins was not a pleasant place. The divine ability sea surrounding the outer layer of the shattered ruins was filled with various dangers, so Wuquang had most likely been trapped there. As Yang Kai was thinking such thoughts, a blood river surged and swept across the barren territory battlefield. The blood river wrapped around a feudal lord, churning violently with an extremely corrosive nature. Caught in the blood river, even the feudal lord could not endure. It didn't take more than a few breaths for his body to dissolve and black ink strength to dissipate. The blood river then fearlessly devoured and refined the body of the feudal lord, growing even stronger after receiving this nourishment. On this battlefield, the only person who could cause such a scene was Bloodcrow. Together with Yang Kai during the Great Crusade, Bloodcrow had used his Grand Evolution Immoral Bloodlight scripture to refine Black Ink Clansmen and obtained a great harvest as a result. After tasting such benefits, he had continued using this method to fight. Although he suffered some drawbacks after refining Black Ink Clansmen, he would be safe as long as he consumed large amounts of the Purifying Black Ink pill or used the Purifying Light in the Purifying Black Ink battleships. Consequently, Bloodcrow was the most frequent visitor to the Purifying Black Ink battleships at Inyang Pass. Be that as it may, his growth was extremely remarkable. He could now be considered among the strongest 7th Order masters alive. Even Feng Ying from back then could not compare with him. Combined with his brutal method of fighting the Black Ink clan, even his comrades, who were part of the human race, couldn't help feeling frightened of him. Just as he was about to successfully refine the feudal lord though, a figure rushed over from the side and reached out a hand. A mysterious energy surged, forcefully stealing away most of the energy inside the blood river. Bloodcrow was furious. Turning to the side, he roared, "Wuquang, can you be more shameless?" Wuquang snorted with laughter. "You've eaten too much. Be careful or your belly might burst. This king is simply helping you out. There's no need to thank me." Bloodcrow was so furious that his face visibly twitched. He originally thought that Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture was the evilest secret art in the world, until he encountered this person known as Wuquang on the barren territory battlefield. Wuquang cultivated a secret technique known as the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law. The effects of this secret technique were similar to Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture as they both refined foreign energy to enhance their strength. However, the Grand Evolution Immortal Bloodlight scripture could only refine blood essence, while there was nothing the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law could not refine. Forget the blood essence of the Black Ink clan, even Black Ink strength could be refined with the latter. When Bloodcrow first saw Wuquang directly refining Black Ink strength, he was shocked to the core. Black Ink strength was extremely corruptive. Once touched by Black Ink strength, it would stick to a person like maggots on rotting bones. If the human race did not have Purifying Light and Purifying Black Ink pills, there would not have been a crusade in the first place. They would also have suffered a crushing defeat by the Black Ink clan during the battle outside the Primordial Heaven Source Grand Restriction without these two methods. 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could prevent Black Ink strength from corrupting them to a degree, but Wuquang could just rush straight into the dense Black Ink clouds to refine them. What shocked Bloodcrow even more was that the Heaven-Devouring Battle Law was said to be a secret art created by Wuquang himself. This kind of genius was simply awe-inspiring. If that were all, Bloodcrow would have been scrambling over his feet to become close acquaintances with Wuquang to exchange their experiences in refining and devouring. They might even have become close friends. However, Wuquang constantly snatched the benefits that were just about to fall into his hands. Such actions infuriated Bloodcrow and made him hate Wuquang. There was nothing he could do though, since his secret art was inferior. He could only resign himself to his fate or curse at Wuquang even though his prey had been stolen, as he couldn't do anything more to Wuquang. Thanks to the powerful devouring nature of their respective secret arts, these two were considered apex 7th Order masters. They also made a name for themselves on the barren territory battlefield, standing out from even the top 7th Order masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Martial Peak, Chapter 5468, Black Ink Disciple's Goal. However, Bloodcrow had enough self-awareness to know there could only be one outcome to a duel between the two of them. He would be completely devoured by Wuquang and turned into nothing but a pile of bones. When it came to devouring energy, the grand evolution immoral blood light scripture paled in comparison to the heaven-devouring battle law. At the moment, both Wuquang and Blood Crow were under the jurisdiction of the Great Evolution Army. They served as Division Commander Feng Ying's right-hand men. Wuquang's appearance in barren territory was the result of a series of coincidences. A while back, he had offended one of Ku Yan's men, and Withering Flame Divine Monarch personally came forward to kill him. Wuquang had no choice but to flee into the shattered ruins in the hopes that the dangers there would help him escape Ku Yan's pursuit. Wuquang was an intelligent fellow, so it was not surprising he could think up the same strategy that Yang Kai once used. Wuquang broke into the shattered ruins and was caught in the Divine Ability Sea, but he was actually more fortunate than Yang Kai. Yang Kai deduced that no one heard anything from Wuquang for 200 years because he was stranded inside the Divine Ability Sea, but in reality, Wuquang managed to get out of that place after just 1 year. Furthermore, he even stumbled into the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land by chance. He had no clue he was in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land and assumed that he had fallen into an unknown sealed world. Just as he was searching for opportunities, he chanced upon a golden rooster. That golden rooster was innocent and naive. He had apparently lived much of his life in the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land and was unfamiliar with the sinister side of humans. In fact, he even excitedly approached Wuquang, an unfamiliar face. Wuquang, a lawless person through and through, immediately started getting ideas when he noticed that the golden rooster seemed to possess a divine spirit bloodline but was still just a fledgling. While he had devoured all kinds of beings in his life, Wuquang had not tasted a divine spirit with power equivalent to a master in the open heaven realm before. There was a high chance that his power would soar to greater heights if he could consume this rooster. With this mind made up, Wuquang decided to act immediately. He used his heaven-devouring battle law to try and devour the golden rooster, but just as he made his move, a much bigger golden rooster appeared. Wuquang finally realized that an older golden rooster had followed the little one, and the older one's strength was akin to a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Master. Once again, Wuquang cut a sorry figure as he fled. In fact, he would likely have met a disastrous end if the commotion had not drawn the attention of Shan Qing Luo, who was cultivating nearby. The two were shocked to see each other as neither expected to run into an acquaintance from the outside world in this place. Shan Qing Luo acted as a mediator and Wuquang was able to set aside his pride and sincerely apologize. After finding out that Wuquang was an old acquaintance of Yang Kai, and since Great General had not actually been harmed, Miameng decided to let Wuquang off the hook just this once. Thus, things were settled just like that. However, Miameng did give Wuquang a harsh warning. She would not show any mercy if he ever tried to approach her child again. Naturally, Wuquang gave his word, for what that was worth. After talking to Shan Qing Luo, Wuquang finally realized that he had ended up in Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. Shan Qing Luo was not the only one here either. Su Yan, Zhu Qing, and all the others from Void Land who had divine spirit sources and bloodlines were all cultivating here and had been for several hundred years. Ordinary humans were not allowed to remain in Divine Spirit Ancestral Land. So Shan Qing Luo reached out to Su Yan and the others. They were all discussing sending Wuquang away when the Black Ink clan captured the No Return Pass and the war erupted in the barren territory. The Dragon clan and Phoenix clan sent word for the divine spirits in Ancestral Land to come to their aid in the barren territory. When the divine spirits received this message, they rushed to the No Return Pass at once with the 4 Phoenix Pavilion and Kuan clan at the helm. Wuquang decided to tag along to witness the excitement. For the time being, he dared not return to the Shattered Heaven, so he figured he might as well join the fun on the barren territory battlefield. Due to their connection with Yang Kai, the others apart from the divine spirits from the ancestral land, such as Su Yan, Shan Qing Luo, Lu Yan, Jiufeng, and the others from the star boundary were all taken into the Great Evolution Army under the command of old ancestor Xiao Xiao. Once the group arrived at the barren territory battlefield, Wuquang took to the place like a duck to water. He could unleash his heaven-devouring battle law here to the fullest without anyone condemning him, allowing his cultivation to rise rapidly. He felt as if he had been born for battlefields such as this. Black Ink strength, something that all humans feared and reviled, was actually the greatest supplement he could obtain. In this place, Wuquang developed a kind of kinship with Blood Crow, who cultivated the grand evolution immortal bloodlight scripture. He took good care of the latter, so much so that anyone who saw his actions would be moved by him, in a good way, of course. Of course, Yang Kai knew nothing of Wu Kuang's eventful escapades. After giving his instructions to the senior brother and junior sister of Heavenly River Palace, he passed them a large number of purifying black ink pills and informed them that anyone who was corrupted by black ink strength but had not turned into a black ink disciple yet could consume this pill to drive the black ink strength out of their body. The woman had experienced this herself and so greatly valued these pills. She accepted them with a grateful heart before both she and her senior brother vowed that they would do as Yang Kai requested and ensure that his instructions were carried out to the letter. It was only then that Yang Kai took his leave. "Are you not heading to barren territory?" Ji Lao-san quickly asked when he noticed that Yang Kai seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. Yang Kai shook his head. "Something's happened in the shattered heaven. Black ink disciples have shown up here, so I need to investigate their movements and check where they came from. I will have to trouble you with something though, Brother Ji." "Do tell." "Make a trip to barren territory and tell them that black ink disciples have appeared in the shattered heaven. Also, please ask the old ancestors there if a royal lord has used the royal lord's secret technique to corrupt some 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If that's indeed the case, then I'm afraid a portal from the barren territory to the shattered heaven has somehow been opened. The old ancestors must locate the point of connection and find a way to block the linkage. The Phoenix clan's leader should be able to take care of it." Ji Lao-san was fully aware of the severity of this request, so he immediately nodded and agreed. "I understand. I'll leave for the barren territory right now. Also, tell them to send some people over to the shattered heaven to guard the territory gates. Since there were black ink disciples in the shattered heaven, if the humans did not seal off this place at once, it was likely that the threat of the Black Ink clan would soon spread to the other great territories. The situation would still be manageable if the Black Ink clan remained contained within the shattered heaven, but it would be impossible to control the threat if too many great territories were infected by black ink strength. Yang Kai would have personally gone over the seal-off the territory gate to the shattered heaven if he had not been in a rush to pursue the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Ji Lao-san swiftly sprinted for the barren territory's territory gate while Yang Kai rushed towards the shattered ruins. According to what the 6th Order Black Ink disciple said, he ran into the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples by chance and they corrupted him with black ink strength. After doing so, they did not tell him to do anything else other than to corrupt other humans with black ink strength. From the looks of it, they had no specific motive for doing so and had merely done it because the opportunity presented itself to them. It was likely that there were others in the shattered heaven who were in the same situation as that 6th Order Black Ink disciple, but it would be hard to pinpoint them if these Black Ink disciples did not expose themselves. If things were exactly as Yang Kai guessed, then it was very likely that another portal had opened between the barren territory and the shattered heaven. However, the situation in the shattered heaven was still fairly stable, which meant that if a new portal existed, it was probably highly unstable. Or else, the Black Ink clan army would have flooded through the portal and laid siege to the humans instead of merely sending 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples over. They sent Black Ink disciples because it was easier for them to move about unnoticed since they were humans. If the Black Ink clan showed up instead, everyone would easily recognize them for who they were. How could they possibly engage in subterfuge if everyone targeted them everywhere they went? Yang Kai did not know what the situation was truly like right now, so all of this was just his deductions. He was even more curious to find out about the purpose behind the appearance of the 2 Black Ink disciples. Although they were heading towards the shattered ruins, there was very little chance that they were aiming to get to the Divine Spirit ancestral land. There was nothing of value to them there. However, a thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind and his expression turned grim at once. He finally realized what he had been forgetting all along. Divine Spirit ancestral land. Black Ink sealing land. That Black Ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai would not have given it much thought if it had not been for the precedent set by the Black Ink giant spirit god which appeared on the late ancient era battlefield. That Black Ink giant spirit god from the late ancient era battlefield had clearly already died, though his body remained indestructible and even retained the will to slaughter his enemies. However, the Black Ink clan used some sort of method to bring it back to life. As a result, outside the primordial heaven source grand restriction, the two black ink giant spirit gods attacked the human race army from both sides and caused their defeat. The black ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral lane had been dead for many years, but its body remained. Since the black ink clan could awaken a dead black ink giant spirit god from the late ancient era battlefield, why would they not awaken the one in the divine spirit ancestral land? If the two 8th Order black ink disciples had come with that goal in mind, there was only one possibility. They wanted to reawaken the black ink giant spirit god at divine spirit ancestral land. Yang Kai felt goosebumps all over his scalp. A giant spirit god was too powerful of an existence. Even if over a dozen old ancestors joined forces, they might still fail to lay a finger on a giant spirit god. Although the black ink giant spirit gods were created by Mo, they were essentially on par with true giant spirit gods. Just their massive size was enough to easily unleash heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. Had Mo reached the realm of being able to create living beings? The fabled creation realm? If the Black Ink clan had the power to awaken and unleash the Black Ink giant spirit god in the divine spirit ancestral land, the humans were done for. No one but a giant spirit god could stop a Black Ink giant spirit god. After thinking this through, Yang Kai became frantic and desperately urged his space principles, moving with all speed towards the shattered ruins. In half a month, he arrived on the outskirts of the Divine Ability Sea. It looked just the same as the last time he came here, as if the passing of time meant nothing in this place. The situation at this Divine Ability Sea was similar to the late ancient era battlefield, but the one there had been left after a great battle, whereas the one here was specifically created by humans. The last time Yang Kai was here, he did not understand why there was the Divine Ability Sea here until he saw the Black Ink giant spirit god. The Divine Ability Sea was a barrier against the Black Ink giant spirit god, acting like a cage to keep it imprisoned. However, the ancestral strength of the Divine Spirit ancestral land was able to suppress Black Ink strength, and the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress of that generation used the sacred treasures of 16 Divine Spirit clans to forge an immense sealing array. After countless eons, the ancestral strength had worn away all of that Black Ink giant spirit god's power, leaving nothing but an empty shell behind. This was the reason why Yang Kai did not consider this possibility until now. He secretly hoped that the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples' motives were not as he deduced as he dove straight into the Divine Ability Sea. He was only a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master the last time he came here, so he and Xiaolin Lang went through great pains before they stumbled into the Divine Spirit ancestral land. Now that he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, Yang Kai was over 100 times stronger than he was back then, so he simply forged ahead boldly. Martial Peak, Chapter 5469, Prophetic Words. The Divine Ability Sea had been left behind innumerable years ago, and its power had weakened during that period. The main reason why Yang Kai managed to take Xiaolin Lang through the Divine Ability Sea when he was just a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, other than his mastery over the Tao of Space, was this weakening. He had to tread carefully then, but he did not need to do so now after he had gotten stronger and improved his mastery of the Tao of Space. As Yang Kai was in a hurry, he could not spare the time to worry about much else. He dashed straight through and triggered countless barriers and restrictions. Divine abilities situated throughout the area all activated and chased him down as he flitted through the void, making it look as if he had a tail made of rainbow-colored lights behind him. He did encounter a few setbacks, but they did not affect him much. Within the short span of 10 days or so, Yang Kai managed to make his way through the Divine Ability Sea and step foot onto Divine Spirit ancestral land, albeit with a bruised and battered body. This was a truly ancient place and was also the origin of all divine spirits. It was said that back in the earliest days, a myriad of divine spirits lived and flourished here. However, over time, the conflict between the various divine spirits grew until it culminated in a dreadful war. The place of origin of the divine spirits had fragmented in the destruction, and the divine spirit ancestral land of today was merely the largest piece that remained. Even so, it was still the divine spirit's most important holy land. Although ancestral strength could cause great harm to those who did not have a divine spirit bloodline, it was a great help to those who did. By using ancestral strength, divine spirits could significantly shorten the time it took for them to cultivate and grow. The last time Yang Kai came here, the ancestral strength had become thin and sparse, which was why the divine spirits, under the leadership of the Kuan clan, were all eager to open up the black ink sealing land as the ancestral strength was thick and abundant there. Now that Yang Kai was here in this ancestral land again, he immediately sensed that the ancestral strength was a lot more plentiful than it had been before. While there were dangers that came with opening the black ink sealing land, the divine spirits did benefit from the ancestral strength that flowed out from the black ink sealing land. However, Yang Kai was in no mood to ponder the changes in the ancestral strength density right now. As soon as he arrived, a fierce battle that was happening a great distance away instantly caught his attention. He looked over and saw two flashes of light, one black and one white, tangled up together in the void. The ancestral land in its entirety rumbled and quaked each time the two flashes of light came into contact, which made it obvious that two masters were engaged in battle. Now and then, shrill, sorrowful bird cries pierced through the air. Yang Kai's expression hardened. He cursed under his breath at how fast the enemy had arrived. Even though he rushed over as quickly as he could, he still failed to arrive in time. By now, he was more than clear that his earlier deductions were accurate. The two 8th Order Black Ink disciples were after the Black Ink Giant Spirit God, inside the Divine Spirit Ancestral Land, planning on reawakening it. The fight that was happening in the distance was between Hong Hu of 4 Phoenix Pavilion and one of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples, though Yang Kai did not know which one. Yang Kai swiftly concealed his aura and raced over. Halfway there, he spotted a large group of divine spirits in various states fleeing in his direction. The one in the lead was a golden rooster that was about as tall as a building. He held his head up high with its chest puffed out even though he was clearly trying to make an escape. This golden rooster looked a little familiar to Yang Kai, and when they got closer, he quickly showed himself and called out, "Ruler of the Dawn, Great General?" The golden rooster froze briefly when he saw Yang Kai, but surprise soon took over as he flapped his wings and came over at once. With a flicker of divine sense, he communicated to Yang Kai, "What are you doing here?" Neither one of them could have predicted that they would meet again under such circumstances. There was no time to catch up, however, so Yang Kai quickly explained, "I'm here because I'm chasing after the two 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Is Senior Hong Hu holding them back? Where's the other 8th Order Black Ink disciple?" Ruler of the Dawn Great General's tone was a little bitter. "You're too late. The two Black Ink disciples infiltrated this place and snuck up on Senior Kuaneo, who was standing guard here, leaving him gravely injured. Then, one of them stayed here to stop Senior Hong, who while the other went into the demon sealing land. I don't know what he's trying to do there." Yang Kai's heart sank. He saw Hong Hu battling against an 8th Order Black Ink disciple and assumed that the situation was not quite so dire yet. But unexpectedly, things had already reached the worst-case scenario. Ruler of the Dawn Great General hurriedly explained the current situation. A fierce battle has broken out in the barren territory, and most of the divine spirits have gone to help. Senior Hong Hu and Kuaneo stayed behind to take care of us young ones. But now we can't even tell if Senior Kuaneo will survive his wounds. I'm leading the young ones as far away as possible to hide. Come with us." Although he was huge in size, Great General was still considered a child when viewed in the light of the divine spirit's prolonged growth period. It was the same with the other divine spirits behind him. Yang Kai could sense that even the strongest among them was only equal to a 5th Order human master, incapable of helping much on the battlefield. This was why they had been left behind under the care of Hong Hu and Kuaneo. This way, even if some of the divine spirits who went to aid the humans in the barren territory were sacrificed, their bloodlines would continue. However, no one expected two 8th Order Black Ink disciples to quietly sneak into the ancestral land and heavily injure Kuaneo by catching him off guard. Hong Hu noticed the commotion and rushed over to stop them, but it was already too late. One of the 8th Order Black Ink disciples stayed behind to hold Hong Hu back while the other seized the chance to infiltrate the demon sealing land. Yang Kai shook his head. "I came here to deal with the two Black Ink disciples. Hurry up and leave, all of you. The other Black Ink disciple probably intends to awaken the Black Ink Giant Spirit God inside the demon sealing land. The ancestral land isn't safe anymore. You must leave here at once." The young divine spirits were all panicking, but one of the braver ones declared, "Ruler of the Dawn, Let's turn back and fight back with all we've got. Our parents aren't here and Senior Hong who can't fight alone. We should be defending our home. Ruler of the Dawn was young, but he lived among the humans for a while and was thus a lot more mature than the others. So he swiftly turned around and snapped, "How are you going to fight them? We're all too weak. We just get in the way before dying pointlessly. Do you want your parents to come back to find that even your corpse no longer exists? You're all leaving with me." The young divine spirit dared not say anything in rebuttal after being rebuked, as Ruler of the Dawn seemed to have some prestige among the little ones. Initially, Ruler of the Dawn only wanted to lead the young ones away from the battlefield and find someplace further away to hide. But after hearing what Yang Kai said, he knew that they could not stay in Ancestral Land any longer. The Ancestral Land would most likely be destroyed the moment the 8th Order Black Ink disciple awakened the Black Ink Giant Spirit God. Thus, he instantly made the decision to lead the young ones away out of Ancestral Land. Fortunately, there was the safe passage that he and his mother took to return to the Ancestral Land back then, and he could still remember the way. Otherwise, they would all be doomed if they had to break through the Divine Ability Sea like Yang Kai had earlier. "Yang Kai, hurry up and help Senior Hong who?" Ruler of the Dawn quickly said. Yang Kai nodded. "Be extremely careful, all of you. Once you've left the Ancestral Land, don't stop for anything. Do you still remember 7 Wonders Land?" Back then, Yang Kai had gotten to know Ruler of the Dawn Great General in 7 Wonders Land, so it was unlikely for him to have forgotten about it, and indeed he nodded right away. "Head to 7 Wonders Land and look for Bai Shi. Get that old man to protect all of you." A large group of young divine spirits was far too eye-catching, and things could quickly turn dangerous if those with ulterior motives set their sights on these fledglings. It would be best for them to head to 7 Wonders Land, which was now known as Void Land, and sought protection from Bai Shi. Yang Kai could have also kept them inside his small universe, but he was on a dangerous mission right now and did not know whether he could make it out alive. If he died here, then these young divine spirits would all die with him. The young divine spirits were the ones who would carry on their bloodlines, so he dared not take such a risk. "Go!" Yang Kai said firmly. "You be careful too," Ruler of the Dawn called out before fleeing once more with the group of young divine spirits. Yang Kai glanced at the fight between the black and white flashes of light in the sky and breathed out. He decided against hiding his aura again and instead summoned his azure dragon spear and charged into the sky. At first, only the alarming light of the spear appeared, but a plethora of Tao strengths soon joined the mix. The imposing aura grew stronger until the earth shook, the sky dimmed, and the wind and clouds whipped around. As for the two that were fighting on the battlefield, Hong, who was distraught as what happened today had been far too unexpected. 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples had managed to sneak into the Ancestral Land without anyone noticing them and had gravely injured Kuan Ao, who had been standing guard. Even though she managed to hold off one of them, the other had already entered the Demon Sealing Land. She did not know what their motives were and did not have any idea where these 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples came from. Thus, she could not stop herself from viewing the situation pessimistically. Had the barren territory battlefield been breached as well? Were all her friends dead? Was an enemy invasion on the way? Still, she was a mature divine spirit. Although she did not rank highly among the divine spirits, she had a Phoenix clan bloodline, so an ordinary 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was no match for her. That being said, her opponent was fighting with reckless abandon, as if he did not care if he died here today, so there was no way Hong who could defeat him quickly. Just as the two clashed, they both detected the appearance of a terrifying spear intent, and soon, a flash of piercing aura came from afar and locked onto the 8th Order Black Ink disciple. Hong, who was gleefully surprised, while the 8th Order Black Ink disciple's expression darkened. He never thought that an 8th Order master would come over to render aid at a time like this. Furthermore, he was familiar with the newcomer's aura. The Black Ink disciple kept trying to use his secret techniques to break off the aura that was locked onto him, but his opponent seemed to have seen this coming and kept increasing the force behind his aura, preventing him from breaking free. The 8th Order Black Ink disciple chuckled bitterly, as if he could tell what his fate would be. That brat has actually become an 8th Order master already? He could tell who it was from the person's aura, But he never thought the brat they all thought had died back then would still be alive. Not only was he still alive, but he even possessed an eighth-order cultivation. Knowing that he would not be leaving this place alive, the Black Ink disciple gave up any attempt to defend himself and instead channeled all of his power into attacking Hong Hu instead. He wanted to take Hong Hu down with him. Hong Hu was immediately overwhelmed by a series of relentless attacks, but as she was more powerful than her opponent, she managed to control the situation, even if just barely. Meanwhile, Spear and Master merged into one. As Yang Kai's Dao strengths continued to intertwine, his expression turned sorrowful and his eyes turned a little red. However, he resisted the reluctance in his heart and thrust out with all of his power. At this very moment, he could not help but recall the words he had lectured Juyen with back when they were outside the Universe Temple. On that battlefield, countless soldiers had been corrupted by Black Ink strength and ended up serving the Black Ink clan as they fought against those who were once their fellow brothers. How would you ever know the agony and helplessness of having to kill those who were once your closest allies? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5470. Please go on ahead, Elder. Back then, Yang Kai was only trying to reprimand Juyen with those words. He never imagined that they would be so prophetic. Despite being part of the Black Ink battlefield for so many years, Yang Kai had actually killed very few Black Ink disciples. Since he could use purifying light, he would save any Black Ink disciples he encountered whenever possible. Shineo, Ning Qiji, and Chi Tai Chu were just some of the ones he saved. However, after years of crusades, out of those 3 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters that he saved, Shineo was the only one left. Ning Qiji and Chi Tai Chu had both fallen in battle. Sacrificing their lives in battle was an honorable death for both of them, though it did not make their passing any less sad. Yang Kai never thought that there would come a time when he would have to do just as he said to Juyen and kill someone who once fought alongside him in battle, and an elder who took great care of him at that. He did not have any yellow or blue crystals left with him and thus could not use purifying light, but even if he could, he did not have the chance to do so. After all, Yang Kai's opponent was an 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master with formidable strength and was fully aware of purifying light. After being corrupted by Black Ink strength, Yang Kai knew his opponent would fight to the bitter end and never give him a chance to purify him. Perhaps there might have been hope under different circumstances, but this situation was critical and Yang Kai had to end the fight as swiftly as possible so that he could head over to the Black Ink sealing land to stop the other Black Ink disciple. Yang Kai's silhouette turned into a ray of light as his Dao strengths combined. The dominance of his spear today surpassed every other attack he had ever launched as all of the ancestral land's principles resonated with him. Please go on ahead, Elder Lu. Yang Kai bellowed with great agony. His voice echoed all around as the pain and sorrow in it almost seemed as if it was dripping with blood. Magnificent! Luan, who was still relentlessly battling Hong Hu, roared with laughter. He did not show any signs of fearing death. His hands kept moving as he sent out several of Yin-Yang Heaven's profound secret techniques. He turned a piece of the sky into the powers of Yin and Yang, which acted like a pair of scissors that launched ferociously cut towards Hong Hu. Before he died, he wanted to drag Hong Hu down with him to make it easier for his partner. Hong Hu cried out and a dazzling white light appeared to protect her. The strength of a divine spirit was unleashed to its fullest as she was forced to assume her true form, a flawless phoenix-like creature. Even though she was more powerful than Luan, she dared not underestimate him as he was literally fighting with his life on the line, forcing her into a defensive posture. The powers of Yin and Yang cut through the void and the light which had been protecting Hong Hu's body was sheared apart. As feathers scattered in the air, Hong Hu gasped in pain as her blood splattered across the sky. However, she at least managed to avoid suffering a fatal blow. Just as Hong Hu was injured, the light of a spear brushed past Luan. It was as if the black and white in the sky were disarmed with a binding technique as they immediately froze, their intense fight coming to an abrupt halt. Yang Kai had his back towards the elder, tears streaming down his cheeks. His veins bulged out of his arm as he tightened his grip around his spear. Damn! Luan lamentingly sighed. I've fought on the Black Ink battlefield for more than 6,000 years. I'm old now, but it seems I can't even maintain my dignity in my final moments. I'm too embarrassed to face the ancestors of Inyang Cave Heaven. At last, Yang Kai slowly turned around and bowed deeply to Luan. He heard someone mentioning that when Mi Jing Luan took back Great Evolution Pass, he instructed the Black Ink clan to leave behind all Black Ink disciples who were below the 7th Order. They could not be saved as they had been corrupted by Black Ink strength for too long and relied on it to break through their innate restrictions. Even Xiang Shan did not know what to do with those Black Ink disciples. So in the end, they had to report the matter up to Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao did not hesitate at all, and with a single blow, all the Black Ink disciples received a fatal injury. However, just before their deaths, they seemed to return to their old selves for a moment, freed at last. Luan's behavior was evidently a sign that he had regained his former self. After all, he had not been under the corruption of Black Ink strength for long, and was originally an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. His situation was a lot better than that of those Black Ink disciples back then. This junior still remembers everything that you have taught, and will never forget the words you have spoken. This junior now sends you off, elder. Yang Kai softly declared in grief. Luan was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Inyang Cave Heaven who took great care of Yang Kai when he first entered Blue Sky Pass, as he partly counted as someone from Inyang Heaven. At that time, Yang Kai still possessed a World Spring, one of the 4 universe pillars, and the superiors of Blue Sky Pass naturally discussed extracting it to give to an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master instead. The 4 universe pillars were far too important for the human race, as they could be used to resist Black Ink strength. The best use for such a tool was in the hands of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. During that discussion, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master by the name of Tian Xiuzhu strongly petitioned to take the World Spring away from Yang Kai and grant it to Luan, who could be considered Yang Kai's elder. Luan naturally tried to decline, and as the discussion progressed, the situation was eventually resolved. However, after Yang Kai and Dawn Squad were reassigned to the Great Evolution Army, he never got to meet Luan again. Yang Kai never thought they would meet again under these circumstances, and that he would be forced to kill Luan. After hearing Yang Kai's words, Luan nodded and hurriedly said, Yiming of Azure Nether Paradise is carrying one of Mo's soul clones, and intends to use it to awaken the Black Ink Giant Spirit God here. Mo created this soul clone before being sealed up. You have to stop Yiming. Yang Kai's expression turned grim. One of Mo's soul clones. Every Black Ink Giant Spirit God can be considered one of Mo's soul clones. As its body is essentially indestructible, it can be awakened with Mo's soul clone. A secondary passage between the barren territory and the shattered heaven has opened, but it's highly unstable. If the giant spirit god is awakened here and joins forces with the Black Ink clan in the barren territory though, they can permanently open that passage. Luan's expression faltered once he finished speaking and muttered, Seems my time's up. As soon as he said those words, his eyes drooped and his body fell limp. Yang Kai's spear had destroyed his vitality, but through sheer force of will, Luan held on just a little longer to relay this information. Yang Kai's heart was pounding wildly after hearing what Luan had to say, while all the color drained out of Hong Hu's face as well. Everyone thought that Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods were simply powerful servants that Mo had created. But Luan now informed them that the Black Ink Giant Spirit Gods were actually Mo's soul clones. Mo's true body was sealed up inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and could not escape, but it seemed it was still possible for Mo to send out its soul clones. This meant that the Black Ink Giant Spirit God that came out of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction back then had been one of Mo's soul clones as well. This explained why the Black Ink Giant Spirit God in the late Ancient Era battlefield could still come back to life after being dead for so many years. Mo must have sent out more than one soul clone without anyone noticing, and one of them had entered the body of the Black Ink Giant Spirit God on the late Ancient Era battlefield. After being revived, that Black Ink Giant Spirit God snuck up on the humans from behind and the crusade failed, falling short at the last moment. Another soul clone had been brought to this place by Luan and Azure Nether Paradise's Yiming. The Black Ink Giant Spirit God's body was indestructible, so as long as it had Mo's soul clone, it could come back to life. Yang Kai also found it tough to swallow the news that there was indeed a second passage between the barren territory and the shattered heaven. Although he had guessed at such a possibility earlier, it was only a guess, and he held on to the hope that he was wrong. Now all his hopes were dashed. Thankfully, Lewin said that the passage was highly unstable and needed the black ink giant spirit god from the demon sealing land to join forces with the one in the barren territory to open it permanently. There was still a chance to turn things around if he could stop the black ink giant spirit god from awakening. At last, Yang Kai finally understood why the Black Ink clan did not send an army but just a couple of 8th Order Black Ink disciples instead. It wasn't that they didn't want to send their army, but rather that they couldn't. Sending 2 Black Ink disciples to revive the Black Ink giant spirit god was the best option available. As long as they succeeded, no one could stop the Black Ink clan from carrying out their plan unless several 9th Order old ancestors came over to deal with the Black Ink giant spirit god. But could several old ancestors come over? The answer would definitely be a no. The barren territory battle was already a worrying situation with the humans at a disadvantage. Thus, none of the 9th Order masters could leave easily. All sorts of thoughts raced through Yang Kai's mind as he rushed towards the Black Ink sealing land. Hong, who could not waste time tending to her injuries either, as she followed closely behind. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan had partitioned the Black Ink sealing land with an unbreakable barrier, but that seal had been lifted back then. Now, the entrance to the demon sealing land was just a large portal that ancestral strength continued to flow out of. Yang Kai and Hong, who dashed through the portal and arrived inside demon sealing land, but their hearts dropped as soon as they saw what was going on inside. Black Ink strength from the Black Ink giant spirit god at the center of the sealed land was surging, seeming to congealing around its body, while an imposing aura was swiftly recovering. They were too late. Apparently, it was far easier than anyone expected to revive a Black Ink giant spirit god. Yi Ming of Azure Nether Paradise had not been inside for long, at most half a day, but all he seemingly had to do was plant Mo's soul clone inside the Black Ink giant spirit god. Yang Kai did not know who Yi Ming was, but he spotted him right away. Yi Ming was lying on top of a hill, his aura completely dried up, like there wasn't a drop of vitality left in him. He was barely more than a bag of bones and his breath was failing. It was clear that he would soon die. He, an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, now looked like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before. Upon noticing Yang Kai and Hong Hu's arrival, Yi Ming mustered the strength to glance at them and eke out a bitter smile. Lewin had only told Yang Kai that Yi Ming had one of Mo's soul clone with him and wanted to reawaken the Black Ink giant spirit god. But even Lewin did not know that an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would have to pay a heavy price to carry one of Mo's soul clones with him. Yi Ming's current state was the price he had to pay. Mo was a supreme master, formed from the primordial darkness alongside the primordial light at the beginning of the universe. Mo far exceeded the open heaven realm as humans knew it, while even the powerful Black Ink giant spirit gods could only count as Mo's soul clones. Even a mere soul clone of such a being was not something that just anyone could hold on to. Even if a 9th Order old ancestor carried it, it would still severely damage their foundation within a short time. An 8th Order master like Yi Ming would have to pay with his life. Knowing that Yi Ming was about to die, Yang Kai simply sighed. He knew Lewin well, but was forced to kill him himself. Thus, he was deeply sorrowful over that. However, he was not acquainted with Yi Ming. Also, after so many years of battles and witnessing death countless times on the battlefield, while Yang Kai felt pity at the imminent death of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, it was simply that. Staring at the Black Ink giant spirit god whose aura continued to rise, Yang Kai gripped his spear tightly. "Leave first, Senior Hong Hu." Hong Hu turned to him. "What about you? Someone has to deal with this." Yang Kai replied. "Can you deal with it?" To such a question, Yang Kai could only grimly shake his head. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5471, Locating the Opening. Yang Kai was only an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but even if a 9th Order old ancestor came here, they would not be confident about facing off against the Black Ink giant spirit god. All he could do was go all out. "I'll stay here with you," Hong Hu declared. However, Yang Kai shook his head. "Senior Hong Hu, you heard what Elder Lu said, right? Someone needs to take this information back to the others." There's no one else here apart from you and me. Who will pass this information along to our allies if we both die here? I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to make the trip, Senior. Hong, who wanted to argue, but no words came out. At first, she wanted to say that Kuan Ao was here too, but Luin and Yi Ming had managed to sneak attack him earlier. Kuan Ao was still unconscious from his injuries, and it was uncertain whether he would even survive or not, so how could he be the messenger? Before I came, I asked someone from the Dragon Clan to rush over to the Barren Territory battlefield. Unfortunately, the situation has changed and we've run out of time. You must leave now, Senior. Hong, who clenched her jaw and nodded solemnly. Be careful. Immediately, she turned around and sped out of the demon sealing land. After locating Kuan Ao, who was still unconscious, she swiftly left the divine spirit ancestral land with him. Meanwhile, Ji Lao San went through the Shattered Heavens territory gate and finally arrived at the Barren Territory battlefield. Soon, he saw the Ninth Order Old Ancestor who was overseeing the nearby battlefield. Senior, have any of the Eighth Order Masters on the Barren Territory battlefield been corrupted by black ink strength? Ji Lao San quickly asked as per Yang Kai's instructions. The Old Ancestor did not understand why Ji Lao San was asking about this all of a sudden, but he did know about such a situation, so he nodded. Many years ago, a royal lord managed to sneak into the battlefield and use his royal lord's secret technique to corrupt a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. That royal lord who used the royal lord's secret technique even sacrificed his life to do so. This was the reason why the royal lords dared not arbitrarily use the royal lord's secret technique. It was incredibly useful as even Eighth Order Masters could be immediately turned into black ink disciples. But each time it was used, it would also damage the user's foundation. A nearby Old Ancestor took advantage of the opportunity to strike the royal lord down after he corrupted a few Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with black ink strength. Although the humans lost a handful of Eighth Order Masters, they managed to kill one of their enemy's royal lords. Generally speaking, it could be said that the humans came out on top. This Ninth Order Old Ancestor could still remember that the human Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were corrupted by black ink strength included Inyang Cave Heaven's Luan, Azure Nether Paradise's Yi Ming, and an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yuan Origin Paradise. No one could figure out why that royal lord had done such a thing. Throughout the past 500 years of war, a significant number of Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and royal lords had died, leaving the top battle strength of both races at around 30% of their peak, with the rest having fallen in battle. Under these circumstances, royal lords and Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were indispensable forces to the war. Both the human race and the Black Ink clan were now far less inclined to have their top masters engage in battles, as any casualties among them could tip the balance of the war. How did you know about this? The Old Ancestor stared at Ji Lao San in puzzlement. According to what Ji Lao San had said, Yang Kai was the one who brought him back through Black Territory via a hidden void corridor on the Black Ink battlefield before traveling through the Shattered Heaven to arrive at the Barren Territory battlefield. Shouldn't this dragon be clueless as to what happened here? All the color drained out of Ji Lao San's face as his heart filled with dread. It was exactly as Yang Kai deduced. Ji Lao San hurriedly explained about how he and Yang Kai chased down a Black Ink disciple in the Shattered Heaven and discovered that 2 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples had entered the Shattered Heaven. The Ninth Order Old Ancestor's expression turned extremely grim as he listened to this story. Several Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been corrupted by Black Ink strength some years ago, so it could not be a coincidence that 2 Eighth Order Black Ink disciples had shown up at the Shattered Heaven now. There was a high possibility that Yang Kai was right. There had to be another passage between the Barren Territory battlefield and the outside world, though it remained to be seen whether the passage connected to the Shattered Heaven. The Old Ancestor could not afford to waste any more time and quickly passed the message along to the other Old Ancestors. All at once, flashes of divine sense whizzed through the air through all forms of communication devices. The human race learned from the functions of the Black Ink nest and created a set of artifacts that would make communication and transmitting messages a lot more convenient. While many of the functions had not been perfected, it was still good enough to use to communicate across the entire Barren Territory battlefield. Soul avatars began popping up in that artifact space, and the news soon reached every single one of the Old Ancestors, whose expressions slowly hardened. Divine senses resonated as they communicated, and soon, the old ancestors agreed. The most important task right now was to find the opening that connected the barren territory battlefield to the outside world. Once they found where it was, they could address the core of the crisis. The barren territory was naturally formed, but was heavily altered by human hands. The ancestors of the human race mimicked the actions of Tsang and the others and isolated the barren territory by splitting it from all other great territory. There had originally been more than one territory gate that led to this great territory, but the ancient humans had done everything they could to either destroy or seal up the other territory gates, leaving just a single one that connected to the shattered heaven. This new opening had to be one of the original territory gates, but as they had been sealed up hundreds of thousands of years ago at least, even the old ancestors were unclear where the original portals were. They had no choice but to send messages back to the various cave heavens and paradise's master sects to ask those there to go through the ancient books and records in hopes of finding some clues. They also sent word to the Phoenix clan masters and sought their help as their attainments in the Tao of Space meant they could search for space principle fluctuations within the barren territory. If there was indeed an opening somewhere, then there would be faint traces of space principle fluctuations emanating from it. The Phoenix clan was the most adept at investigating this. In this way, a month passed as the numerous Phoenix clan masters searched the entire barren territory, but found nothing. However, several cave heavens and paradises sent word that they found records pertaining to the original territory gates in the barren territory. The old ancestors came together and combed through the records. According to these ancient records, the barren territory originally had 4 territory gates. One connected to the shattered heaven, while the other 3 connected to 3 other great territories. After comparing the records and confirming the present topography of the barren territory, the old ancestors soon located the opening. It was where the first Black Ink giant spirit god had died. The Black Ink clan had 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods. The first was the one who came out of the primordial heaven source grand restriction, but at the time, Tsang had borrowed the strength of Mu and forcefully closed the grand restriction, slicing that Black Ink giant spirit god's body in half. The second Black Ink giant spirit god was revived from the late ancient era battlefield. It was these 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods who combined their powers and doomed the Crusade force. The human race were forced to retreat to the no-return pass, but as they were confronted by the combined strength of 2 giant spirits gods, they could not defend the no-return pass either. In the end, they retreated once more to the barren territory. Once there, the human race relied on arrangements they had made over the millennia to finally establish a solid defense line. It was also there that the humans gained a powerful ally in the form of Aer, the giant spirit god who flew in and dealt a crushing blow to the enemy. Aer and numerous old ancestors joined forces to kill the Black Ink giant spirit god, whose body had been broken in half by the primordial heaven source grand restriction, leaving its corpse to rot in the void. Yang Kai even encountered that Black Ink giant spirit god's body when he led Ouyang Lai and the others out of the no-return pass and into the barren territory. However, no one had ever imagined that the place where the fallen Black Ink giant spirit god's body had landed was atop one of barren territory's former territory gates. The Phoenix clan could not detect any sign of space principle fluctuations throughout the past month, but that was most likely because they were being hidden by the dense Black Ink strength that remained after the death of the Black Ink giant spirit god. At last, the humans figured out the Black Ink clan's plan. There was a high chance that the Black Ink clan had already decided to sacrifice that first Black Ink giant spirit god and use its body to hide the existence of the original territory gate. On top of that, the concentrated Black Ink strength could be used to wear down the seal on the portal and create an opening. Next, one of their royal lords used his royal lord secret technique to corrupt numerous 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with Black Ink strength. In the chaos of the war, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who had been corrupted by Black Ink strength silently snuck out through the opening and headed to the Divine Spirit ancestral land in the shattered ruins to awaken the Black Ink giant spirit god there. While these were merely conjectures by the old ancestors, it was in fact the reality. What they did not know was that it was 3, not 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who left through the opening. While Luin and Yiming traveled to the shattered heaven together, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from Yuan Origin Paradise had another task assigned to him that the humans were as of yet unaware of, Now that they had come to this conclusion, a lot of things became clear to them. One of the things they now understood was the reason why the constant battles between the humans and the Black Ink clan over the past years mainly occurred a great distance away from that fallen Black Ink giant spirit god's body. Up till now, the humans never thought much of it since the Black Ink strength that had spread after the death of that Black Ink giant spirit god terrified them, and they did not want to get near that area. Yet, from the looks of it now, the Black Ink clan had done this on purpose and were pleased that it worked. Furthermore, even the death of that Black Ink giant spirit god was surprising to all. Even though Air and numerous Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had joined forces to kill it. At the time, the other Black Ink giant spirit god from the late Ancient Era battlefield had not come forward to aid the first one, despite being completely capable of joining the fight and saving the other Black Ink giant spirit god. At the time, the humans assumed that Black Ink giant spirit gods did not have a high enough sentience to understand tactics, or what it meant to rescue an ally, but from the looks of it now, the Black Ink clan was merely taking advantage of the situation. Even if giant spirit god Air did not come to help the humans, the Black Ink clan would have probably found a way to make sure that the first Black Ink giant spirit god died in battle at that very spot. Only with the Black Ink giant spirit god's death could they use the dense Black Ink strength inside its body to erode the boundary walls while simultaneously concealing what they were doing. This was all part of the Black Ink clan's sinister plot. Even the royal lords could not have plotted this. The only one who had the ability to formulate such a strategy had to be Mo, the ancient supreme master. Since Mo was so ancient, it most likely knew about the original situation of the barren territory. Thus, it was aware of where the original territory gates were. What's more, this plan involved the sacrifice of a Black Ink giant spirit god. The royal lords could not possibly have the authority to make such a decision. Only their creator, Mo, could do so. Where does that territory gate lead to? An old ancestor asked. Another old ancestor promptly replied, Wind Mist Territory. Everyone fell silent in thought. Wind Mist Territory was an unassuming place among the 3,000 worlds. There were too many great territories, so apart from the great territories that were well known due to the cave heavens and paradises having their headquarters there, the most famous ones were now High Heaven Territory where the star boundary was located and Void Territory. Wind Mist Territory was presided over by Wind Mist Sect. Although the sect had a few Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters among its ranks and could be considered a local hegemon, it was still just a second-class great force. Prior to this, the Ninth Order Old Ancestors might not have even heard of Wind Mist Territory before, but now the name of this great territory was seared into their minds. Why were the humans willing to lay down their lives against the Black Ink clan army here in the barren territory? Was it not to hold the Black Ink clan back and stop them from swarming into the 3,000 worlds? Now though, a few 8th Order Black Ink disciples had managed to enter Wind Mist Territory through a forgotten portal. Was there still any meaning to the efforts and sacrifices made by the human army in the barren territory? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5472. Not a good person. This news would have shaken the beliefs of someone with a feeble mind, even if he had held fast to them all this while. However, those present were all Ninth Order Old Ancestors. Steadfast would not even begin to describe their will. No matter how dire a situation seemed, they would not waver in their resolve to eliminate the Black Ink clan and protect the human race. This was the mission of their lives, their very reason for being. The Old Ancestors were the human race's strongest masters and their pillar of strength. Thus, after a brief moment of silence, one of the Old Ancestors said, The Black Ink clan went through all this effort and even sacrificed one of their royal lords just so they could corrupt a few 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters with Black Ink strength and send them out. This proves that even if there's an opening that connects the barren territory to the outside world, it's unstable and one would probably have to pay a heavy price to get through. The others nodded in agreement. If the opening to the outside world was stable, the Black Ink clan army would have poured through it by now without having to go through all this trouble. Perhaps the opening can only allow a few on the level of 8th Order Masters to pass through. Or there's some kind of adverse effect to using the opening that we don't know about yet. For the sake of creating the barren territory, the second battlefield as it were, the human ancestors had worked meticulously for millennia. There were originally 4 territory gates, so an enormous amount of time and effort had gone into either sealing off or destroying 3 of them. It would not be so easy to reopen one. Even if the black ink strength that spread out after the death of that black ink giant spirit god was intense and concentrated enough to erode the existing seals on the portal, that was apparently not enough to actually open it. The best-case scenario would be if only 3 8th-order black ink disciples left. If that's the case, then the situation isn't too dire yet. However, if things are just as Yong-kai suspects, then the black ink giant spirit god from the divine spirit ancestral land is going to cause serious trouble for us. Don't forget about Wind Mist territory. Since those 8th-order black ink disciples could enter Wind Mist territory, they would have surely done something there. It would be child's play for 8th-order black ink disciples to corrupt others with black ink strength. It should be simple enough to resolve the situation in Wind Mist territory. Right now, the Black Ink clan are most likely trying to keep a low profile to avoid their plans being exposed too early. Since Yong-kai found traces of 2 8th-order Black Ink disciples in the Shattered Heaven, then it seems that one must have stayed behind in Wind Mist territory. We should deploy a division to Wind Mist territory, along with a purifying Black Ink battleship, and have the Phoenix clan send a few of their masters as well. They can seal off the territory gate linking to Wind Mist territory. We must keep the threat of the Black Ink disciples contained within Wind Mist territory. It must not spread anywhere else. Who will head to the Shattered Heaven then? Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao volunteered. I'll go. Yong-kai went missing under my watch. I should go and bring him back. However, the Great Evolution Army. One of the other 9th Order Old Ancestors said, Go on. I'll help you keep an eye on the Great Evolution Army. It's just a couple of royal lords. I can handle them. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao gratefully replied, Many thanks, Senior Brother. Though it was extensive, it did not take the Old Ancestors long to finish their discussion. In just a few breaths, they formulated a plan to deal with the crisis. A series of orders were soon passed down, and a division of human soldiers and 3 Phoenix clan masters withdrew from the barren territory battlefield before quickly rushing towards Wind Mist territory. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao then concealed her aura and quietly left. There were 2 reasons why she volunteered. The first was, as she said earlier, Yong-kai was her subordinate and he was lost under her watch. She had thought that he was bound to have met his death, but since he was still alive, it was only natural that she had to bring him back. Secondly, she was truly annoyed by Yong-kai's wives, especially that Yu Meng from the demon race, who would scowl at her and demand she compensate them by bringing her husband back. Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao could not stand it anymore. At the same time, she also knew the grave importance of this task. The situation in Wind Mist territory was no big deal. At most, a few humans might have been corrupted by Black Ink strength, and a 500-strong division was heading over there with a few Phoenix clan masters so they could handle that with ease. The real trouble was happening in Shattered Heaven. If the Black Ink clan's plan was a success, then they might truly be able to open the passage between the barren territory and the Shattered Heaven. Just as Old Ancestor Xiao Xiao left the barren territory and arrived at the Shattered Heaven, Yong-kai was breathing heavily with the look of someone who was refusing to resign himself to the situation. His hand was trembling violently as he gripped his azure dragon spear inside the Black Ink sealing land of the divine spirit ancestral land. He had been attacking the Black Ink giant spirit god for a full month and now completely understood why the dragon and Phoenix clans chose to seal it here instead of destroying him completely. That was because it was impossible to accomplish that. Yong-kai never would have thought that a living being's body could be this strong and unbreakable. He was by no means weak, as he was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who was proficient in numerous Dao strengths, divine abilities, and secret techniques. He could easily destroy a universe world in a blink of an eye, but even after a month had passed, he failed to deal any real damage to this Black Ink giant spirit god. This being's restorative capabilities were simply ludicrous, completely capable of recovering from any and all injuries within a matter of moments. Of course, this was probably also due to the fact that he and his opponent were worlds apart in terms of true strength. Although Yong-kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the Black Ink giant spirit god was even stronger than 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Thus, due to the power differential, his wide repertoire of divine abilities and secret techniques all amounted to nothing. It was just as if a 1st or 2nd Order Master was to try to attack him. Even if Yong-kai just stood there, the former would not be able to do anything to him either. It had been a month and the black ink giant spirit god was nearly fully revived now. The formidable aura was deeply alarming, and the demon-sealing land seemed to have a hard time withstanding the pressure as space itself continuously cracked and healed under its weight. Yang Kai was beginning to lose hope. He was attacking with full force while his opponent did not fight back at all. But even so, he couldn't even wound him. Just what was he supposed to do to stop this black ink giant spirit god? After consuming handfuls of pills, Yang Kai quickly restored his strength. He knew that he did not have much time left. Calamity would befall the entire 3,000 worlds if this black ink giant spirit god walked out of the divine spirit ancestral land. Feeling he had little to lose, Yang Kai stared at the black ink giant spirit god and suddenly asked, "Mo, how do you benefit from destroying the 3,000 worlds?" This was Yang Kai's first attempt at communicating with the black ink giant spirit god throughout this entire month. All along, the black ink giant spirit god's eyes had been closed as he continued to restore his aura. He ignored everything that Yang Kai did, but when he heard this question, his eyes flew open as he stared at Yang Kai in surprise. "How did you know I'm Mo? Even Song and the others were deceived by me. What's so shocking about me knowing that you're Mo?" Yang Kai retorted coolly. Yang Kai would not have known that the black ink giant spirit gods were Mo's soul clones if Luan had not regained his senses just before his death and informed him about this. A soul clone like this was far too powerful, so much so that no one would even consider the possibility of him being a soul clone. Mo studied Yang Kai solemnly for a while, before it abruptly shook its head. "You're smart. Smart people aren't good people." Yang Kai suddenly felt the urge to curse. This guy, the source of all chaos and disasters, and possibly the calamity that would befall the 3,000 worlds, resulting in the extermination of all life, is saying that I'm not a good person? However, before he could say anything, Mo sighed heavily. Mu was the smartest, and she wasn't a good person. Mo had been tricked by Mu. That was why it was sealed up inside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction and could not escape even after millions of years. Thus, it seemed to have somewhat of an aversion to smart people. That old man Song was right. Mo is quite dumb, or rather naive to be more accurate. It's a pity he eventually grew smarter. Yang Kai swallowed the words that were right on the tip of his tongue as his brow furrowed slightly. Mo was behaving rather childishly, which reminded him a lot of what Song had said about Mo in the past. Mo was an ancient entity that formed out of nothingness. It was the darkness of the first primordial light and was not a true sentient being. Therefore, even though it had been alive for many millions of years, its sentience was still on the level of that of a child. Back then, when it used black ink strength to corrupt all those great territories, it did so because it was its natural-born power, not due to any malicious intent. That's right, Yang Kai agreed decisively. Smart people are despicable. Dumb people like me often get tricked. If only all the smart people ceased to exist. Mo felt a tinge of kinship. Do you feel the same way too? Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. Mo quickly extended an invitation. Why don't you let me enlighten you with black ink strength? Join me. We can kill off all the smart people that exist. That way, we can become the smart ones. Yang Kai remained silent and stared at Mo for a while before chuckling all of a sudden. You're already smart. To begin with, why do you need to kill off everyone else? Perhaps Mo was a little childish in its thoughts, but that did not mean it was foolish. However, Mo seemed to have missed what Yang Kai said as it stared at Yang Kai curiously. Do you have a world tree clone? Are you like Song and the others? Why can't my black ink strength corrupt you? The black ink sealing land was now, ironically, filled with black ink strength, but Yang Kai was not affected by it at all, which meant that he could stave off the effects of black ink strength. You know about the world tree clones? Yang Kai asked. Of course, Mo replied. That old tree isn't a good thing either. I haven't seen him in so long now, so I don't know how he's doing. Then, Mo shook its head. How annoying. You might not be able to withstand it if my true body was here. It's a shame that I'm just a soul clone right now and can't corrupt you with black ink strength. A thought flashed across Yang Kai's mind as he recalled what Song said to him back then. He said that Yang Kai should not feel at ease simply because he had a world tree clone inside his small universe which helped to seal and protect it. Even that was not infallible against black ink strength. From the looks of it now, the strength of Mo's true body was most likely able to break through the world tree clone's protection. Perhaps the only thing that could stop the encroachment of the strength of Mo's true body was the world tree itself. However, if even the world tree clones were not enough to withstand the strength of Mo's true body, then how did Song and the others avoid getting corrupted by black ink strength? Perhaps if Mo wanted to use black ink strength to corrupt Song and the other martial ancestors, it would have to pay a heavy price, similar to how the royal lords would suffer when they used their royal lord's secret technique. Setting aside such thoughts, Yang Kai asked a question that he was more concerned about. Since you know that old tree, do you know where to find it? The world tree was within the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but no one knew where the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was. One could only enter if one chanced upon it. Throughout all these ages, there was no record of anyone being able to find the entrance to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary on purpose. Yang Kai was now an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and had basically reached the peak of his martial Dao. At most, he could hit the peak of the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, but he couldn't become a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, he could resolve this issue if he had a high-rank world fruit. You want to look for him? Mo asked instead of answering the question. Do enlighten me. Yang Kai got up and bowed. Mo shook his head. I can't find him. He's hiding from me. Yang Kai was astonished. He's hiding from you. Why is he hiding from you? Mo chuckled and said nothing. Yang Kai frowned. He could not understand at all. Mo and World Tree were two of the oldest entities in existence. What kind of history and resentment was there between them that the World Tree actually had to hide from Mo?